In revolutionary Paris, a secret bookshop hides forbidden texts that predict who will die next. As the guillotine's shadow grows, a bookseller must choose between silence and truth, between survival and the power of the written word.
I measure my life in bindings, not the grand, gilt things that sit with a learned air in other houses, but in small matters. The thin crack a spine makes when a reader opens the page too quickly, the way glue breathes beneath cloth. The exactness with which a title must be set, so that a hand will find it without thinking. The shop smells of such measurements of paste, of old paper warmed by the shop's small stove, of dust that comes down in evenings like a pale rain. It is a narrow place, tucked under the eaves where the roof slopes low, and the street's voices are thinner, as if the world there were less urgent. The bell over the door is small and honest. It gives a single, agreeable note when someone comes in. I have learned to count on that sound more than I count on the sky. There are limits to what a bookseller can control. I arrange and name and mend. I cannot, by any tenderness or precision, turn a child's hunger into bread, and yet there is power in the catalogued and the kept. We who sell books are, in our small way, registrars of memory. A book that will not speak, if kept long enough, will nonetheless press its ideas into a shop's timbers. Shelves remember the damp. They remember where fingers have lingered. The floorboards under my feet remember other hands, too. I have panels cut to hold such recollections, ledgers, notes, slips folded like origami and tucked beneath false bottoms. I have made homes for secrets, because secrets are inconveniently heavy when left upon a table. We are living in a year when the cobbles know new textures. Blood has varnished them in places, dry and bright like a varnish that will not yield. Songs now carry slogans in their bones. Street criers chant lists of grievances, and where once a ballad might have been the evening's pleasure, now a slogan is what the market hums between the chop of a butcher's cleaver and the stamp of a child's foot. The guillotine has entered our grammar. It is no longer merely a thing you might see. It punctuates sentences. Couriers speak of the next, bakers whisper of morning's order. The machine has taught us a new modesty. We must measure our words, because if someone writes us tidy enough, the state will lend them certainty. I have lived in this neighborhood long enough to know the faces of the street. The same carts pass, the same woman irons in the lane, the same boy hawks pamphlets with a voice too large for his years. I know whose hands will pay for a borrowed volume, who will steal a page to light a stove. I know the places where gossip hides behind shutters. In laundries where soap breathes into a woman's cupped palm and she tells of a cousin's arrest as casually as she tells the day of her linens. The city is a loose weave of intimacies. As a bookseller, I have the advantage of being a place. People leave things here in the margins of commerce, confidences as well as coins. The ledger arrived on an ordinary morning. It is a queer truth that the extraordinary often takes the form of the ordinary. The courier was the size of an idea you might forget. He had a coat the color of river mud and boots that spoke of a night's damp. He set the package on the counter without announcing a name and left with the economy of someone whose work is to vanish. There was no note, no seal. Only the ledger itself, narrow, bound in plain brown boards, the edges of its pages browned not by age alone, but by a handling that was fervent and exact. Its hand was small and close, letters written as if the pen were anxious to accommodate more names on a single page. It had columns, and beside each name a small mark, the sort of notation a clerk makes when he must hold many counts in his head. I recognized the thing by instinct before I understood it by sight. There are certain books that announce themselves to those who live among ledgers. A list, when it is kept well, speaks of its keeper. You can feel the discipline of its hand, the margin, the way headings are judged by their relation to their entries, the precise bite of ink in certain letters. This book had that peculiar sort of glorious, impatient neatness that says, this is not for private consolation, this is for ordering. I set my palm on it, and felt the index of names like a dent in wood. There were customers that morning, as there always are, a man who wanted a prayer book to give to a sick sister, a woman who asked for paper to wrap bread, children who argued over whether a picture in a book looked like a frog or a toad. These small requests are the rhythm by which the shop lives. They also keep me from collapsing into the more dangerous business of wonder. The ledger lay during these hours like a coin on a counter present, but to be tested by use. I am not a woman given to superstition. I know the sorts of fantasies that thrive in parlors and the sorts that flourish in prisons. But there are perfumes of terror for which no rational word will fit. The ledger smelled faintly of glue and the tobacco of those who had once carried it. I moved it as one moves a loaded instrument. Late morning, as sunlight thinned through the single pane and the street's voices became a chorus of everyday indignities, Madame Rousseau pushed open the door. She has the sort of entrance that announces itself, a rustle of shawl, a clack of coins. She is our neighborhood's archive of memory, the woman who can tell you who carried a basket that morning, which child broke a window last week, and whether a clerk at the tribunal has been seen in a more forgiving temper. People complain of noseness. I have learned to value the angle of someone's questions. They reveal what a town thinks it is safe to keep. "You look worse than the bindings, Marie," she said, and her tongue had the honesty of a woman who measures distress not against her own, but against the day's bread. She glanced at the counter, and for a second her eyes lingered on the narrow ledger, as if she were counting the dust upon it. I felt a clench in my throat and made a joke about the weight of titles. Madame Rousseau laughed and bought a scrap of paper and left with a shrug that carried more sympathy than convenience. By noon the shop had thinned. I pulled the ledger close and turned it so the window's light fell on the page. The hand inside was small and compact. Names, each followed by a profession and a date, were recorded as if the writer had decided to make human life the sum of a shorthand. There was a flatness to the thing that made it resemble a clerk's memorandum, no flourish, no preface. It began in medias res, as if it had been demanded rather than written. I traced the first line with the pad of my finger. The ink had been laid down with an economy of motion. The names were ordinary merchants, a scholar, someone who ran a modest confectionery. There was a date beside each entry, as neat as a calendar cut with a ruler. I am given to cataloguing small details. It is how one survives nights in which the city sings slogans and one must still know the smell of paste. I catalogued the paper's tooth, which told me the maker's origin. The spot of blotting at the edge that meant the pen had been stamped in haste. The way an eminent letter formed in the name of a man I had seen at the market. My stomach turned. Not because I believed the page held prophecy. I do not believe that paper can muscle future from the bone. I felt the ledger as instrument. Instruments make actions easier. They are the grammar of those who wish to turn contingency into law. Whoever had made this had understood how to place a name and make it assume the weight of inevitability. All afternoon I kept glancing at the ledger as if it were a clock whose ticking I could make sense of. It was absurd to think that a book could order a life, and it was absurd not to be alarmed by the consequences if others believed it. The guillotine had taught us to obey lists. The tribunal did not simply cut, it recorded. Records legitimize violence. They make the blade palatable to a civic conscience. So I sat, turning pages as if they were a catalogue of small deaths. The shop's stove hissed now and then. Dust skittered in the light. Outside a cart rattled. A child tripped. The ledger waited with the patience of a thing that has been kept for a purpose. Toward dusk I carried it to the place under the counter, where I keep ledgers that are dangerous to leave upon a table. It is a small slot, a false bottom that folds up when pressure is right. The wood there is warm from 1,000 hands. I eased the book into that small hollow and paused. I could have locked it away and left it there like an undesired thing. Instead I pulled it back out. not because courage is my garment. I have no such cloak. It was curiosity that undid me, that everyday human curiosity that will crawl under the edge of a curtain and peer. Names, even when they threaten to be ropes, are still names. They smell of other people's lives, and the same impatience I have always had to read what is not mine. In the quiet that comes before closing, I sat by the window with the ledger between my palms and felt an odd kinship to other custodians of things. There is a priest whose copied prayers I handle with a reverent sort of boredom, a scribe who would fuss over the formation of a teeth the way a mother fusses over a child's hair. I am more modest than that. My fidelity is to use. I opened the book and read, finger following the narrow columns as if I could find the place where the hand that wrote might have slipped. The lines were steady. It is a strange sensation, confronting a writing that refuses to be casual. It aims at order. The names looked back like those who have been summoned to a tribunal. I do not remember exactly when fear settled as a steady hum under my skin. Perhaps it was when I read a name I knew, someone with a face that belonged to a man who would come to my shop for a measure of paper. Perhaps it was the manner in which the ledger's dates were close enough that I could map them onto the city's present calendar. Or perhaps it was the way the pen had hesitated, once between two letters, as if the person writing had paused to choose the fate of a consonant and, having chosen, meant to choose the fate of a man. I closed the book then and, with fingers that had been steady for years, prepared a place beneath the false bottom into which I would slide the ledger and the knowledge it contained. I do not pretend that I was pure then. I am not an angel who fears for all humans equally. I am a woman who knows the names of neighbors and loves the tactile certainties of ink. I know, too, that to possess a list is to possess leverage. The ledger lay heavy in my palm, and for the first time in days, I understood how a small thing can tilt the balance of a room. I set it beneath the board and pressed the wood level. The floor creaked, as it always does. Outside the market bells rang their hours and a boy shouted a pamphlet's title with too much bravado. A woman in the lane laughed with a laugh that had the brittle sound of someone conserving energy for grief. I swept the counter, stacked the day's accounts, turned the sign to closed. The bell gave its single, little cry as I opened the door to step out into a city that has learned to name itself in operations. The ledger waited beneath the floor, as if it had always been there. I walked home with the slow composure of someone who has packed an unwanted weight and knows it is now part of the pattern of her steps. That night I lay awake and counted the hours not by when I expected sleep, but by when I expected to rise and read again. Not because I had faith that the book spoke prophets' words, but because I felt that the world had been given a new tool, and that every tool has a hand that wields it. I am a woman of bindings. I will not be neutral before a book that names the living. If a rack contains a rope, one must decide whether to cut it, to hide it, to hang it from a new peg. The questions were simple in their moral cruelty. To keep such a thing secret was to hoard power. To reveal it might be to set a new terror loose. To destroy it would be to destroy evidence and perhaps condemn someone by removing the proof of their innocence. My pulse moved to these questions in the small hours like a metronome. Dawn arrived with the sort of grey patience that belongs to cities that have been given hard things to do. I dressed and opened the shop, my hand steady for customers, my mind already making lists of a different sort, people who might be allies, places to hide. The small craft of counterfeiting. The ledger lay beneath the floorboards like a sleeping animal. I had already decided that I would not leave it there like a thing that could be forgotten. I did not yet know what I would do with it. But I knew a book when I held it, and I knew that once a name is written, it becomes something to be read and perhaps contested. The city went about its hunger. I returned to my bindings with a new sort of care, and in the small private of my chest a strange, stubborn flame took hold, if records name the dead. Perhaps records can name the living in other ways. They come to my shop in their small ordinariness, men with soiled cuffs, women whose hair is braided in the bargain of hunger. A boy who knows my bell will not toll for goods he cannot pay for, but will sometimes be answered with a story and a crust. My mornings are measured in the accidental arrangements of bindings, the way the light slants across titles and calls up letters the way a tide scores pebbles. The day the ledger arrived, the light was the color of pewter, and the cart wheels on the rue made the kind of sound that makes you listen to what won't be said aloud. It was not a grand book. There is a grandeur in some tums the gilt, the loudness of their claims, but this was a ledger in the truest sense, a narrow folio. Pages stitched with an economy of thread, the cover rubbed to a pale insistence. Whoever had bound it had used a hand that loved order, rather than a hand that loved ornament. On the front, in a hand that did not flourish unnecessarily, were 2 words, register ordre. There was no sender, no wax, nothing to tell of origin except the smell of it, clean paper, a faint trace of chalk, and an undernote of something colder, like iron left in a drawer. I had been sweeping the threshold with the heel of my hand, the movement habitual, the dust of a dozen afternoons collected on the bristles, when the bell, my bell, small and stubborn, rang, and Bastien disappeared and returned with a parcel. He looked neither proud nor frightened, had been asked to hand it over, and that is a work he understands how to do without comment. I set the parcel on the counter, and, because the shop is precisely the place where curiosity goes to be catalogued, I opened it. Inside lay the ledger. I did not want to touch it at first, because things that arrive without an address are usually measures of other people's desperation or plots dressed as charity. Nevertheless, hands are hands. They had been trained to know paper by feel. The leaves were heavy, as if the paper remembered the pulp of distant trees. The hand that wrote the headings was small and efficient. The headings themselves were not grand nom tier, date, observation, a proper list, the sort that sets out the world in lines so that the world might be counted and thus, it seems, controlled. The first page smelt of dryness. The ink was a dark, steady brown, not yet oxidized, as if it had been penned and set down the same week the sky had turned to rumor. The letters, oh, there are hands that leave a person open like a book and hands that lock them away. This hand was neither hurried nor sentimental. It was the hand of an accountant who believed that names were nails and dates their measure. The columns were filled with tidy entries. Trades were rendered with a single adjective when the profession was ambiguous. Places of origin annotated in small flourishes. The margin held a set of crosses, ornate and pragmatic. Some names bore annotations that were very small, indeed abbreviations that might be clerks' private languages. For now, nothing set the ledger apart from an ordinary register. It might have belonged to any municipal office, any merchant's inventory. I took it up with both hands and lay it on my lap like an answer I had not asked for. It was only when I came to the second page that the ledger stopped being an object and began to be a sentence. There, beneath a line of trades, reliar, libraire, imprimeur, a name spelled itself with the calm cruelty of a simple fact. Gautier, Armand Relier, 12 Vend Maillard. The date beneath the entry had nothing in it that suggested poetry. It was the kind of date that cuts clean, because it is made to cut. It sat on the page like an appointed thing. I knew Armand by the small particulars that cling to people like a shadow. He came twice a week to our shop to ask about a binding, to bargain in the half-language of craftsmen, to give me news of damaged pages. Armand's hands bore the quiet grief of someone who had learned to repair other people's things for less than they deserved. Once, in winter, he sat near the oven and told me, as the ash hopped to red, that there were humors of liberty that catch in the throat and make a person cough out a life before he is ready. He laughed then, a small, unsteady laugh, but his smile did not meet his eyes. That afternoon, the ledger made his name into a predicate. I put the book down. My hands did not shake the way those in stories do. They took themselves apart with the method of someone who has learned that fear is an arithmetic and must be done by stages. I closed the ledger and slid it beneath the false bottom of the old trunks that sit near the counter. The trunks are an ancient geography in my shop drawer within drawer, a nesting of small dishonesties. I had hidden there, across innumerable nights, receipts, love letters, the odd pamphlet. In the false bottom the ledger lay like a thing that had been allowed to breathe for a moment too long. If I had been a braver woman that day, perhaps I would have taken the ledger straight to Tian or to Father Bino T. But bravery is a convenience for when the risk is someone else's. My caution is not heroic. It is the sensible accumulation of reasons why asking another to endanger himself is a kindness I cannot afford. Besides, a ledger is like a mirror. I feared what it would reflect back. I therefore tended to my day as if nothing had happened. I mended a book with the fierce attention of someone who believes that stitches can hold a life together. I drank a cup of coffee that was too bitter and made a list of what I would reshelve. Customers moved through the shop like fish moving through the same pond. They had the new speech in their mouths, slogans where once they'd had songs, but the small talk of the market survived, which baker had less to give, which miller had fled. They spoke of shortages the way one speaks of weather. It was Hortense who changed everything. She arrived at the door with the slow caution of a woman who has learned to shape her words so they might evade the nets of listening. Hortense is a washerwoman, and she knows the city in the folds of linens, in the way secrets seed themselves in the starch of collars. She is also someone who pays more attention to the way names are said than to their content. She came in smelling of soap, and when she stepped into the half-light, she had the look of one who has been trying to learn a new language and is not yet fluent. She told me, in that stitch of a voice, what I had feared to hear. Armand had not been at his bench that morning. His door was closed, the latch unbolted, and his neighbors had seen men in the square carrying a list. They took a bookbinder, she said, and in the way she said it there was no melodrama, only an inventory of loss. Taken is a word that gathers everything the city lets fall: arrest, cart, the mechanized relief of the blade. She left sooner than she had come. Her basket emptied of gossip, her hands rubbing together the way hands do when they want to warm a thought. The square that day was not a place of bright pronouncements. It was a place where the guillotine's presence had become punctuation to the daytime and absence that makes sentences shorter because it makes the next clause so small. I watched, because what else is there to do when your curiosity is now a duty and your duty is to observe? I stood in a doorway near the tribunal and observed, the way I have observed bindings, the minutiae of the world. The cart came with clerks and a man reading from an official paper. The voice that read names was practiced. There is a certain economy to the way public death is administered, a cadence that removes modesty and turns life into ledger accounting. When the clerk read Armand Gautier, the sound moved like something that begins in the mouth and ends in another person. I felt as if I had been given back my own voice and then told it was not mine to keep. The crowd rearranged itself like water around a stone. There was a small, practical sound, a purse clasped, a child led by the hand, a lover's grip loosened. For the city the name was a fact. For me, it had become an equation whose proof had been given in the most fragile of ways. Afterwards, in the shop while the light fell toward the attic and my customers were gone, I opened the ledger again. The entries were not oblique. The hand had recorded not only names but a system of notes: who had recommended whom, who had been denounced for murmuring. An odd column where the cross of a clerk's quill seemed to mark the conscience of an informant. It read like a map of agency disguised as an index of fate. The ledger's presumption was that the city could be made legible in a series of lined names. If you know who will be called, and you make the call loud enough, people rearrange themselves to make that calling true. My fingers found the edge of the page and began to make copies. It is a small sin to copy a book. It is a larger one to copy a book that might be called evidence of murder. Yet copying is the sort of work my hands know. Copying is a way of understanding. To copy is to read slowly enough to learn the muscle of the hand behind the words. I took the ledger to the lamp, and there, with the shop finally private, I set about the slow arithmetic of transcription. The paper was not a challenge to a practiced eye. The work was the decision in my chest that would not stop knocking until I had put ink to paper. I copied as the city breathed. Outside, a cart passed with the sound of boards. A dog barked. Someone cursed. The sound made the kind of music that keeps a shop open even when it wants to shut. I copied each name with a patience sharpened by fear. When I reached Armand's entry, my hand halted as if the finger itself were being held by a clerk across centuries. I traced each letter like a ritual and felt, as I set the final down, a kinship with the hand that had first written the name. I was both thief and witness. Why copy? In those early hours I did not know whether my copying was the shape of resistance or the beginning of the trap. I told myself it was a way to bear the knowledge. A ledger that is copied cannot be the only ledger. If the city's authority keeps a single list, a copy multiplies possibilities the way seeds multiply. I also told myself the obvious truth. When paper is multiplied, the lie that depends on scarcity can be undermined. I folded the copied page and tucked it within the binding of an unassuming prayer book. The binding is the sort of place people do not look. They assume the pious to be safe. It is precisely that misapprehension which renders it useful. Not yet knowing what to do with the page, I left it there and wrote a note in the margin of my own ledger, copied. See, hold. The entry read like a confession and an inventory both. At night, sleep is a thin thing. The shop breathed in the dark the way old animals breathe, careful and periodic. I lay in my small bed over the back room and listened to the city's sleep sighing through shutters. The ledger's weight under the false bottom felt like a heart beating out of sync with mine. I turned the day's events and weighed them as a merchant weighs cloth. For every good there is a defect, for every possible advantage a new vulnerability. This was the beginning of things I knew then. A name had become a notice had become an event. My copying was the first knot in a rope I half wished to hang and half wished to cut. I did not yet have allies. Tian had not been consulted, Father Benno T had not been told, but the compulsion to copy had a logic I could not resist. Observation must seed action if one is to be more than an inventory keeper. I would, in time, learn the cost of that first move. For now, the ledger had a name, the city had its appetite, and the shop smelled of ink and the promise of things that, once read, cannot be unread. The next morning I woke to a small sound that is peculiar to days when grief is freshly stitched into a town's garment, the chatter of shoes, the hush that comes before news amplifies. Someone left a scrap on my counter, a page torn from a pamphlet, a list of names with a single line crossed through. It was a small, informal courtesy. The market cleans itself by gossip. I kept my distance from the scrap as if proximity might make the ink soar. But my hand was steady. I opened the prayer book and found my own folded page, the letters I had copied the night before like a second skin. The presence of my handwriting there startled me not because of its quality but because of its commitment. My hand had made a witness of itself. In the days that followed, the ledger's first named victim became a model for so many things I would later need to know. Armand's absence taught me how quickly a life can be turned into an example. It taught me how the city took names and folded them into its accounts so that a person might cease to be an individual and be reborn as a statistic on the page of a republic. It taught me as I traced letters in the lamp's stubborn light that knowledge is not neutral. It is a tool, a rod, a salve, a weapon, and a bargain all at once. To have knowledge is to be responsible for what you do with it. To hold a name is to be obliged, by some private arithmetic, to consider whether silence is consent. When I looked at the ledger then, for the first time with the responsibility of someone who had begun to copy, I saw not only the certainty of its entries, but the apertures in its method. The hand behind it believed in order. Order requires witnesses. If witnesses can be multiplied, if names can be relocated, if a public can be taught not to take the list as an incantation, but as a document authored by men with motives, then perhaps the ledger's authority might be contested. I could not, and would not, believe that a name on a page alone kills. But I could not pretend that names on a page were innocent. Between the two there is a seam. I began to imagine how to thread it. I did not yet know what that threading would cost. I describe myself plainly and without flourish, because that is the safest way to begin a confession. The less ornament, the less likely you are to be accused of dramatizing a crime. I sell books in a narrow room where the eaves make a slope of shadow across the shelves and the rain writes wet small letters on the window. People come to me with trades and griefs. I measure the day by the way the light changes on the spines, by the smell of paste in the morning when I mend a binding, and by the slow, punctuated squeak of the shop latch when someone leaves hurried and pale. It is a workspace and a church of sorts. The worship there is of margins and quiet orders. This is where the ledger arrived, folded like a leaf and colder than it had a right to be. And this is where I learned that alliances are made of small transactions. You must picture Tyne as you would picture a press, large, necessary, at times clumsy, at times impossibly precise. He is not handsome in the way a painter's apprentice might be described handsome. He is useful in the way a good tool is useful. I knocked at his door 2 evenings after the first name in the ledger turned the face of an acquaintance into a blank where once there had been a shop front. I announced myself not with a flourish, but with the economy of a person who knows what a night's work will demand. "You have the kind of hands a press is jealous of," he said, when I stepped into the warm, soot-scented room. The lamp above the press turned letters into small black animals, flat, significant, ready to be set loose. The press breathed like a sleeping beast. The impression of the iron, the smell of oil, the tight metallic cool where type had recently been wiped, they were all a comfort in their ordinariness. For a moment, I fancied that the world could be reset by the orderly clack of metal on wood. I told Tyne the ledger's contents without theatrics, the neat columns, the dates, the certainty that transmuted a name into a sentence. He listened as if I were describing a new type of case he might print for a client, his fingers turning an invisible page. He did not glance at me as one who is easily shocked. His profession had accustomed him to words that could topple a man as deftly as a sword. "You want me to make facsimiles?" he asked finally, and his voice was as efficient as a clamp. "To make plausible things that are not true," I corrected. Truth, I had learned, is often a question of packaging, to send them where the ledger would send them and watch the machinery. Hesitate. Tian considered the costs before the conspiratorial glow of a lamp considered our faces into small islands. He named them as a man who had lived with type and testimony, plates that incriminate apprentices who are quickly disappeared. The risk to his press and to the journeymen who lean on their carts outside. He put his hands to his apron as if to feel the texture of compromise. "It will cost me something I cannot show in brass or paper," he said. "You understand me?" I did. I knew the prices men collect in the night, the slow fraying of the conscience, the small thefts from one's own life to pay for others' lives. I had a ledger of my own, less archival and more domestic, where I kept account of favors and debts. I offered paper, however plain, and some money in coin that I had set aside for repairs. I offered to place certain marginalia in volumes I sold to soldiers and clerks, to let the shop be a distribution point for a quick turn of leaflets. The trade was banal and precise, paper for plates, rotes for shelter. "You need someone light on their feet," Teen said. His eyes glanced toward the doorway as if to measure whether the night might hold spies. An apprentice, a courier. I thought of Lucy, then the apprentice I had taken in 2 winters earlier, because she had a knack for folding, and a laugh that made the bindery smell warmer. She could slip down a lane like a note sliding into a pocket. Her hands were quick. Her courage, if that is the right word, was as precise and reckless as a child's. I thought also of Father Guillotine, of the small chapel whose confessionals gathered gossip like leaves. He could hide things beneath his missals, and he had eyes that had learned to look away when it served mercy. We formed a ledger of a different sort, a list of names not to be written but to be saved, a barter in which knowledge piggy-backed on existing trades. Tyne wanted plates, paper, and an account of the ledger's style. Father Guillotine wanted assurances that whatever we did would spare the innocents who came to the chapel. Lucy wanted, at first, only to be useful and to feel the heat of the world as something she might change. The first meeting was practical. We met not in any great theatre of conspiracy, but in the small back room of my shop after the day customers had gone and the rain had reduced outside to a constant punctuation. The room smelled of old glue, lemon oil, and the closing of the day. Lucy sat on a stool with her knees turned inward. She fingered the hem of her sleeve like a child unpacking courage. Father Guillotine arrived by the window, his cassock muffling his steps. He carried no theatrics, only a satchel of slips, an expression that suggested he had always expected the world to call for impossible compromises. "We will not be saints in this," the priest said when I explained the ledger in the stillness. "We will be sinners who save some. Let that be our prayer." There was little ceremony in his hands as he produced a map of sorts, notes on hideaways, a list of confessors who kept certain records, a catalogue of missals with hollowed spines. He spoke of confessions as repositories of information. He had seen names pass through the confessional like raindrops through a sieve. He offered, in exchange for secrecy, the use of the chapel's vault briefly and with careful timings so that plates or lists might be stowed without risk of sudden search. I remember the way Tyne's face changed when Father Guillotine said vault. It was like a printer hearing the rumble of a press that would not misprint. There was a relief thin, almost knife edge that 2 institutional organs might be bent toward the same illicit end. We had, in short, the means to make credible copies and the means to keep the dies and templates hidden. But what hung in the air, heavy and fragrant as the glue we used, was trust. Trust is a commodity that costs more than coin in times like these. I have been reluctant to ask for aid. It is a habit of my trade, perhaps a survival skill. Books teach one to be solitary in noteworthy ways, to believe in the authority of a well-turned sentence before the warmth of a hand. Yet the ledger's logic made loneliness impractical. To sit with a book that named the dead, and to hope one could do nothing was cruelty. To act alone was dangerous. So I learned to translate my reticence into contracts, small, precise obligations that could be enforced by the fear of shame if not by the law. Our method of copying was born more of necessity than of invention. The ledger's paper had a cheap, municipal smell, a pale, fibrous thing, pressed to a dull finish. Any counterfeit had to match its weight, its grain, the tiny, almost invisible brown freckles where an old clerk had spilled tea over a column and failed to blot the stain. Tyne had a genius for mimicry. His presses could make something look like it had aged by being handled by bureaucrats, not by being left to the elements. He taught us the small arts required. First, he said, we must find the paper. If you cannot match the feel, you cannot match the lie. He sent us to a papermaker outside the city, who stored off cuts in a loft and sold them for a little coin. Lucy, I learned, had a special way of folding such sheets so that the crease read like the history of being read, and reread. This was important, because official lists were not pristine. They were used. Second, Tian said, we must smudge the ink in the right places. Not all official hands are tidy. Look for the clerk who presses too hard with his quill. reproduce that. He demonstrated by picking up a worn nib and dragging it gently across a scrap. The mark was not an accident but a fingerprint. Third, Father Benoti said softly, you must be able to carry the object and not be carried by it. A false list that draws center stage will be burned in a day. A good false list moves like breath. We worked through nights that smelled of paste and worry. Lucy learned to fold documents into collars and hems. She could pass a sheet to a laundress who would hang it among shirts and carry it across the city like a secret in plain sight. We practiced the weight of the lie by passing paper between hands until it felt right. Teen printed sample headers until the type slanted correctly. He ground inks with the careful persistence of a man who believes in the sanctity of his craft and the sin of the cause. I copied, by hand, the ledger at first, because the original could not leave my sight for longer than my courage allowed. My fingers smudged the columns. I counted the lines as if they were stitches in a net. There was a private arithmetic in copying. To write a name was to rehearse the sound of a finality. I wrote not as an artist but as an instrument, a human press. When my hand cramped, Tien took the sheet and matched it with his plates to see whether the impression read as municipal or as counterfeit. He adjusted the pressure with a look that was almost tender. We learned also that knowledge travels not only by paper but by performance. A list made convincing not only when it matched the ledger's paper and type, but when it arrived with the proper ritual, delivered at dawn to a small clerk, allowed to be read in a low voice at a quay, discreetly folded and refolded in the hands of a laundress who mouthed each syllable like a prayer. Lucy was our first conscience of the street. She watched how a porter handled a sheet, where he thumbed the corner, the way he breathed when a name was read aloud. Small details mattered, the particular way an official's quill stuttered when he hesitated over a word, the smell of wine on a clerk's sleeve, the way a wife folded a sheet before she crossed a threshold. Our first counterfeit was crude and also, in its modesty, truthful. Tien printed a narrow sheet that matched the ledger's columnar habit. I ran a quill over the headings to make them look used. Father Benoti provided a borrowed seal, a sorry thing but persuasive to an unpracticed eye. Lucy folded the sheet into the collar of a man who worked the fish market. He was chosen because his hands smelled of salt, and because he had once been in debt to a man who now sat in judgment. That is the other arithmetic of such work. Every kindness in these times trades for an old debt. The fishmonger would be useful in the chaos that would follow a misdirected list. I watched Lucy go through the wicket with the counterfeit planted like a secret in the man's collar. She had too much of the future in her face, too little of a practice for fear. I told her, quickly and in the margin of our courage, if you are taken, say nothing that will lead back to the shop. She nodded. Her eyes were bright with the particular light of someone who believes she can change the arrangement of the stars. Then came the waiting, which tastes like watching ink dry under a lamp. We waited for the tribunal's machinery to read the list, and to move with the tidy certainty with which it turned a name into a procession. We waited for the appointed confusion, a rout of clerks, a misfiled warrant, a distracted halting of wheels. When the city turned its face an inch from its usual obsession, we breathed. A man I had never known, a fishmonger whose collar hid a counterfeit, slipped from the registry's attention. He carried his life home like a small, stolen coin. It was a success of a small and moral variety. It proved that a name might be diverted if enough of the right rituals were observed. But even in victory the atmosphere tasted of ash. Every new hand we involved increased the circumference of risk. Tiner's plates were now a kind of treasure that could condemn him if found. Father Benot's vault could be discovered by a clerical rat. Lucy's small courage could be her undoing. I catalogued each new ally in my private ledger of fear, where they slept, what their vices were, the habits that might betray them. We had also made a new kind of enemy by existing in conspiracy, The ledger itself had, it seemed, been designed to be believed. It had an architecture of trust who took the passage of words as natural law. To put a counterfeit into that architecture required not only mechanical skill, but a philosophical insolence. We were saying that an administered list was not the same as fate. This idea, simple as it sounds, is dangerous in a city that had spent itself on certainty. People are comforted by the notion that some authority will, by naming, save them from the terror of deciding themselves. Our small victory taught me a lesson I had not been willing to learn in the solitude of ink and spine. That knowledge shared is not mere illumination, but an action that shapes the future. The ledger had been, in part, an apparatus not prophecy but planning. To infest that apparatus with counter-knowledge was to wrest a small corner of agency back from the administrative mind. The cost might be my life and the lives of those I had asked to keep my secret. It might also be the first fracture in a system that believed it could fix meaning with a quill. At the end of that night, after Lucy returned safe and a faint smile ghosted the line of her mouth, we sat together in the dim backroom like conspirators who had temporarily escaped arithmetic. Tyne washed his hands, and the water came off in black shards where ink still clung. Father Ben-O-T folded his hands as if in prayer. Lucy plucked at the hem of her sleeve and laughed too sharp for something that tasted of triumph. I remember the way I catalogued the room, the press shadow on the wall, the smell of oil and wet paper, the sound of traffic beyond the shutters like a sea. I remember thinking with a dull, surprised clarity that one cannot save other people without acquainting oneself with the smallness of one's courage. In the ledger of my life until then, I had been a careful keeper of words. I had not considered myself an agent. Now, by the quiet act of passing a counterfeit into a collar, I had turned my careful habits into a weapon. The question that kept me awake was not whether the tribunal would notice, but whether I had the right to decide which names ought to be spared. We agreed, with the pragmatic cruelty of people who know only the arithmetic of immediate survival, on a set of rules. No wholesale falsification that would flood the city with doubt and cause reprisals. No reckless exposures that would burn the press and the chapel. No involvement of people who would be condemned if found. These rules were not moral absolutes so much as the scaffolding for our fragile operations. They were, too, a way of keeping my conscience from being entirely eaten by the expedients of the moment. We sealed our compact with mundane acts. Tyne tucked a plate into a recess behind a stack of forms. Father Ben-O-T recorded the times the vault could be used in his private breviary. Lucy practiced folding documents until her fingers bled slightly and then refused to speak of it. I copied 3 more sheets from the ledger that night, slow as a scribe, and then hid the original beneath the false bottom of an old trunk where moths liked to make their calendars. When I shut the shop that night, the latch clicked in a way that sounded like an oath. The city beyond was a map of flame and duty, and I felt the weight of the ledger like a stone pressed against the palm of my hand. We had made allies of ink and oath. We had traded quiet blessings for the risk of exposure. The machinery of naming had met a counterforce not of arms but of patience and mimicry. We had begun to learn the way networks whisper. But alliances are porous things. They admit heat and cold alike. They admit betrayals that come not only from malice but from fear. As I turned the key and the night swallowed the shop, a small and blunt terror formed under my ribs. By spreading knowledge we had gained power, and with it, the obligation to make choices that would not be limited by our conscience alone. There would be, I suspected, nights when my pen would ache with the script of a name that I must either pass or erase. There would be times when a friend's face would appear on a list, and the arithmetic of mercy would be crueler than any writ. I went to bed with the image of Lucy folding a sheet into a collar, and of Teen cleaning his press in silence, and of Father Ben-O-T watching for the small mercy that keeps a city human. I slept fitfully and dreamed of columns of names walking like small caged creatures along the gutters. The next morning, before the city had properly put on its offenses of bread and noise, a boy came running with a scrap of gossip folded in his hand. They delayed a procession, he said. His eagerness was a kind of prayer. I did not know whether to be pleased or afraid. The ledger had been tampered with, and the city, for a few hours, had been given the gift of doubt. That doubt would be a hunger in its own right. We had, in short, made the first alliance, not heroic and not clean, but effective enough to buy a life. That is the sort of success that tastes of both victory and ash. The ledger's influence had been challenged, but we had also widened the circle of risk. The next steps would require trade-offs I was not yet ready to name aloud. For now, I counted the margins and the small hands that would carry our lies. For now, the shops smelled of paste, and the presses hummed in the distance like a congregation starting to edge into prayer. There is a question that will not leave me and that I keep writing in the margins of my ledger at night. When you turn a name into a lie for mercy, do you write salvation or sacrilege? The answer will not be found in the ink, but in the choices we make when the ledger turns its column toward us. For now, we have allies. For now, we will learn the art of making plausible what is not. For now, the first false list has been sewn into a collar and sent into the city like a small, dangerous bird. The hook is simple and immediate. There is a rumor in the market that a procession stalled, and that a man who was to be taken did not appear. It is small as a rumor, but in the days to come, such small things will gather into a storm. We have learned how knowledge moves when whispered. We have not yet learned whether our whispers will feed a revolution or merely startle the sleeping power into a new cruelty. I close the night with a ledger beneath my pillow and a prayer that the next name I read will be one I can bear to write, and a resolve that, if the ledger comes for me, I will have made sure others know how to write back. There are trades whose instruments smell of their ethics. A baker's hands carry yeast like a secret. A tailor's thumb knows the small geometry of a body. For me, the trade is measured by grain and glue, by the hush of vellum when the shop is dark and the city leans against its own hunger. I had thought that the danger of the manuscript I kept beneath the false bottom was in its naming, that a name, once read, seized a throat and would not let go. I had not fully understood how dangerous the making of counternames could be, how the very tactile acts of rubbing, folding, pressing, and burning would change us. You arrive at technique through need. The first time Chien came to my shop, it was with the quiet gait of a man who has learned to imagine his hands as both tools and liabilities. He stood among my shelves with a lamp between his palms and looked at the spines the way a surgeon looks at a wound. Paper has a memory, he said, as if speaking only to the boards of the room. We mustn't assume it forgets. That was the beginning of how I came to learn the small liturgies of forgery. He taught me to read paper as one reads a face. Laid paper still wears the faint ribs of its mold. A watermark tells a parish or a mill. The tribunal's lists were not only words, they were bureaucratic products, worked by clerks who preferred certain sheets, sealed with particular ink. If one wished to make a counterfeit that might pass a clerk's eye, one had to match these minutiae. We studied the city's registers. Tien took from his pocket a thin rectangle, an example of a paper used most often for municipal lists. He held it to the lamp and asked me what I saw. I said the ribbing and the faint emblem in the lower left. Not enough, he said. Feel it, run your thumb along the chain line. The paper answered with a dry friction that felt like the memory of a loom. To copy a page that had weight, we had to make paper that carried the same weight. We purchased second-hand sheets from a mill on the outskirts, the sort of mill whose proprietor had a soft spot for lost tradesmen. We had to age the paper to the right pallor, not the sun-bleached white of a recent pamphlet, nor the rotten brown of attic leaves. We rinsed the stock in an iron vessel over coals, adding a pinch of tea and a scrap of blue dye to soften the tone. Tyne insisted I learn the exact temperature at which the pulp yielded the right look. There is, he said, a heat that bruises nothing but changes everything. There is a vulgar image of forgery as a deception of ink alone. It is gentler and crueler to know that the type itself must be altered. The leads that form letters are bodies with faces. Each nick and wear marks a page. Tyne kept an array of type in the corner of his shop, each case like a palette for a strange painter. When one reprints a list to look like the tribunals, one cannot simply set the same letters, one must give them the same scars. He would take a single O and rub at its shoulder with a whalebone slip until the curve showed the same tiny chip as the official copies. At first I felt a curious pity for the letters themselves, an almost superstitious respect, as if to alter a character imperiled an idea. We learned to make proofs, and then to burn them. I would watch Tien feed printed sheets into a shallow brazier, their black letters bright as drowned constellations before they curled and stuttered into ash. "We must not leave the practice of the thing behind us," he said, voice low, and he meant both the copper plate and the conscience that might tempt us to reuse a scam. Burnt proofs are a kind of penance. They are also a practical necessity. The smell of scorched fiber carries no fork in the eye of a clerk who looks for recent ink. We learned to print the counterfeit in a single pull, as if the breath of the press was a confession that must not be repeated. Lucy learned fast. She had the sort of fingers that folded quietly and with intent. The same fingers that would later hide a list into the fold of her collar, as if it were a coin. Her first attempts were clumsy. She would crease the margin too harshly, spit on a corner to make a counterfeit water stain that read as falsified to the practiced eye. Too theatrical, Tien told her once, smiling despite himself. "We are not plundering a stage, we are negotiating with a clerk's dullness." She laughed, that quick, bright sound that always made me feel like someone who had forgotten to lock the door. There are small rituals, a recipe for secrecy, like a cake whose measurements you trust. We trimmed the edges of the forged sheets with a file to mimic the decal of the mills the tribunal used. We pressed a faint fold at the top left, the token of a desk clerk who habitually turned lists in the same way. We even matched the peculiar tilt of a particular hand that sometimes annotated the margins with a brief dot. One of our proudest achievements was teaching Lucy the particular art of scoring a page so that it would sit in a ledger and look as if it had always been there. Hiding was as much art as making. A counterfeit list could be perfectly convincing and still be useless if it did not travel. The city is a theatre of pockets and hems, of laundry lines and sluiceways. Tien taught me how journeymen hid proofs in chimneys and odds safe, but chimneys are inspected more than you might think. I preferred bindings. The book is a syncretic thing, the spine is a road, the pages are harbors. I took apart old dictionaries and novels destined for pulping, and with careful hands I cut false bottoms, slotted slips beneath pastor downs, tucked folded lists into the hollow of a binding's head cap. There is something intimate about slipping a secret into a book. One expects the book to keep it, because the book knows secrets already. I taught Lucy how to make a fold which would allow a paper to be removed without leaving a telltale trace. Not like a thief, I told her, pressing the paper between my fingers, my nails ridged with glue, like a midwife, not brutal, gentle. Slide it in as you would a baby's blanket, then smooth the margin. The seam is our silence. She practiced with receipts and scraps, then with my old lists. Each practice run made her faster and surer. Each success fed her courage. There are minor hypocrisies to all of this. I would clean a typeface and call it necessary, while knowing the same hands would have once set the very proclamation we meant to subvert. Tien spoke once of his apprenticeship under a man who printed sermons that would later be used to justify a death. He had not spoken of it until it became necessary to admit the dimension of our actions. There is no pure press, he said, and he meant that the press is a tool wielded by convictions, by hunger, by those who think they are saving the city. To alter a sheet was to carve into the city's literature, to lay a new name into its ledger. We rehearsed distribution. Bastien was useful for quick legs. But Lucy's carefulness meant she could carry a falsified list tucked into a hem and release it only when the pattern of the crowd would accept it. We tried a practice run in the market. Tyne had printed a small batch of counter lists naming a minor clerk likely to be called that week. Not for cruelty, no. For training. Lucy pressed the paper close to her chest, folded into the collar as she had been taught, and walked through the throng where the smell of frying oil and the shout of sellers formed a veil. For a few minutes I thought my heart would leap out, as if to make a home for itself in the cobbles. She slipped the name to a woman who had been an ally in the laundry, and the woman made an idle remark. We watched a rumor take its first breath like a gull testing wind. The clerk in question was summoned one day later to answer a complaint. He was questioned, moved, embarrassed, but not executed. It was a small success, enough to make us hungry. Hunger is itself a danger. With success comes appetite, and with appetite comes risk, the desire to do more, to prove a theory by demonstration. Tyne cautioned us. Technique without prudence becomes theatre. He told me, his hands stained with the ink of 1,000 decisions. He was right. The more we practiced, the more we tempted the gaze of those who watch for anomalies. The tribunal is not only a machine of judgment, it is also trained to observe what does not belong. There are moral details to the craft. We could make a list that swapped the name of an innocent for the name of an informer. We could, with a steady hand, save people with a little fraud. But each time we chose a name to protect, we forced ourselves into the role of judge. I found that the bookish habits that had once been the consolation of solitude, cataloguing marginalia, counting editions, turned into a dangerous calculus: who to save, who to let be named. Doing so required the sort of knowledge that kills illusions, that not all names deserve rescue, and that sometimes rescue requires trading one set of lives for another. On one damp afternoon, Tyne sat across from me at my counter and pushed a clean proof toward me like a challenge. "We can make this look like an official amendment almost perfectly," he said. "But if we put a man's name there, and he is spared, someone else may be suspected in his place. Are you willing to name for others? Are you willing to be the hand that weighs? There are things which reading cannot answer. There are decisions that must be made in the silence after the lamp guttered." I formed habits to blunten the edge of decision. I wrote marginalia small notes of method, guides hidden between folios, so that someone might follow our technique without assigning me the role of executor. The marginalia became pedagogy: how to fold, how to match a watermark, how to determine whether a clerk could be misled by a turn of phrase. In time I began to imagine a ledger of marginalia, a counter-text that taught readers to read authority rather than meekly accept it. At night, as I sat at the counter and thumbed through a book with a false bottom, I would sometimes feel the press's phantom weight in my chest. I would recall the press's iron breath, the whalebone scrape, Lucy's small delighted curse when a fold went true. The city outside was a thrum of carts and the occasional distant bell. The guillotine's shadow lay across the market like a damp cloth. Yet in the small domestic geography of glue and old paper we had carved a place where something could be altered. Our successes were not all heroic. We misprinted once, the ink bleeding at the edge and revealing a pale ghost of our counterfeit to anyone who looked close enough. Tyne swore and then, with a patience I admired, reprinted the sheet and burned the bad proof with a ritual I came to see as both expiation and insurance. "Never leave a sin unburned," he said, "and never show your hand twice in the same way." The lesson sank in. Our craft had rules, and some rules were given by the city's cruelty. At the end of one lesson, Tyne folded his hands and looked at me as if he wished to test my resolve. "We will be judged by the craft we leave behind, not the intent we profess," he said. "If we are discovered, it will be because of a slip, a wrong paper, a clumsy fold, a telltale grain. Your hands are steady, Mary. Your speech will lend authority. Lucy has the legs, we have the press. But remember, practice creates footprints." His voice softened. "If we must leave a trail, let it teach those who come after how to name themselves differently." So we practiced with intent. We matched watermarks by pressing them into damp sheets with low heat. We nicked types to mirror the tribunal's own. And we learned how to fold a list into a collar so that it felt like a coin and not a confession. We hid our trials in the hollow of bindings and burned the proofs that bore our mistakes. Every successful counterfeit increased our confidence and our exposure in equal measure. When Lucy finally slipped a folded list into a uniform and watched the name be read aloud in the market, I felt both a maternal pride and a vertiginous fear. The ritual of making had a theatrical element. We gave names away as if placing flowers on a grave. We were not yet certain whether the ritual would change the grave or only dress it. A rumor began to stir, a small breeze that might become wind. The city did what a city always does with objects of cleverness: it adapts them. Our methods moved beyond our control as a laundress began to use our fold in the collars of her charges, as a grocer wrapped a false list inside the rind of a cheese to smuggle it past a checkpoint. In the suit and the rumor, the counterfeit had found a life of its own. It was a dangerous consolation. Technique had become contagion. We had taught ourselves how to alter fate by altering the fabric of documents, but in so doing we had also created a new instrument with consequences we could not fully foresee. The ledger we meant to weaken now had its own enemies and parasites. There would be nights when the hope of a saved man tasted sweeter than the fear of discovery. And there would be other nights when the image of burned type would stand for every life we had ever changed. On the morning we decided to attempt, properly, the first diversion that might pass an honest clerk's eye, I slept poorly. The memory of our practice pressed in my hands like a book that would not close. I rose before dawn and laid out the materials as if for a sacrament: papers of matched grain, the clean type, the plate 10 had prepared, the little slips for binding. Lucy came with her collar folded inward and practiced the takedown for the 100th time. Tyne smoked a pipe and kept the press in its pale, mechanical breath. We were ready not because we were certain, but because we had learned to hold the trimmer and act anyway. The margins and the methods had taught us that secrecy is not only a matter of hiding, but of making plausible. We had learned to make the city believe another story, even briefly. What we had not learned, and could not be taught by any press or fold, was the exact shape of the consequences once the city took our counterfeit into itself. When Lucy left, the collar folded like a small secret against her breast. I felt the old ledger beneath my own pillow, a thing of ink and fate. We had exchanged one kind of ledger for another, not the tribunal's authoritative column, but the marginalia of our own making. Either could become a map or a noose. Either could save or condemn. I could not tell which would come first. I only knew, with the stubborn clarity of someone who has spent a life measuring books, that the method was now part of the politics. The press had spoken. The city would answer. And so we went to press. The first pull came like a judgment. The iron fell, the sheet took the ink, and the black letters lay down as if stitched into the fabric of a page. We waited, the three of us, while the odor of fresh ink filled the room and the lamp hallowed the flecks of dust that hung like distant stars. Tyne lifted the sheet and held it to the light. I could see my own face reflected in his eyes, older than I felt, marked by a seriousness that did not leave room for second thoughts. He folded the sheet in the manner I had taught Lucy, and for a moment the world outside the window was just a breath. Then he tucked the sheet beneath the press's case and covered it with a cloth. "For now," he said. "For now we will not look at the names as if they are final. His voice carried the wary wisdom of a man who knows the weight of the object he keeps. Outside, a bell began to toll the hour. Inside, we put our tools to rest and our secrets away. The methods had been set. The margins had been mapped. The city awaited our little counter-argument. We had learned how to make a name portable and how to bury it in bindings so that a book might carry a death or a life in equal measure. A hook drew at the corner of my mind. If we could make a believable counterfeit, would the tribunal not have methods to catch a forger? If our craft taught us how to misname, it also taught what traces to look for. I could already imagine the commissaire's ledgered mind how he would look, not just for the paper and the type, but for a grammar of error. We had not yet, in the contained pride of our new methods, accounted fully for his gaze. There was a final hush before Lucy left to run the practice in the market. Tyne clasped my hand, rough and warm, and spoke as if to a friend and a conspirator. "If you are to teach others," he said, "teach them when to be silent. Technique without that is only noise." The door closed on Lucy's light step. The lamp guttered low, and the press's iron settled into a quiet that felt like sleep. I sat among my shelves and wrote a small note, not a marginal instruction, but a meditation, how small arts become public politics. I pressed the paper into the binding of a journal destined to be sold to a man who loved dictionaries. The secret tucked beneath the leather felt like a pulse. The shop breathed. The city beyond the eaves prepared its own judgments. We had learned margins and methods. The consequences of their use would be the subject of the next lesson. When the bell called the hour again and the market took its breath, I thought of the linen collar at Lucy's throat and of Tian's clean proofs. We had moved from the shelter of knowledge into the more dangerous weather of action. The press had taught us how to counterfeit certainty. The question that would follow, and which would not be answered easily, was whether such counterfeits could change a people's belief in fate without becoming a new fatalism of our own making. For now, there was only the weight and the machinery of little habits. Outside, the city continued its slow commerce of rumor, and within, the bookshop kept a new kind of ledger, one written in the margins and the methods of a craft that might yet save or damn a man. The lamp flared, a footstep on the stairs. Lucy returned, breathless and bright, and in her hand the folded collar lay like a coin. She looked at me, eyes asking a question that had no neat answer. "It worked, ma'am," she said, and for a second the shop held a fragile currency of triumph. Then she added, quieter, "They asked for the clerk. He was late to the table, had been humiliated, but he walked away." Her voice broke on the last word. There was the sound of a kettle beginning to boil in Tiny's shop, and the small clatter that marks the turning of a new plan. I made tea and slid a clean sheet into my ledger. We had learned the recipe. We had tried the fold. The market's breath had accepted our coin. But the ledger, the true ledger that sat under the tribunal's hand, would not be so easily fooled for long. We had introduced our methods into the city's vocabulary. Our next lesson would be on endurance, on the cost of continuing the craft when the commissaire's gaze sharpened. For now, we kept our hands warm and our voices low, counting margins like rosary beads and preparing for the moment when practice would meet the real and unforgiving test of the square. The hook that would pull us into the next chapter was not a revelation but a promise. Practice, once made public, cannot be unlearned. Someone else will fold that collar. Someone else will burn that proof. The city will use our methods as we used the ledger, sometimes for mercy, sometimes for malice. We had taken the first step into that reckoning. Outside the eaves, a cart rattled by, and for an instant I thought I heard the distant echo of the guillotine like a punctuation mark. Inside, Tyne set the press to rest. Lucy smoothed the collar in her hands, and I wrote a single marginal note that I meant for no one and yet hoped someone would read. To change a name is to change a world. Beware the weight of what you alter. I have spent my life in rooms where ink dries into instruction. We measure time by smudges on our thumbs. We know the history of an alley by the margins of a book left there. A bookseller learns, in the slow way one learns to read a face, how language has weight. The market's slogans mean less than the small, stubborn facts, the way a binding needs a quarter-inch of leather to survive a child's fingers. The neat extra-liner clerk pulls when he pretends surprise at a bill. I thought that weight would always bend toward quiet order. Someone reads, someone learns, someone forgets. Then the ledger arrived and taught me the difference between knowing and being named. The day the merchant was taken, I had not meant to leave the shop. Rain had made the cobbles soft as duff, and already the air smelled of iron, where the city keeps its wounds. I was arranging a consignment of pamphlets when Hortense came in, as if she had been blown on the wind-damp apron, hair caught in a stray braid. She stood at the counter as if to keep balance against the thought of whatever she would say. "They have taken Lemaire at the stall," she said. Her voice had the rubbing quality of someone who had spent her life moving fabric against fabric. It should have been a name among other names. It is strange how we keep certain ones. Lemaire, a quiet merchant who sold coffee beans in a barrel that leaked at the base, and who always counted change with a patience that felt like prayer. "Which Lemaire?" I asked, because there were a dozen Lemaimes in the quarter, and because names hang like moths on a lamp, and you must be precise to catch them. "Henry," she answered. They read a list and then they fetched him. The way she said they moved it from gossip into some civic verb. They meant men with ledgers of their own. They had the right to speak the city into being. At the market I found the canvas had been drawn back as if some puppet master had altered a scene. The stall was half empty, sacks cut open, beans scattered like a small earthy snow. Henry Lemaire stood with his hands on the cross-bar of his stall, as if holding himself together for the sake of work. He smiled when he saw me, and then a uniformed man lifted a folded paper, as if to read a catechism and read Henry's name. The sound of his name left the paper like a pronouncement. Children stopped playing. Dogs raised their ears. A woman gasped and folded her hands across a chest that feared the next fill of air. Henry Lemaire, merchant, accused of hoarding grain and conspiring with counter-revolutionaries. The man read, and in the sound of his voice the paper that had been a list became law. It was not the accusation alone. It was the act of reading that made the world bow to the sentence. They led Henry away with the precise, humane brutality of men who believed themselves servants of necessity. I watched, and then I catalogued the fold of the paper, the ink's stamp, the way he was allowed to look back once. His look was a small replica of his usual patience, and I wanted to tell him to take a list, to fold it into his sleeve, to hide paper in a loaf of bread. But that would have been foolish. You cannot bargain with the sound of your own name being read aloud. Afterwards, in Madeleine's salon, the ledger's authority spread like a stain among tea and crusts of bread. Madeleine receives the news like a woman who collects certain perfumes and knows when they have soured. Her salon is a place of carefully measured extravagance, a single gilt mirror, a trimmed candle that throws her guests' faces into softened relief. A thin pot of tea that passes among hands with the ritual of religion. "Names," she said, smiling in that way that keeps a blade under a napkin. She did not speak loudly, because the louder you speak, the sooner an ear will pick you out as dangerous. But she spoke in a cadence that made those present repeat the phrases inwardly, and thus make them true. "You understand, mon chéri, that when one man is named the rest of us rearrange. So you think the ledger foretells?" asked one of the women, a widow who still kept an old ribbon in her hair as a sign of the life that had been torn from her. Madeleine's smile sharpened. "I think it tells a story people choose to read as fate, and a story, once given authority, orders people's hands." She tucked a small napkin around her thumb like a shorthand for a vow. There was caution, of course. Some in the room muttered that the writer of the ledger was a malevolent seer, a sorcerer with the look of a clerk. Others said the lists came from the tribunal, and that the tribunal used lists as a way to arrange justice. I listened to the litany of rationales because in salons one learns the texture of belief. The ledger, Madeline said, was not only a book. It was a seamstress pattern for bodies. It guided the scissors. It took me that evening to go home, stand over the counter, and consider what it meant to hold a ledger. The shop is always a place of small betrayals, customers who ask for books they will burn, young men who buy pamphlets as if testing their pulses, a neighbor who hides a love note in the hollow of a binding. To hold a ledger is to hold a list of futures. I have known for a long time that words can be weapons. I had not yet accepted that a list could be a rack. I had already made careful copies of other things. Catalogues, personal notes, verses for a hand-bound volume. To copy is a familiar pleasure. Ink soaks into paper like rain into a hungry field. But copying the ledger felt different. Each name I traced felt like lifting a skein of rope and feeling how it tightened. Still, I copied. Not because I wanted to be complicit, but because I thought, if I could see names before they were read aloud, then perhaps we could answer them with other names, other stories. I began with a test. It seemed the modest thing to do. There is a kind of arithmetic that governs dissent. One makes a small scandal, observes the response, and then increases the scale. Tyne, who knows type like a man knows his hands, had a set of worn plates he would rather forget than melt down. I brought him my earlier copies, disguised as practice folios. He looked at the ink, the slant of the hand. They use the same clerk's curl at the tail of the S, he observed. All the more reason to watch where the quill is dipped, they. I said, aye. Whomever keeps this ledger has a hand trained in offices. It is an administrative handwriting, the hand of a man who has numbered God and counted out sin. He ran his thumb along a printed strip as if it might leave a bruise. If they decide who to read, they decide what order the city will take. We decided to try a small falsification, a trial, to insert a name no one would expect, an obscure clerk of no consequence, and see if the tribunal responded. If nothing happened, then perhaps the ledger's power was less absolute than fear made it seem. If something did happen, then we would know how quick the machinery was to tighten its screws. I made the copy with a slow, precise hand. My quill scratched like a small, frightened bird across the paper. I added marginalia as a practice, a smudge of ink, a cross where a clerk might mark confirmation, a notation that suggested a parish register. The art of forgery, I have learned, is not in the ink but in the social imagination you provide it. You hand the city a plausible lie and watch whether it wants to sleep with it under its pillow. Madeline promised to let the name float in a salon conversation as if it had drifted there by accident. She is good at this. She knows the exact way a question must be placed for it to appear necessary to ask. Hortense agreed to whisper it by the washstands. The laundresses are islands of rumor because they stand in the middle of other people's garments and hear things washed out of pockets. Bastien would carry a ragged flyer with the name tucked between other real names that would lend authenticity by proximity. We placed the false name into circulation as one places a trained bird into a flight, with care and a tether that can be severed at need. For a week we watched the city. People looked at the ledger differently, as if they had begun to doubt its unctuous absolutes. A man with a small shop left his door unlocked for the first time in months. A baker who had been suddenly listed of late smiled to his customers in a way that suggested he, too, was testing certainty. It was a subtle thing, like the stirring of a boat tied to the quay. Then something odd occurred. A minor official, whom I had never before noticed, slipped a paper into my neighbor's hand and said, "Cross-check this tomorrow." The name we had invented appeared on a docket of scheduling. That morning a group of municipal scribes gathered and argued in a language of registers, an authority that I listened to from my doorway. The name, our invented name, carried with it an implied order. People began to act as if the ledger had the final say because some clerk somewhere had chosen to accept the paper's authority. We had not expected the machinery to be so hungry. It accepted the bait with an appetite. The thought sat like a stone in my stomach. If belief made the ledger effective, then belief could be manufactured. And manufactured belief would be indistinguishable from divine certainty for as long as the state needed it. Madeleine rang her teacup against the saucer that evening when she came by the shop to see if the trial had held. "You see," she said, not triumphantly but with the wary pleasure of someone who had seen a seam in the city's dress, "they do not need the truth to run. They need agreement." "A dangerous hunger," Ten muttered. He had come by after closing, apron hanging like a pendulum of industry from his shoulders. The lamplight caught the ink on his fingers. "If anyone else learns how to feed it, we will all be in trouble." You may have given them a map to their own appetite. We argued. I am a woman of books and therefore of argument. I count clauses the way a gardener counts seedlings. Tyne thought we must stop. He said, we had performed a trick that would teach the state to be wary of tricks, and that the next lesson would be harsher. Madeleine, whose life depends on translating rumor into survival, said we had merely shown that names were not impossible to move. Hortense, who came in with her dampness and her quiet, said she was relieved a little. If the ledger could be shown to be mutable, perhaps some friends might be spared. The argument was not between good and evil so much as between different definitions of prudence. The coming days were measured by small alarms. A scholar I had known by sight, an old man who read by the hour and who kept a stack of dissertations tucked like kindling, was taken from his study. He had been named for sedition. The taking was done with that awful efficiency I have come to associate with ritual, a summons, a reading, a rope of paper that binds a life. The scholar looked at me as they dragged him away, his eyes the dull blue of paper left in sun. He mouthed that his last work had been a treatise on civic virtue. I wanted to believe him. When he was gone, his library smelled of turned pages and dust like a room that had been violated. Someone muttered, he must have been counter-revolutionary. His footnote running against the grain of the Republic. But others, who had seen him lean closer to the young students and correct their Latin, said quietly, he read the law as if it were a book and not a blade. When names begin to collect in the public imagination, they create their own weather. Mothers keep children inside. Men cross streets rather than return through marketplaces. A woman I had never liked, Madame Rousseau, who keeps watch over our street as if it were a stage on which she performs vigilance, began to spend more time peering at my window. Her attentiveness is the kind that drives suspicion and occasionally saves a life. She kept a ledger of faces in her head the way the tribunal kept one on paper. At night I copied more. A part of me, the part that has always loved the patience of letters, wanted to transcribe every line and place a cross where necessary. The other part, the practical, soon in me measured the costs. If the ledger is an instrument, where are its levers? Who tilts the page? Father Binot had suggested that the ledger is made by a collaboration, clerks who collate complaints, informers who whisper names in exchange for bread, officials who need a steady rhythm of names to justify their own vocation. The ledger, he said, is assembly. You cannot blame fate for what is, in truth, committee work. Then we can undo committee work, I said once to him, my hands stained with ink and the lamp's smoke. He looked at me as if I had suggested we unbind the sky. Undoing is not the same as preventing, he answered. You can loosen a stitch and yet the garment will not fall apart. You risk the cold. I do not pretend a purity of motive. I am for the most part stubborn and sometimes petty. I want my neighbors to be safe and my books to be books again instead of lists of doom. But there is a darker satisfaction in seeing the ledger's seams. Knowing how the machine works gives a kind of power. It is this power that both emboldens and terrifies me. When Madeleine told me that people in her salon began to doubt, I felt a queer, shy exultation that was immediately accompanied by the knowledge that doubt could be killed. Doubt is a fragile thing, a gossamer thread that, if pulled too hard, breaks and leaves the mind exposed and raw. The ledger's designers understand this. They prime public fear with names like a bell ringer primes a bell. Then they ring, and people come. Yet the week ended with a small, odd victory. A small tradesman who had been named, not the kind of man who would learn a new trade of revolution, but the kind who knows his counters and keeps his books, was permitted, for reasons we could not understand, to remain. People, seeing a fisher, said quietly that perhaps the ledger was not unerring after all. I chose not to tell them what else I had learned, that the ledger is not destiny because it is written, but destiny because people agree to read it as such. There are nights when the city becomes thinner, like a page poured over until words begin to show through from the other side and confuse the reader. On those nights I sit at my counter, candle guttering, and I pretend that every list is just a list. I count the ways people go on believing. I count the ways belief itself can be distributed like a contraband. I make notes in the margins of my mind. I tuck loose papers into books like seeds. The ledger teaches me that naming can be a weapon, that it can be used to secure a republic or to terrify a neighborhood. The lesson is a double one: names fix and names free. My work now is to decide which act of naming I will choose, to hold these pages and let their names hang like judgment, or to throw them into a new light and show them as the handiwork of men who prefer order to mercy. In the back of my throat a question has begun its slow burn. If belief begets power, who will dare to change the thing believed? When I close the shop, I lock the outer gate and sit with my ledger in my lap. I do not read it for prophecy so much as for pattern. The names repeat in rhythms, trades cluster, age brackets sing. The tribunal has certain tastes. The ledger is a mirror of those appetites. It delights in people who are both visible and vulnerable. I make another copy that night, and in the space between the letters I find a resolution. We will not yet call to arms. We will not yet burn down a tribunal. We will learn the machinery. We will plant counter-narratives like secret seeds. We will move a name here and a rumor there and watch whether the city will eat the lie. If the city eats the lie, then perhaps we can feed it a better story. But better stories have a cost. It is a private, stubborn plan, and it begins with the small things: a rumor in a laundress ear, a misplaced docket, a salon remark that sounds like a mistake. And yet the ledger teaches me that small things, once written and believed, have teeth. At the end of the night I place my copied page under a false bottom and press my hand over it like a woman pressing a child's fevered brow. Fear keeps to itself for a season, and I count those seasons like beads. Outside in the dark a cart rolled by, and the sound of wood on wet stone made the world seem narrower. The city is learning to speak in lists. We are learning how to answer. The name of my next step is patience, and the ledger's rope tightens another twist around the hollow of my choice. When I finally turn out the lamp, the last thing I see is a smear of ink drying on my thumbnail. It is a small, stubborn mark, the sort that does not wash away. I sleep with the ledger not on the pillow that would be foolish, but beneath my mattress like a seed bank. I know, with a clarity that belongs to those who have read too closely, that knowledge does not simply illuminate, it binds. The work is to learn how to use binding to release rather than to hang. In the morning the street smelled of rain and copper. The guillotine's shadow crossed the market like a prophecy. People moved as if they carried the knowledge of their names in their pockets. I met Bastian at the corner. His eyes were quick and his hands faster. He had news. Someone had taken a piece of paper and folded it just so. It might be nothing. It might be the beginning of something. I tucked the ledger copy further into my coat and walked on, listening for the city's next pronunciation. The hook of what comes next is simple and awful. Belief, once supplied, can be siphoned. But who dares siphon it? And at what price? I learned in the peculiar arithmetic of the shop. that triumphs are measured in the thickness of a throat swallow, and in the way a hand that has been steady for years will tremble at a stroke of luck. We had made so many small arrangements by then that the idea of forging a name at first felt almost domestic, a trimming of a margin, the substitution of a hairline, a clean fold. Yet the ledger we had come to know was a thing of public consequence, a registry that braided the private into the civic. To falsify one of its tangles was to put an engine into the hands of a child with instructions that might be read one way and then another. I had the feeling, the night we decided to try, that we were neither brave nor clever in a grand way, only determined and therefore dangerous. Tiny's shop smelled of hot metal and damp rags, a scent that to me was as good as any church's incense. He kept his presses near the back, where the chimney drew smoke in a particular slow way that softened the lamplight. The press had an appetite for secrecy. It ate by the light of one lamp and left the floors strewn with proofs that looked like small wastelands of thought-typeset sentences with their errors, the ghostly blurs where ink had pooled. We met there by arrangement that carried about it the obviousness of conspiracy, the cartwheel of the clock at 2, the clink of a cup set down too hard. "You know what you ask me to do," Tyne said, as we stood over the case. His voice had the worn tenderness of an instrument that has been often used. He feared the press as a man might fear an honest sword. There is a certain kind of fear that sharpens rather than blunts. He had that kind in him. "You want me to make the tribunal's words look like their own handwriting." "Not their handwriting," I said. "Their logic, their rhythm. The ledger reads like law because it repeats its own grammar. If the grammar falters for a morning, people will look up from their bread." Lucy had pressed between us, her face bright with the impatience of youth. She would have taken the place of a bellows if that had been possible. She expanded the air around the plan until it seemed inevitable. "They say a name once," she said. "We say another twice. Who will believe which? That is the test." I watched Tien take type, line by line. He set the letters with his left hand, as if he were arranging bones, careful, respectful, a craftsman's cadence. He was good at making things seem to have been made by accident. Scrapes, slight irregularities in spacing, an ink blot in the margin, all the signs of a bureaucratic product. "We cannot be too clean," he told me. "A ledger for the tribunal is clumsy. It must look like a thing that has been handled by dozens of clerks and by the fatigue of 100 nights. If it is too precious, it will look false at a glance." We argued over which names to alter. The ethics of that decision sat on the table between us like a plate of uneaten bread. In the end, the choice had to be strategic rather than sentimental. We chose men who had the shape of a neighborhood about them, small tradesmen, a boy who hawked fish, a man who mended shoes, names that would be missed by few and noticed by many. Our aim was not to save the famous, but to disturb the calculus of the tribunal. If the public were to suspect the ledger's inviolability, even in an instance, they might begin to check it themselves. It was a modest aspiration and a treacherous one. Tien mixed his inks as a painter might decide on a particular darkness. He insisted on using a stock of paper that had been washed and smoothed, a sheet that smelled faintly of starch and river water. To the unlearned touch it would feel official. To the clerk's eye it would appear as though it had been taken from a municipal roll, rather than from a common pamphlet. He set the types carefully, his face close to the case, and when the letters came off the form they were, magnificently and worrying, believable. At some point, while the press whispered, Tien paused and told us a fragment of a life that had been folded into his hands. The memory of a sister with hair like a black ribbon who had been taken on an accusation that had no more reason than a rumor. He pressed his thumbs into the wood of the composing stick and said, simply, "I do not wish for the thing that took my sister to be the only book the city reads." There was a crack in his voice, and for a moment the press made no noise, and the world beyond the chimney's mouth held its breath. The counterfeit itself was a careful thing. We mimicked the ledger's columns, its neat numerals, its way of assigning occupations, as if the profession were a sentence that might speak for the whole man. We attached the false names with the same ink and left a small smudge at the corner to imply the hurried hand of a clerk. Lucy folded the pages into small, unobtrusive rectangles that could be tucked into a sleeve, pinched between loaves, or slipped under a laundry line. "It must carry like a coin," she said. "It must be made so that it changes hands and is lost and found again." Distribution was its own small theology. We spoke with Bastien in the doorway of the market, a place where a boy's life is commerce itself. He took the folded lists in a pocket and walked off with the confidence of someone who knew how to be invisible amid noise. He sold news, but news is a porous thing. It passes from mouth to ear like water through a sieve. We entrusted him with the risky job of scattering our pages, where the crowd would pick them up with the same instinct as a beggar or a baker reaches for spare coin. Madeleine, who still had a salon's wit about her even as the city ate its fashions, whispered suggestions about how to place the documents so that they looked accidental, tucked behind the back of a stall, pinned to a parcel, slipped between the leaves of a Bible tied up for charity. Hortense promised to let a sheet dry on the line at the laundromat in such a way that a clerk might notice it as he passed, and then, as if by chance, bend to straighten his collar and look more closely. The distribution of a falsified sheet, we agreed, must imitate the random geometry of rumor itself. The morning we chose to let the leaflets go was raw, the air cut with a wind that smelled of horse and river. There was a grey, last light stillness before the market's engines warmed, the kind of half-silence in which small conspiracies are easiest to keep. Bastien moved like a shadow among stalls, an accomplished thief of moments. Lucy walked the bakery row with the purposeful gait of someone who belonged nowhere and everywhere. She slipped a folded page into the hand of a woman buying eggs with a firm, practiced motion. I stood by my shop front and counted how many pairs of shoes passed by in an hour and how many nods came with them. When the procession to the scaffold began, people had already found the lists. They read them and folded them again with the reverence others reserve for pamphlets. Rumor, as we had hoped, took the page and carried it. You know what watching a rumor happen feels like, a shiver that travels along a spine of faces. In the square, the tribunal's clerk read the named list with the same old cadence. His voice was a metronome that ordered the city for the moment. Then someone near the steps cried out, as if stunned by a syllable, and then someone else. Heads turned. A woman in a brown cloak pushed forward, clutching a folded scrap, and demanded to know why the ledger and this paper named different men. There was a beat of confusion, the thing that makes the human throat cool for an instant, and then an improvisation. The clerk read again, slower now. People compared hands, voices rose. The soldiers who guarded the scaffold looked the commissaire for instruction. A man in a ragged coat, one of those names we had selected for the sake of geography, rather than heroism, saw the space the confusion opened, and, hand in hand with a woman whose face I knew by its stubborn profile, slipped down a side alley. I watched as the woman guided him along with a small, fierce tenderness, as if she were stitching a seam shut behind him. For a moment the city felt newly porous. Certainty had a seam. Afterward, in the shop, we uncorked a bottle that had once been used for vinegar and drank, as if we had earned a sacrament. The room smelled of ink and bread and the oily breath of the press. Lucy laughed too loud, an exultation that bordered on something like terror. Bastien sat with a newsboy's glee and kept stroking the folded scrap in his pocket, as if to remind himself that the morning had happened. We had done it. The ledger had been embarrassed in public, and its authority, for a few hours at least, was questionable. But triumph is a fragile currency. By noon the bird of suspicion had found a perch in my chest. Words move quickly when they smell of scandal, and Renaud's name arrived with the weight of a sentence. We had not been careful in every aspect. Someone had seen Lucy move along the baker's row. Hortense's hands shook at the laundromat, and she had told a neighbor, who told a clerk, who told a clerk's wife, and the rumor among the municipal offices hardened into a tension. When men of the tribunal began to pore over records that had previously been left unattended, the city contracted around us. The very fact that we had succeeded made the apparatus pay us the compliment of taking notice. In the days that followed, more came to us like flies to honey, faces we had not known were watching. Questions that asked less about the morality of our act than about the method. How did they do it? The watchers asked in the market. Who is clever enough to tame the ledger? Each question was a finger tracing the seam of our small success, looking for the weak place. We had opened a pane in a house of glass. The wind entered and would not be easily shut out. Tyne grew more withdrawn. He worked with a clench in his jaw, as if the press had become a beast that might at any time bite him. "They will check the margins," he muttered. "They will call the paper by its watermark. They will watch the printers. They will think to burn what cannot be accounted for." He began to hide more plates in his chimney, and I felt the old story of his sister like a shadow that might elongate and swallow us. Lucy, who had spent the morning like a woman who had tasted a new hymn, now sat silently, her eyes hollow with a knowledge that had cost something. Madeleine's salon offered its small protections. She sent a note to a woman of a particular station who still owned a friend in the tribunal's clerical offices. The note was a pale thing, an inquiry couched as a gossiping compliment, and it bought us a few hours of complacency in a place where complacency is currency. But gifts like that are paid for later, sometimes with the very commodity they bought, and I felt the weight of a balance sheet I could not always read. So the victory, when it arrived, was both real and incomplete. We had proven, in a public square, that a ledger could be made to misfire. We had shown that the city's acceptance of a list was contingent, not mystical. But proving something to the world is not the same as changing the world. The tribunal is a patient institution. It keeps ledgers and it keeps records, and patient institutions learn where they can be hurt and then take measures against that wound. I understood this in the small way one understands after a long illness. You can cut back on one symptom, but the body will find another. Renaud tightened his nets. Clerks were watched, paper was inspected, and we, who had once thought ourselves nimble, began to feel the net's edges brush our limbs. I slept poorly that night, with the counterfeit list folded beneath my mattress like a heart. It beat there, a steady, small thing. We had bought breathing space for a handful of people. We had learned how belief could be shifted by a single piece of paper. Yet all the while I could hear, as if under the floorboards, the ledger's patient counting. The city had learned to doubt, which is something like a beginning, but the ledger had also learned to watch. In the weeks that followed, our network grew, a new hawker, a seamstress who would tuck a page into a hem, a journeyman who pretended to be clumsy and thus left a scrap of paper in his wake. People who cared for nothing except survival learned to place a folded sheet with the intuition of a practiced hand. Our acts became more confident and therefore more dangerous. Each new success widened the circle of eyes that counted us. There is a particular kind of joy in seeing a plan obey its own logic. It comes with a small, private ruin, the knowledge that what is creative can become formulaic. We learned to falsify the ledger not as an act of singular heroism but as a craft. Where once Tyne's hands trembled, they now moved with the slowness of habit. Lucy, who once hinted at songs on the square, now taught other apprentices how to fold a page so that a clerk would be fooled by its creases. The network became in this way more efficient and also more predictable. And predictability is the enemy of secrecy. The more we practiced the art of misnaming fate, the more likely it became that someone would also practice the art of catching us. Renaud would sharpen, we suspected, his gaze at the points where we were most confident. The ledger, which had been a thing we had once thought of as iron and immutable, was now an object of contention and craft. We had succeeded. The tribunal noticed. The next move would not be ours alone. When I closed the shop at dusk and ran my hand across the counters, I felt as one who has sewn a seam and then, having seen how the thread runs, wonders whether the stitch will hold. The city had been changed, not impossibly but uncomfortably. Some would say we had done a brave thing, and some might say a foolish one. I could not yet know which verdict would be more true. I only knew that the ledger had been shown to be manipulable, that names could be argued with as if they were propositions in a margin, and that a city's belief is a fragile, unscrupulous thing. The hook that pulled the rest of us forward was not the triumph itself, but the knowledge that we had learned something the state could not unlearn overnight, that authority's power lies in its acceptance, and acceptance can be eroded by a single, stubborn paper. We had given doubt its first breath. Whether it would live or choke would depend on what we were willing to risk next. The press room is warmer than the street, not by much. Paris in that year is always a poor heater, but the small brazier in Tyne's corner threw a soft, stubborn light that turned ink into a glossy black, like the throat of a new book. I had always known the smell of a press, oil and hot iron, wet rag and the sour sweetness of folding paper. It is a smell that claims you slowly. It is the smell of work done to the bone and of sentences set into a kind of public muscle. I stood in it for a long time and listened, the way a reader listens when a sentence refuses to give up its meaning at once. Tyne moved around me like a man who has learned to perform his fear with exact gestures: lift plate, smear ink, proof, fold, stack. Each motion had the necessary economy of habit, nothing showy, everything efficient. He lit the brazier as if he were lighting a ritual. The light fell on his hands, and the small scars that tell of presses misaligned and fingers too close to the type. "You should not come at dawn," he said, "not as a reprimand, but as a fact of trade. Dawn is for the clerks and for the commissaire who thinks the city is cleaner then." He had the voice of someone who names days carefully. There is a grammar to fear and to method. He had learned both. I had come because letters are always a kind of answer, and because the ledger in my shop made questions that could only be answered in print and in counterprint. I told him what I had found, the ledger's first names and the queer, clinical way it recorded dates as if time were an accounting matter. He rubbed his thumb over the rim of a plate and made a face that was part disgust and part calculation. "They write certainty into being, then punish those it names," he said. "And men like Renaud read it as though the ink were law. There are conversations that will not be had in daylight." We sat in the press room and began them. Tyne had a lamp, an old and honest thing whose glass had been clouded many times. Its flame trembled as if afraid to be seen. He showed me a shelf where he kept proof single leaves that had not passed muster, plates that bore tiny errors, the sort of misprints that reveal more than they hide. He touched a proof with the same tenderness a bookseller might give a child. "Error is a kind of truth," he said. "At times you can hide in it." Then he performed for me what was to become the chapter's private liturgy. He took a stack of plates, thin copper, their faces scored with the neat rows of type, and he slid them into his hands as if they were something both fragile and vile. He rubbed the edges, counted them almost without meaning to, and carried them to the hearth. The chimney there was not so much a flue as a repository. He had hollowed out a cavity behind worn brick, a place where a man can tuck a secret and then deny its existence with the thickest of lies. He pried at mortar with a small chisel until a sliver of space yielded, and then he slid the plates inside. The sound they made metal on stone was like a bone tapped for echoes. I have known men who hide money, who hide women, who hide shame. I had not seen him hide his tools of trade as if they were contraband. There are rosters that could mean nothing, he said, closing his palm over the mouth of the cavity. And there are rosters that are a noose. Once the state writes a name it expects to see that name tied. I will not let my plates be the rope. For a long time he worked in that silence, pressing mortar with his thumb, smoothing the seam until the difference was only a seam to the careless eye. It was then he told me about his sister. There is no good way to tell a story of loss. It will always sound like an accusation or like a failing, and the heart wants to crouch before both. His sister had been small-boned and quick with a laugh that made men look foolish. She sold ribbons at the market and rid the scraps of the day to the women who could not spare a denier for a pamphlet. Once, when the city was quieter and less sharp, she lured him home with a tray of tea and bread. Later she was taken at dawn, snatched in a rumple of coats, and a knock delivered as if law were merely a visiting card, and accused of conspiring with an Miga. They read her a name out of the ledger, and the ledger named her as if it were a ledger's duty. He searched the municipal registers. He pulled every piece of offal the bureaucracy kept, and tried to make it sound like a case. They offered him indigence in exchange for silence, threats in exchange for pretending he had never known her. He chose the workbench. He chose to learn the press with the idea that if he could understand how lists were made, he could make them bend. He spoke of her in a plain voice, dropping a clumsy joke once to see if grief might be absolved by laughter, and catching himself the way a man misplaces his step. I am good at making letters do what I intend, he said, but I am not the magistrate. I cannot make the tribunal see reason. I can only move what they read. There is in such statements an ethical economy, a recognition that craft does not equal justice, but that a craft turned with cunning might buy hours and years. I listened and catalogued as a bookseller does. I measure grief in small indexes, the cadence of a name, the halting of a sentence, the way a man avoids mentioning the street where a woman once stood. His confession was not confessional in the clerical sense. It was a fact offered as proof of motive. I do not like to be shown motive as though motive clears the moral ledger. A motive can be an excuse. Yet in the pressroom's heat, his motive looked less like an excuse and more like a map. He showed me his method for altering a public register. The plate must be adulterated so that an official reading it will not suspect tampering. You do not strike through a name in capital letters. You soften a stroke, you make a clerical flourish here and there, you place a smudge of ink that looks like humidity. The public reads hurriedly. Those who execute will look for formal fault and not for nuance. The skill is not barbarous. It is a quiet robbery of attention. A man who reads every line in the tribunal, Tyne said, will find the forgery only when he looks for it as a criminal would. He inked a plate with a practiced hand and pressed a proof. The press took the sheet in its jaws as if it were swallowing a secret, and then it struck and spat out a leaf that smelled of oil and of a false authority. We examined it. Under the lamplight the smear looked like any other, plausible, bureaucratic, respectable. You see, he said. You see how the lie takes the posture of truth. This work is not without its immediate terrors. A man who forges municipal lists must keep his shop neat of suspicion. He must bribe the right clerk with the right book. He must be able to produce a legitimate job at a moment's notice. And he must maintain the face of ordinary clientele, market women, the odd student, a priest who has bad handwriting and a need for hymnals. For Tian, the shop was a theater in which normalcy was performed with an artisan's dignity. We are craftsmen, he said, which is to say we are liars with better paperwork. He laughed then a little, but the laugh did not have the liquid comfort of truth. It sat dry and explanative as a footnote. There is also in such work a danger that is not simply the law. The printer's body cannot be safely split between two lives without both halves catching flint. He will get tired. He will make a mark that reads as a clue. He will be tempted like all men who work with letters to claim superiority in craft, to misjudge the savviness of the men who run the tribunal. I thought of Renaud's ledger as an altar. The tribunal priesthood clerks and counters and men with ink-stained thumbs tend that altar. To challenge the altar, you must be both pious and obscene. We spoke of margins. I have always loved margins. They are where resistance lives. A book's margin keeps the scribble of thought that will not be authorized. Tyne and I argued whether a marginalia could be more dangerous than a forgery. If a marginal note offers counsel where the list offers decree, he said, tapping the rim of a plate, then we have a double strategy, tectonics of text and of rumor. We made plans that night like conspirators of a small and sensible order, a pressed list here to mislead, a marginalia there to teach people how to read the lying ledger. He told me of a morning last winter when the press had been visited by a municipal officer who smelled faintly of sweat and mint. The man had asked for a legitimate handbill. While his guard was up, Tien slipped a false marginalia into the print run, a trifle, a direction to wait an hour before bringing a prisoner. The hour bought them a night. The smallest delay, Tien observed, is sometimes the difference between a name and an absence. There is a cruelty to that sentence, and it sat between us like a ledger that refuses to close. At one point, Bastien the street hawker who knew the press back entrance slipped in, a shadow with news. He declared, in the quick syllables of a boy who had learned to sell panic as well as bread, that a new register was circulating, thicker than the others and printed with such authority that even the laundresses in the market were reading it out loud. He tossed us the scrap of a leaf like a confession. Tyne took it and studied the typeface as if it were an animal he meant to skin. They have a new contractor, he said. Or they found a more efficient clerk. The line is changing. We made contingency then, if the tribunal had indeed found a new source, our work would have to be faster, our forgeries keener. We planned routes for copies, concealed hands for delivery, and places where plates could be hidden should a raid come. Tyne's chimney was a revelation in this network, practical and domestic. It protected the press life in a way that no legal argument could. He showed me how to move a plate in the dark, how to feel for the seam and know it by sound. You learn to read masonry as you read an index. He admitted that such hiding is a theft of one's trade. Plates are the memory of a press. Each groove holds a decision. To hide them is to amputate a shop's history. He kissed a plate as if asking forgiveness, and then slid it into the secret mouth of his chimney. If they take my hand now, at least my craft will not be used to kill for the state's pleasure, he said. This was his arithmetic, the calculus of a man who believes he can trade some part of his life to save another. The sorrow in his voice was not theatrical. It carried a domestic logic. I recognized the private accounting that people keep when public punishments loom. We left the press later, and the city felt colder for the secret we had shared. The street lamps smelled of tallow and smoke. Tien locked his shop and folded himself into the night with the deliberate care of one who knows he might have to untangle himself from rope. I walked back to my own shelves and the narrow shop under the eaves, as if I were re-entering a body. The ledger sat on my own table like a wound that refused to clot. His chimney had given us plates. It had given us motive. It had made our alliance physical rather than merely conspiratorial. I catalogued the sound of his locks closing as though it were an entry in a ledger of things that must be remembered. That night I thought about tools and what they do to us. A press can distribute enlightenment. It can also distribute accusation. The same hand that sets a type can set a trap. Tyne's work in the chimney was not merely concealment. It was a refusal to let his instruments be eaten by the state's appetite. Yet hiding is not the same as defeating. I thought of our fragile victories, the counterfeit list that had once diverted a procession, the marginalia that had taught a laundress to doubt the authority of the printed name, and I felt both pride and a cold, helpless fear. Each small success drew a new pattern of attention. The commissaire's ledger was a web. We were learning to pull its threads without alerting the spider. As I closed that night, I pressed my hand to the ledger in my shop, as if I could feel the names through the cover. Tiny's chimney had given me a route of thought, to protect our tools, to understand the state's craft, and to answer with a precision that was equal parts devotion and sabotage. The danger of loving your tools is that you will be tempted to use them. The danger of loving people is that you will make the calculation to risk more than is prudent. Tyne had made his calculation and had hidden the plates. In doing so he had, for better or worse, made himself a fulcrum around which our small resistance might pivot. The final sound of the chapter is a private one, Bastien's footfall retreating in the lane, the press iron cooling in the night, and the soft settling of mortar that hides a secret in a chimney. There is a kind of music in these acts, the minor chords of men choosing to protect others at the cost of their own trade. I left Tyne with a promise that was as much an oath as any sworn in court. I would keep his secret and use it as one more instrument in the work of unwriting the ledger. I had learned from him how hands can alter text, and I had learned, in the pressroom's heat, how dangerous that lesson might become. When I reached my doorway I paused and listened to the city breathe. Somewhere a cart rattled, a woman sang a line of a song turned into a slogan, and the guillotine's shadow passed like a slow, mechanical cloud over the market. I thought of the metal plates tucked in a chimney, of the sister whose laughter had been stolen, of the small bright thefts of attention we had begun to practice. The chimney would hold its secret for now, but secrets must be tended. They are living like books, like people. They can go wrong if left alone. I opened my shop with my usual measured movements and began to write a list of tasks, proof copies, bread for the printer, a note for Lucy. Under the ledger I placed a page of marginalia that might teach one curious reader how to read a forged name. It was not a plan for victory. It was a way of keeping meaning in motion. The chapter closes not with an outcome but with a condition. The press had given us tools and had asked for a pledge. The pledge was quiet and mutual. We would use what we knew to contest what the tribunal claimed. And we would do so knowing that every forged letter might sharpen the tribunal's blade or blunt it. Tyne's chimney had sheltered plates. My shop would shelter pages. Between chimney and shop, the city's ledger might be read anew or read to death. There are moments in which a small act of concealment is a decision to remain human in a season of administrative terror. That, more than any tactic, is what I carry away from the press that night. The knowledge that to hide is sometimes the same as to hope, and that hope, once given the shape of a plan, can become a dangerous and necessary thing. And yet the last thing I heard as I locked my door was not the press but the faint, relentless scraping of a quill in some municipal office. The sound reached me like a distant knell. It reminded me that while we hide plates in chimneys, the state continues to write names, and names are more than ink. They are commands. We had made a small and private economy of countersigns and secret plates. The ledger had a bureaucracy. We had a workshop. The balance between them would tilt, and we could only hope that our cunning and our care would be enough to steady the scale for a little while longer. The next morning would bring new lists, new names, and the rumor already curling like smoke that the commissaire had discovered another forgery. For the moment, the chimney was quiet, and in its silence I felt both the comfort of a saved thing and the cold knowledge of a risk that had been taken in someone else's name. I have always thought of a salon as a machine that makes agreement. It has teeth that bite into the world and the soft gears of cups and compliments to graze their turning. Madeleine's is such a machine, not grand, no chandelier, no polished table, but precise. A domestic engine housed in a second-floor front room that smells of boiled cabbage and the last of a woman's perfumes. It is there, beneath faded prints, and the sort of mirror that tells you your face is still yours, despite the times, that the city rehearses its politics in private. and finds reasons for its public cruelties. I arrived at Madeline's because she came to my shop with her habitual flutter of skirts and a question that was already a plan. She has a knack for naming the mood of the city, as if it were an item in a ledger. Tonight, they taste fear mixed with curiosity. She told me the first time I let her unwind into a chair among my unsold folios. They will want a reason to believe. Give them one, and they'll hang on your words like the rag and bone men to a warm coat. We sat with teacups that were too small for the story she had in mind. She spoke as if gossip were a lace pattern to be learned, where to make a hole, where to stitch a seam, how to make a bystander think the design had always been there. I listened and learned the measurements of her craft because I was interested in how information traveled along muscles and mouths, and because the ledger required us to be better than its clerks at arranging belief. A salon is, paradoxically, an almost ritualized public. It is where private trouble becomes communal knowledge. The ladies of Madeline's circle, some with a past in more glittering rooms, others newly arrived with hands roughened by necessity, entered the parlour in small cliques, bringing their own bundles of grievance and hope. Their talk was a mill wheel that ground down rumour into something usable. A merchant's misstep could be reshaped into avarice. A clerk's absence could be smoothed over into a scandal. Once a seam was repaired, it looked as if the cloth had always been free of threadbare patches. We used this talent. I brought a single leaf folded, as always, into a small, forgettable package. There was nothing striking about the list I gave Madeline. It could have been a shopping note. But she set it where the light took it, and like a shadow the suggestion began to lengthen. A name here, a complaint there, she said, and opened the conversation in a way that made everyone want to add detail. The salon supplied the texture of plausibility, the merchant shaded into rumour when someone remembered a late payment. The scholar's absence became a matter of missing books and missing friends. In that room, where a woman could make someone else fashionable simply by frowning, a narrative could be made to take on the weight of truth. It is dangerous to think of such rooms only as conspiracies. They are also refuges. A salon is a place where an inconvenient affection can be preserved, where a ruinous debt can be disguised by laughter, where a human voice can be heard as more than the trimmer the tribunal would have it. Madeline used these amenities with a surgeon's precision. She traded in rumour as a woman trades in ribbons. She knew which colour would flatter which face, and what not would hold. But not all intelligence travels in tea and quips. The laundries were another kind of archive, damp, loud, composed of shifts and repetition, and hands that remembered every crease an afternoon's sun left. Women came to the laundries not expecting anything but clean linen and a half hour of companionship. There they stripped the day's burdens into buckets. Gossip is a wet thing absorbed in the cloth, spoken between the white and the rinse and held close to the breast when the master's name comes up. Hortense learned to listen in ways I never could. She listens with both her ears and her scalded palms. She knows which names are safe to pass and which should be folded away and kept like a secret sheet in a bed trunk. Hortense did not have the language of salons. She had no taste for epigraph or flourish, but she offered something quicker and truer, facts arranged among work. She told me who had asked for cord, who had come twice to the same door with a coin that had not been paid, who had left a parcel with the baker and taken back only the receipt. These scraps looked like nothing at first. They were sentences without a subject: 2 men by the river, last Tuesday, or a list burned near St. Louis. Put together they made a map. There is a steady art in stitching such fragments into a composite picture, and a cruder art, which I practiced, of using that picture to reroute danger. Lucy took to these places like someone born to mischief. She is young enough that the city is still its own catechism, a set of points to be learned, and then repeated with feeling. I had thought, at first, that she would be content to fold lists into collars and run errands. Instead, she began to see the city as a stage and to think of us, embarrassingly, as actors who might rearrange crowd attention. Her impulse is theatrical. The street is a theatre of the poor, and the poor have always known how to make spectacle cheaply. She gathered a ragged company of street actors, unemployed apprentices, a shoemaker's son, a woman who used to sell oranges and was good at bawling as if for effect. They rehearsed in a courtyard behind my shop, Lucy directing with a zeal that made the others both laugh and obey. "We will give them something they can believe," she told them, "and while they look there, the men they expect will have another route." She taught them how to march as if in procession, how to call out a name and have 5 others echo it like a chorus, how to turn a small act of misdirection into the kind of noise that ears will follow. The first time we deployed them, it was a test as much as an act of rescue. We heard that a minor merchant, one who trafficked in odd spices and had never much cared for the new order, was to be marched at dawn to a square where a list would be read. The ledger had appointed him as much as any official could. His name was neat in the columns, and the date sat under the ink like a period. We put Lucy and her troop at a narrow lane off the route. They sang a crude song about bread and taxes, which carries far, and they flung themselves into a mock procession that took the soldiers' attention for a bare 3 minutes. In those minutes a man slipped into an unlit doorway and away from the men who count responses and mark what is deserved. There is an art to this kind of theft. It requires that you believe the crowd is not an indivisible thing, but an assembly of many small, movable lumps. You must find what will attract a lump and then turn it aside. Salons draw a different lump than laundries. A scream draws the quick, the song draws those who want to feel involved. Bringing those lumps together in a way that alters their path without revealing the hands that move them is the dangerous economy in which we traded. Madeline's salon and Hortense's laundries are complementary chords on which a city plays its tune. One sharpens rumor into instrument. The other provides the raw material that makes rumor plausible. We learn to file both kinds of intelligence into our marginalia, a scrap from Hortense that says 2 men. River would be paired with a fashionable insinuation from Madeline's gatherings. The ledger needs only a little suggestion to make a name real. We had to become better at suggestion than the clerks. This is not to say there was no cost. Rumor is an animal that eats its own offal. When we moved a gossip for the sake of a life, it sometimes devoured an innocent reputation. A woman who had been a modest employer found her name repeated in Madeline's salon as if she were a counter-revolutionary. Whether she had been or not became less important than the fact that people could now imagine it. I do not write this with the lightness of someone who has never had to weigh ledger against ledger. Each diversion asked a balance: whose narrative do we displace so that another might breathe? Lucy, in her ardor, sometimes forgot this arithmetic and thought only of the person in front of her. That very bravery made her become a target. We also had to be careful about the tools we used. Leaflets passed from Bastian's throat to a quick-fingered child's hand would be read and reread, and then sometimes confessed between teeth, while a laundress wrung water out of a sheet. Those confessions can be traps. Once, after a particularly successful diversion in the Faubourg, a boy with too many reasons for being on the street came to my shop and asked for more leaflets with the appetite of a child for sweets. I remember Tyner's face when he saw the boy's fingers. He had worked presses. He knew a thing called print misery. There was a taste of metal in his smile. "Not yet," he said, and taught the boy instead how to hold a scrap so it would not bend under scrutiny. Madeline taught me the value of an accent and a pause. There are notes in speech which move the ear to suppose that the speaker has access to some bigger truth. When you are trying to make a rumor credible, it is not raw fact that will persuade, but the suggestive posture of certainty. I watched her do this once when a retired clerk came to her salon complaining about unpaid taxes. She listened for a while, then turned the complaint into something else. Of course, he evaded his duty, she said, with that little lift of the hand that made the others imagine ledgers and hidden safes. Within an hour, half the room had taken the statement and added a detail. Within the day, a baker said it outright over the counter. And the ledger, which needs belief more than iron, accepted the detail the way a man accepts a coin. There is a moral silt that builds under such currents. You take a little, you give a little, and you hope the net is wider than the hole you cut in the cloth. I have always been an optimist of the ledger, meaning that I believe lists can be changed, but that optimism is practical. It is not the sort that sings with drums. I have learned to measure my risks in the taste of paper, by the way a man folds a corner, by the time it takes a rumor to travel from shoulder to shoulder. Even so, I confess to a secret tenderness for the moment when a trick works, the sudden slackening of a soldier's stride, the furtive glance of a man who realizes he is spared, the soft curse of someone saved by invention. Those moments are all the more lovely because they are so small, and because they insist that we are not entirely catalogued. There are failures too. A saloonist's jest once branded a woman's mother as a supporter of a man with a suspect past. The woman was shunned, and yet, in the ledger, the mother remained alive for other uses. We are cunning in the short term, and clumsy in the long. History takes its own measure of 1,000 small errors and makes them into precedent. That is why I record every marginal note and why I tuck them into bindings, to scatter the memory of these diversions so that, in time, a reader might learn the method as well as the anecdote. Our work also changed the way I listened to the city. Where once I heard only noise, I now passed syllables into function. The laundries taught me to spot the phrase that meant I am frightened, and to distinguish it from I am bored with a man. The salon taught me how quickly fashion could make a suspicion respectable. The street taught me the difference between a cry and a chant. When Bastien ran breathless into the shop with arms full of leaflets, his voice, chapped from shouting slogans that sometimes disguised the truth, I began to understand the city's anatomy. It had a throat, it had lungs, and you could play it. Night was when we stitched our best lies. The lamplight in my shop is a forgiving thing. It makes the scroll of marginalia look like an intentional design. Lucy would fold a list into a collar and watch the collar be buttoned to an unwitting chest in the market. Bastien would tuck leaflets beneath a cart. Hortense would press a scrap of conversation into a cloth and give it the appearance of accident. I sat at my bench and wrote notes like a midwife attending births and deaths at once. I kept track of which rumor had been deployed, who had received which version, which name we had used as a decoy. It is a small, ledger geometry who receives what word, at what time, and for what possible reaction. Yet none of this stopped the thrill of the risk. I felt it not as a child's joy, but as the sharpened edge of a blade. It offered the possibility of rescue and the knowledge that a slip could expose a dozen lives. When Lucy came to me flushed and eyes bright after a successful diversion, I wanted to scold her for the temerity that made her so effective. But she is young, and youth is sometimes the only honest form of courage. She would press the back of my hand and say softly, "We saved them, Marie." How could I tell her that there would be later, quiet accounts to be read in the margins, debts the ledger would insist be paid? In the days that followed our pieces of gossip and theatre, there were small results. A merchant who had been named later turned up in a provincial town with new papers. A would-be arrest was delayed when soldiers argued about the value of a rumor that seemed suddenly credible. The ledger, which thrives on the city's acquiescence, found that acquiescence a little less available. People began to ask, in passing, whether a name was only a line or whether it had been written by hands that could be fooled. That questioning was the first, tender effect we could hope for. But as the city's doubt grew, so did the attention from those who live by certainty. It is impossible to wage this kind of war without feeling its cruelty. We had to choose which reputations could be risked, how loudly to sing, and where to send a troop to scatter a belief. We had to keep our own faces steady when a woman, convinced by a salon doubt, turned her back on another whose life now looked suspect. The ledger's arithmetic is indifferent. We tried to be kinder than indifference. The last night of the sequence I describe here, I walked past the laundries after dark. The moon made the wet street look like a stitched hymn. Hortense stood at the door and wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, though the weather had not yet turned cold. She held a scrap of paper in her hand, and when she saw me she pressed it into my palm. "A name," she said, and for the first time there was fear without the quick dressing of melodrama. "They say the commissaire listens at corners now." Her words were quiet and sharp like a needle. I felt, like a book under pressure, that we were being read. The city's knots loosened in a way that suggested either salvation or exposure. I folded Hortense's scrap into my pocket the way one folds an emergency wallet and felt the familiar, terrible arithmetic begin to add up. Rumor moves, rumor saves, rumor cuts. When I returned to the shop, Lucy was there, pacing with the kind of nervous energy that makes lamps keep bright. "They say a procession will be read tomorrow," she said. "A new list. They mean to make an example." Her voice was smaller than the city but steadier than mine inside my own skull. We set to work with the machine we had made, Bastien's cart, Madeleine's syllables, Hortense's snippets, and my own marginalia. We had for a time the small advantage of surprise. But there are men for whom surprise is a fault to be corrected. I knew and did not like to know that our machinations would draw attention. The ledger dislikes interference the way a ledger dislikes an eraser. There are measures to be taken against hands that try to change the text. I sleep with a small book beneath my pillow as some keep talismans. It is full of names and the ways they were saved or sacrificed. On that night, when the city seemed to be holding its breath between the laundries and the salons, I wrote a single marginal note and tucked it into a binding. A rumor well planted moves like water. It can nourish or drown. I did not know then whether the water we were making would feed roots or drown fields. The ledger's page waits for our answer. And beyond the windows of the shop, beneath the eaves of the city, a pair of eyes had begun to watch the threads we pulled. Not with curiosity, but with the purpose of someone who does not enjoy being deceived. It is a small thing to notice a gaze across a market. It is a larger thing to feel it settle into a method. The next day would require a different theater and a harder type of courage. We had practiced misdirection and had tasted its fruit. Whether fruit can feed a city or only a few mouths is a question I did not yet answer. But I knew this: the ledger had learned to read salons and laundries as well as we had learned to read it. Secrecy is a conversation, and every conversation has its listener. We had made an enemy's curiosity into a shape. Now that shape would be turned toward us. So we rehearsed again and practiced silence and folded our lies into cloth. The city spun on, made of many hands, and I, who had counted words as keys, learned to place a single key in the right lock. The lock clicked. Whether the door opened or a trap sprang would be measured in the morning's light. I do not promise that we will succeed. I only promise that we will act, and that action will echo beyond the salons and laundries and into a square where lists are read aloud and meaning is given the force of law. That is the hook that catches the next moment, the knowledge that we have set in motion something that will make us either useful or visible. I learned early in my life that a ledger does not merely keep accounts. It insists upon them. I had believed, as a child, that rows of numbers and names were bland servants of memory, clerks of the past. Later, when the city itself had been refashioned by pamphlet and proclamation, those neat columns revealed themselves as instruments with teeth. Now, in the rainy breath of an autumn that smells of boiled cabbage and rope, I saw what an ardent man could do with a book and a will. Commissaire Lucien Renaud, with his ledgers arranged like small altars, was not simply reading names. He was making them fit a logic, and in the making, he was persuading a city to accept that logic as law. It began as many storms do, with small shifts. The postman brought a packet of parish returns one morning and left it with the indifferent manner of a man who was paid to be untidy. I watched him go, and then lifted the lip of the packet as a cat might lift a rug to see what lay beneath. The returns were travel-worn, their edges softened by many hands. They were not the finest paper, but the ink had been neat in its own provincial way. I could not help myself. I read the entries like a book of names, like a roll call of ordinary lives. There were farmers who had married in the wrong season, a midwife who had been paid in cheese. There was in one clerk's hand a small hesitation at the loop of an L that matched a loop I had seen in a page of the ledger no more than a seam. And yet it made a path through the city. I am a bookseller. My days are spent in the intimacy of paper. I measure paper by weight, by sound when fanned, by the scent that rises when one opens a fresh ream. Paper tells me the route it has taken, the hands that have used it, even the poverty it has seen. So when I saw the loop, I felt a muscle in my chest tighten. I do not pretend to the cleverness of some conspirator. I simply know how hands behave and how certain clerks, when they write a name at the end of the night, tuck their pen in the same place as they tuck complaints under their tongue. I did not go to Renaud at once. One must not, in such seasons, offer one's discoveries as if they were gifts. A man like him receives facts as scalpel, and sure they become instruments he uses to shape the city. Instead, I watched the pattern of his gaze as if it were a weather map. Renaud did not shout. He did not posture. He arranged information and then, like a priest, he read it aloud to himself. Letters fascinated him the way other men are fascinated by guns or maps. In his office the candles burned pale and steady, and he would lean over the desks as if to listen to the paper's breath. A week of small things convinced me further. A clerk misfiled a registry in the municipal office. A parish priest received a summons too late. A woman who had been named in a letter found herself questioned. Each of these episodes, taken alone, could be the effect of careless civil servants in a city stripped thin by hunger. Taken together and set against Renaud's methodical attention to detail, they suggested a pattern. It is the way of minds bred in an administration that certainty must be enforced. Make a list, he seemed to say. Read it. Believe it, and the people will obey. I watch him one morning as he takes up a stool at the tribunal window, his profile like a cliff. He is a man made of ledger edges. The street smells of rain and horse, and a hawker calls a trade in pamphlets with the shrillness of someone trying to be heard above the market's raw new voices. Renaud makes his notes in small, ragged handwriting, his quill moving as if it is mapping the breadth of the city. A policeman crosses his palm with a folded scrap, and the commissaire's pupils narrow with the pleasure of a puzzle partially solved. He reads the scrap and then, with the precision of a surgeon, he tears the corner and tucks it into a folio. He keeps things. He files them like bones in a cabinet. You, who will see this book's lines perhaps years from now, must not imagine him as some kind of zealot divorced from tenderness. He has tenderness folded into the arithmetic of his duty. Once, when a mother collapsed at his desk with the corpse of a child in her arms, he did not speak the language of tribunals. He wrapped his coat about her shoulders and made arrangements that were gentle in the only way a man of power can be gentle, by ensuring that the records would not be used again the way they had been once. His zeal is born of a conviction that order prevents chaos. That is what I mean when I say he treats lists as scripture. He believes, with a fervor close to faith, that names need fixing in writing in order for the city to hold together. Perhaps that is why, when I first realized he had begun to watch the printing presses, my stomach tightened in a way I knew by now. The presses are teeth. They will grind what we give them, and the sound of the press is a drum that calls men into the street. Printers make rumor into paper and paper into a public fact. Tyne knows this better than anyone I care for. His hands are indented with the scars of metal and type. He works in a shop whose windows face a narrow court, and he keeps his plates hidden in a chimney himself and in the false bottom of a trunk. To see Renaud come for him would have been, for all the metaphors one could muster, like seeing a wolf circle a nest. The first time I saw Renaud come close to Tyne's world, it was not with a sabre nor with men in uniform banging doors. It was quieter. He asked for particulars, the names of journeymen who had worked at a certain press, the dates when a plate had been ordered, the peculiarities of ink. Such questions read like the inventory of a jeweler, and yet they had the potential to alter lives. Printers who had once worked unremarkably were now characters on a ledger. I do not believe he suspected Tyne as a conspirator in the beginning. He suspected, perhaps, that some printer was making lists that had been used as instruments. Yet suspicion breeds focus, and focus breeds pressure. Renaud's method was to force legibility by cataloguing everything. He walked the corridors of the municipal office with a sallow patience, questioning clerks in a manner that implied no immediate violence but promised a different kind, the bureaucratic violence of erasure. A clerk who misfiled could cause a woman to be unnamed, a husband to be listed as absent. In time, he could remake whole calendars of identity by persuading the record keepers that a certain list was authoritative. The ledger's power in his hands was the power to select which names would be legible and which would be footnotes. There was a particular morning when I saw him approach the Printers' Guild with the smooth, buttered manners of a man who had learned how to make enemies volunteer their information. He spoke in tones that asked for help for the Republic. He asked about plates and about orders. The tradesmen who served his tea were delighted to oblige a commissaire. They thought themselves useful to a good machine. I saw Tyne slip into the crowd with his hands empty and his face like a man who makes his livelihood on the edge of danger. He made a small jest to the guild master about the poor quality of paper this autumn, and then he moved on. I watched him because I could not help myself. To watch the man who presses your ledger is a human failing, perhaps the same failing that makes mothers watch their children cross streets. That evening, a thin folded paper was left at the shop's door. No footmarks, no signature, just a scrap folded like an accusation. I unfolded it and read a list of ordinary things, names of printers, dates, a note that a clerk at the municipal office had been over-attentive to a particular folio. It was not addressed to me. It could have been meant to frighten or to inform. I put it in my pocket and went upstairs to the back room, where the daylight came through a small sliver of roof and made the dust visible, like small constellations. When you keep books long enough, you learn the economy of small comforts, the way a beam of light will make a page hospitable. That night I copied the scrap into a ledger of my own, as if duplicating the act of creating the list might itself foil the list maker. There is a peculiar thrill to copying at night. The city thins and the press of neighbors' breath recedes, leaving the paper to speak. I fingered the quill and let the names fall, and in the balance between my hand and the ink I measured the distance between observation and action. When one copies, one makes a thing new, and in making one empowers it. I am not trying to be paradoxical to sound wise. This is the arithmetic of our time. Every time one of us copies a name, every time one of us writes a date with a deliberate hand, we make it more possible that the name will be read aloud in a square. Copying is not innocence. Jean Morel, whom I had come to know as a man whose face is like bread and whose conscience is the kind that wrinkles rather than shouts, saved me in a way that was both small and yet resoundingly moral. He had a job in the municipal office. He moved ledgers for a living and in doing so carried the city in his pocket. He made mistakes sometimes, and those mistakes were acts of mercy. When Renaud's inquiries began to look like a sieve drawn across registers, Jean's hand trembled. He misfiled a return and then, Because he had a tenderness the commissaire did not see, he wrote an apology and let the matter look like clerical error. I would like to say that Jean did this because of some heroic principle, but the truth is more delicate. He did it because he could not stand to see faces torn by the certainty of a name when he had the power small as it was to blur it. He came by the shop one dusk, his coat smelling faintly of the rain that had begun to fall. And he touched my sleeve as if to hand me something along with a message. He said, in a voice that was meant to be merely gossipy and became urgent, that Renaud had been reading parish returns at an unusual hour. He has a way with writing, he said, as if he is reading someone else's prayers. His hand felt cold on my wrist, and he laughed without heat. Be careful, he said. There was a sorrow in him like the flavor of burnt sugar. I asked him what he wanted me to do. He shrugged. Not much. Be careful where you put your ledgers. Watch the apprentices you take on. He meant, in the silence that followed, what he could not say, that the city was being made to answer to a list, and that lists could be altered. Jean Morel is not a man of violence. He is, perhaps, the kind of man who will slip a book out of an archive and smear his hands with ink so as to make the world less legible. I prefer him because he is so human. When the world demands ledger-like answers, human hesitations are the small fissures that let light in. Madeleine, for all her dress and her salon's coquetries, brought a different kind of warning. She has a gift for making rumor into an instrument, and then playing it like a lute. She came to the shop with a shawl and a tight smile, and when she spoke she used the economy of perfumed language. They are asking questions of our printers, she said as if tasting a new spice. They like the idea of the Republic, she added, but they dislike the idea of being undone by paper. Her hands kept time upon the wood of the counter, measuring something I could not yet name. We are all, as it happens, easier to name than to hide. Printers will print and clerks will clerk. People will speak at salons and laundries, and then be surprised when the commissaire reads their words back to them in the morning. Renaud's eyes do not simply search. They translate the habits of speech into official record. He has a way of looking at a room, of seeing where a particular kind of rumor would sit, and then of asking precisely the questions that will move that rumor into the field of law. The danger, therefore, is not simply that he will find Tien. The danger is that he will begin to understand the grammar we use to move names across the city. That night, as rain came down in a slow and polite fashion, I slept poorly. My sleep is measured in ledgers. I wake to ink stains on the sleeve of my thought. I imagined Renaud hunched over a table, comparing hands like a man comparing the faces of those he will be asked to judge. I imagined the municipal office as a hive in which he had found a new way of turning rumor into fat. If he could prove that a certain clerk had been habitually supplying names to some anonymous ledger, he could, with the assurance of a man who draws up lists, purge the city of doubt by making the doubt itself an offense. The shop the next morning felt smaller. I moved about with the same care as always, dusting spines and running my fingers through my catalogue. But the city had a new measure, surveillance had a name and a method. Customers came and went. Some bought prayer books, others bought pamphlets with thin joy. I served them all with my usual irony, with a voice that held as much than it revealed. People have a way of leaning on familiar surfaces. They do not always notice the tremor of the hand that offers them a book at midday. Tien ducked into the shop with the look of a man who had stayed up too late and yet had something to say that could not wait for the evening. He had news. They have been asking about plates, he said. He set down a sheet of proofing paper as if it were a confession. They did not search, he added, but they have ways to make you speak without speaking. He wanted to know what we should do. I told him the truth that always sounds like a parable. Do nothing that will make your hand one they can read. Hide where you can. Misfile where you must. He laughed, that unsteady laugh of a man who knows how to press type and yet is not certain he will press the right side of history. If they come, he said, we will be ready. His certainty is always an attempt to make his own fear into an armor. I left the shop that afternoon and walked the city as a woman who is measured by the things she can see and the things she cannot. I watched Renaud's men at the tribunal window. They seemed to be everywhere at once, their shadows moving across the cobbles like a measurement. The hawkers called, the laundresses passed, and a boy sold chestnuts in a cone of brown paper. The city breathes and is indifferent to the anxieties of one bookseller, but the mechanisms of record-keeping do not care about my particular fear. They care only for order. As dusk folded itself into the alleys, I realized that the question before me was not merely how to hide the ledger, but how to make ourselves less legible to a commissaire whose business it is to see. How does one make a thing invisible to a man for whom everything is a record? The answer is not simple. It is made of small mistakes, quiet hesitations, human follies placed like stones in the river of administration. It is made of Jean Morel's misfiled returns, of Tiny's burned plates, and of the delicate language of Madeline's salons. It is, in short, the work of human hands that refused to be reduced to columns and boxes. At the end of the day, I put the little folded scrap into the false bottom where I kept other small papers I was not proud to own. I thought about the commissaire and the way he measured the world. I thought about his tenderness and his zeal, and about how a man who keeps lists can come to believe that by naming he saves. The shop was quiet. Outside, the city moved, and the guillotine's shadow crossed another square as if merely for a moment of geometry. I closed the shutters and sat with my hands stained with ink, and with the heavy, slow understanding that a man with a ledger and a conscience is likely to come for those who use paper as resistance. It will not be as in the tales where cavalry storm and trumpets sound. It will be slow, a folding in upon us, the way a map compresses territory, so that only the most careful routes remain. Renaud watches. That is the beginning and the middle of this new season. One watches a man like him and measures not only his threat, but his vulnerabilities. Men who keep ledgers believe in the legibility of their instruments. They prefer that others arrange themselves accordingly. To the extent that we can be illegible, to the extent that we can make our lives look like the ordinary detritus of an exhausted city, we will have a chance. Whether that chance will be sufficient to save the friends I love, or whether it will simply buy a few moments before the noose is knotted, I cannot say. But I know the shape of his attention now, and in knowing him I have the first means to move. Late, as I went to bed with my ledger under my arm, a thought came like a stitch. If Renaud reads ledgers as scripture, perhaps scripture can be read against him. Names can be counted not only by falsity but by multiplicity. If people begin to write their own lists clumsy, urgent marginalia that testify to human complexity, then his neat columns will be less authoritative. It is a dangerous and perhaps sentimental hope, but it is all I have. I lay down with the sound of rain like a hand's breath against the roof, and thought of the cartridges of type in Tian's press, of Jean Morel's misfiled lines, and of Madeline's gossip like a blade disguised as lace. Outside the shop the city moved on. Inside, the pages waited. Renaud watched. I have learned to measure hours by paper. Dawn for me smells of glue and a certain dampness that comes of bound folios breathing after a night's rain. Noon tastes of newspaper ink in the marketplace, a metallic tang on the tongue, where the guillotine's presence sits like a cold coin in the mouth of the city. Night is the time for scheming. Night is the press native hour. It is strange and perhaps no more than profession's vanity. To say that the city was quieter when nothing scandalous happened, quiet as a folded sheet, yet in the year when the cobbles ran a little red at certain corners even silence had its own noise. The distant clatter of a cart that carried wood for the scaffold, the whispered lists spoken under shawls in the laundries, the way shop shutters closed a fraction more quickly when a magistrate rode past. I kept my shutters half closed by choice, as though keeping myself behind a false bottom in the world at large. We had come to the idea of a larger deception slowly, like a paragraph built from margins and marginalia. Our first falsifications had been discreet, a name reversed here, a date misprinted there, a list that sent a single messenger the wrong way down a lane. Each small diversion had been a proof of a theory, that the ledger depended more on belief than on inevitability. When the city read a name aloud and no one moved, the name had the power to produce movement. If you could alter what was read, you could perhaps alter who moved. That was the thought we rehearsed between the stacks, half sarcastic, half hopeful, until hope, in its stubbornness, became a plan. Tiena's press was the only place the plan could be outworked. The press is, as Tien likes to say, a machine of patience, a stubborn, noisy beast that takes what you give it and, in the slow and mechanical way of things that endure, makes it public. He resisted the idea at first. I could understand his misgivings. Forgery is one thing when it saves a grocer from a mistaken indictment. It becomes another when you attempt to reroute a procession of state ceremony. Forgery implies deceit. Deceit implies not only the loss of trust, but, in our time, a bodily cost, yet he understood type better than any man I knew. He spoke to the letters the way a priest might speak to relics, with a kind of reverence tinged by fear. We met at dusk in his shop, where the press iron belly lay quiet and the smell of oil pooled at the corners. Tie's cheeks were drawn with fatigue, his hands black as the margins of a crime novel. He held out a sheet, not the counterfeit, but a clean sample of paper, and I could see the way his fingers sought the texture, the way I have always stroked a new binding. "We will need to match the clerk's hand," he said. "Not only the paper, not only the date. The ledger is not merely its ink. It is the manner in which the ledger is presented to people." He explained the work in terms I liked, terms that made craftsmanship into a kind of moral arithmetic. "We must produce the plausible impossible," he said. "Something that will not sound false when read aloud by a man whose life depends on not hearing any paradox. To hide the counterfeits making, we produced a sample run the way legitimate presses do, proofs burned in the stove, plates scarred clean. Eyewitness accounts of plates being lost in the river. Yet the truth of falsehood is that it is always a copy of a copy." We studied the original ledger's marginalia, the small ticks and unnatural slants that a wary clerk made in the corner of the page. The ledger's hand was purposeful and dull, the same quill stroke repeated so many times it became a kind of signature. I took a rubbing of the quill's pressure on a scrap. Tien mixed ink until the stain matched the ledger's age. He ground galls with the kind of patience that borders on piety. While Tien made type, I made narrative. A list is not merely names. It is a story that a city will read as though it were an incision. We could put into the list a few names that were already scheduled, a stitch of truth, and then graft in a handful of names that had not been called. We placed the counterfeit as close as possible to authenticity, the same register, the same departmental headers, a plausible mistake in the clerk's haste. The ledger read like a law and like a scripture at once, so we wrote as if we meant to command God. Lucy, whose hands have become quicker since she began to understand that ink can be a weapon, sat with me selecting where to edge the false list into the sequence. She liked names the way children like bright beads. She would whisper a name and tilt her head as if testing its weight. "We ought to put in a smuggler, someone with friends who will cause confusion when they are not presented," she said. "And perhaps a poor tailor, they are such good hiders, and people will rally with a tailor's pity." Her imagination was fertile and sometimes dangerous. She wanted drama. She wanted a public moment where the crowd would rise like yeast and prove itself capable of acting. "The ledger's power is in the reading," she told me. "If the name is read and then contradicted, the contradiction becomes a kind of new name. People will begin to think they can treat names like garments and try them on. By night we had a small army in the press, Tyne and his apprentice, 2 journeymen who owed us favours. Bastien, who had the nerve and speed of a boy whose bread had often been taken from him, and Lucy, who folded lists with swift fingers. Bastien's job was to dart through streets and barter the counterfeit into the hands of those who would not question its authority, the hawkers who shouted the day's edicts, the wardens who took lists to magistrates, the petty clerks who moved papers from one register to another. To Bastien we gave the smallest role and the most dangerous, to place a single sheet under a clerk's bundle during the procession. If the clerk read it, then the law of the moment would be made to misstep. If he did not, then we had produced only a pamphlet and a dream. On the appointed morning the city was a body of expectation. Executions gather people the same way fairs do. There is hunger in both. The guillotine's presence makes the square a theatre, with a particular kind of audience, some there out of duty, some curiosity, some a grim religious fervour. We chose a procession with 3 scheduled names, 2 men known across a neighbourhood, a woman whose story had been whispered for weeks. The counterfeit would not seek to erase their fate entirely, too bold a variant risks too great a backlash, but to create a fissure. We printed our list with 2 of the scheduled names, the woman included, so the pattern would not look implausible, and then interposed an extra sequence that misnumbered the order, and in the shift, added a small paragraph which instructed the clerks to present certain prisoners first in a nearby wardhouse due to clerical confusion. I went to the square early, my hands in pockets to disguise the way they trembled. There are conversations you can have only with a crowd, and I had learned to watch how a crowd carries information, as rumour, as opinion, as something that travels by touch and by the small reiterations that people make to themselves. Madeleine stood near a fountain, her smile like a curtain pulled across the day's cruelty. She moved through the crowd with a languid competence, a conversation at a time, planting a notion here and a misdirection there. She was our social device, the trained hand that could, with a bemused aside, alter the course of a rumour. When the clerk stepped forward and began to read, there was the usual hush. The way a public silence hollows itself when a man pronounces a name that will determine a future. I had placed Lucy among the hawkers, fingers working a seam in her cuff, where a list waited folded. Bastien hovered near the magistrate's assistant, the kind of boy whose smallness is his protection and his peril. At the moment when the clerk's eyes slid down the list and hesitated, Bastien brushed a sleeve, and the counterfeit slipped beneath the official stack. The pause was almost comical in its ordinariness, an assistant muttering about a misfiled set of papers, a man in a tribunal cap fanning himself with a bent ledger. The world has taught me that monumental things often happen because of petty inconveniences. The clerk read on. Somewhere near the scaffold a horse shifted its weight. A name that should have come 3rd came 5th. A sentence about a clerical misprint was read aloud with an officiousness that, once pronounced, acquires the authority of practice. People shifted, and a man with a beard I had traded a book to once earlier in the week saw an opening and bolted. He was not one of our carefully chosen names. He was someone whose smile had previously sold me a pamphlet. I had not intended to free him. His escape was a small, irrational miracle, a slip of leather, a turned head, a guard distracted by a boy who had shouted a name has been misread, and pointed at a page. In that second a wiry figure melted into a market alley, and the city swallowed him like a secret. There was a sound like a low wind passing through teeth murmur first, then a nervous laugh, then a shout. For an instant the square was not a place of inevitable endings but a field of surprise. People found a new muscle in their faces, incredulity. If the ledger could be wrong, then perhaps names could be argued with. Young men began to call out to each other. Women clutched children to their breasts and whispered to neighbors that perhaps someone could be spared. The moment expanded as rumor does, less precise than fact, more contagious than truth. Our triumph tasted like iron and honey. It was not clean. We had succeeded beyond calculable expectation. 2 prisoners were moved, shifted by the clerk's mistaken order, and one of them eluded the guard. The other was saved because a caravan of provincial merchants took advantage of the confusion to press past the cordons and ferry the released into a cart bound for a market town where papers change hands as commonly as bread. There is no pure victory in such times. Victory always comes laced with fear, since to win a single skirmish is to prove to those with power that the war is winnable. That afternoon the city hummed with a different pitch. The ledger's certainty had been breached. A laugh half dangerous threaded through parlor rooms and taverns. Madeleine sat at a window when I returned to the shop, her hands folding a handkerchief as though she were nervous at the way cloth folds. "You should have seen their faces," she said. Her voice was a sly instrument. I could not tell whether she was pleased or terrified. They read a name, and then they had to read it again. There was a pause, a delicious little pause. Lan, however, invites reprisal. Word gathered like a storm that will not be satisfied with an ordinary downpour. Commissaire Renaud is not a man to whom such a breach can be permitted. He is of a kind that believes certainty keeps a city from dissolving into violent improvisation. A ledger, for him, is a liturgy of order. To show that the ledger had erred was to reveal seams in civic faith. That night we heard the first knockings at windows, the thin scuff of boots on stair. I slept badly, which is to say I indulged in a half-sleep where every creak was a summons. Renaud's response was surgical. He dispatched men to the offices where lists were kept, to the clerks who had handled paper. He ordered inventories of registers and pressed for evidence of where accounts passed from one hand to another. I had expected a show of forced drills, arrests, and yet there is something more efficient than spectacle, the administrative inquisition. They interrogated small men whose lives had been carved from routine. They found mouths that could be loosened by bread, and the implied kindness of a state that promises safety for cooperation. A clerk I had thought resolute admitted that he had seen a misfile and had been told to overlook it by a superior who feared the responsibility of being precise. Betrayal is domestic in shape. It is not a drama in which heroes are stabbed by dramatic figures, but the polite confession of which stare a man climbs on his way to work. Hortense, who had bled us gossip, and who I had thought of as a rusty, gossiping watch, began to tell a story she had previously kept to herself. Of a night when a man in a hat had slipped into her laundry with a handful of paper. The man had been frightened and had told her to tell no one. They offered me money, she confessed to a municipal agent, her voice small as a child's on a judgment day. They said I would be safe to say I'd not seen those men. But when they came today, they were not gentle, and the clerk looked at me as though I were a ledger he might strike out. Madeleine, whom I had thought to be well practiced in the art of rumor, had friends who were even more practiced. It turned out one of her salon acquaintances had grown careless in speaking of a joke about misread names, a jest taken as an instruction by a man who liked to be remembered by the commissaire's office. It is terrible to see how small talk, like a stray ember, can set administrative tinder alight. Evening came with the sound of doors closing behind men who were not meant to close them. Tiner's shop bore the marks of a being searched, cupboards left ajar, a plate hidden beneath sacks of rag paper. He swore softly when he saw the places they had not reached, the secret drawer in his workbench where the type for our counterfeit lay, the chimney where he had hidden plates and proofs. Someone had bent the stove's ash with a stick as though seeking an errant piece. We counted small losses and we counted larger ones, the refusal of a journeyman to risk his carriage for us, the silence on the part of a clerk who had promised to misfile a register. The city had not only produced a moment of doubt, it had produced an appetite in the state for retribution, and, with it, a new hunger for informers. You do not imagine, when you first begin to practice clandestine arts, how fast fear spreads. It is not the kind of fear that makes a man run. It is a pedagogic fear, a fear that teaches caution by small, persistent examples. Bastien was arrested for a day and released when they could not tie a piece of contraband to his person. He came back thinner, his eyes as if size reduced by having watched too many hands. He told us of an interrogation that had been more about extracting a look than a name, a question designed to make him speak of places where he had seen people with paper. One of our couriers, an older hawker who sold almanacs, was less lucky. He has, I am told, a bruised face and an ache where the handcuffs pressed into the wrist. He promised nothing because he had nothing to promise, but his silence had a price. There are times when the arithmetic of rescues is plain. To save 1 man you may risk 100. To save 10 you may risk 500. I cannot say that the decision to attempt a larger deception was purely heroic. At the counter of my shop, I had listened to customers whose eyes pleaded for a name to be taken off a list. I had closed my shutters on nights when a voice begged me for a single scrap of paper that might help a brother to pass through a cordon. My choices have always been a calculation of what I can bear to lose. Yet calculation, while it may justify an act to the mind, does not comfort the heart when the consequences fall like pebbles into a pond and the rings reach your door. At the end of that day, while Madeleine dithered over a cup of thin wine, and Tyne smoked and pretended the smoke had nothing to do with his shaking, I looked at the ledger of our intentions and found it marked by the kind of annotations I had learned to trust, marginalia that suggested not certainty but a method. We had made a crack in the edifice of the ledger. For a few hours the city had tasted the possibility of names being contested. People thought aloud for the first time that week. They argued softly in boulangeries. A small man in a strip of shadow gestured to a friend as if to say, "Did you see it? Could it be?" But the night arrives in every story where triumph has been tasted, and it asks its own questions. In the half-light of candles we heard of Renaud's orders, inventories to be cross-checked, clerks brought into rooms and asked to produce samples of their handwriting, watchmen's logs to be recited. In the next morning's market some men spoke in flattened voices, better not to linger on talk of lists. The ledger had not been discredited. It had been nicked, and the state had answered with steel and inquiry rather than spectacle. The difference is subtle but killer. The spectacle could be met with a raucous counter-spectacle, but the administrative eye works in counters and misfiles. It is quieter and more enduring. We had done something that might be called noble if one had the taste for such words. We had produced an error that became a gift, a rent in the city's sense of the inevitable. But we had also invited retaliation, sharp and bureaucratic. The ledger is not merely a book, it is a system, and systems have ways of attending slight errors with new layers of control. I went to bed that night with the ledger under my pillow, as I sometimes slept with small objects one wants to keep warm. I listened for the sound of boots, and I thought of the people we had saved and of those we had not. I thought of Lucy's bright face in the square and of Bastien's smallness as he slipped the list into a clerk's bundle. I thought of Tyne staring at his type as though it were a wound. We had, for a few hours, created a false dawn, a morning of belief that would not be born through the day. But dawns teach us that light is never a permanent state. It is only a condition that must be renewed. The ledger would learn, as we had learned, to anticipate falsification. And those whose work was to impose meaning on the city would, if they could, mend their ledger's seams with new hands and new rules. The question that lay in my chest like a small stone was whether our crack would be remembered as an aberration or a beginning. I do not pretend to know the answer. The only thing I knew for certain was that we had crossed a line. The line is thin, but once crossed it becomes part of the ground upon which we stand. We had taken a name and, by moving it, taught a city how to question its own voice. As I blew out my candle that night, I could hear the faint, persistent scratch of pens in far offices, the administrative equivalent of a city bracing itself. The ledger resettled its ink into new habits. Somewhere a clerk sighed and began to recopy pages. We had won a moment. The ledger would seek to win back the next. And between those two claims our brief victory and the ledger's patient answer the rest of our life would be written. We had made a dawn that was false in the ledger's eyes but not in the city's. For an instant, people discovered they could breathe differently. I do not say that such breath will suffice against a mechanism designed to kill, but it is a thing to keep. The memory of an hour when something other than fate seemed to determine the course of a life. The ledger would learn, we would learn, and history, which is mostly an accumulation of such learnings, would be the slow and often clumsy judge of whether our deceit was folly or beginning. I slept with the thought of a crowd's laugh. I woke with the sound of a knock. The knock was not the last. The knock would not be the last, and that is where the story bends toward consequence. The knock came in 3 beats, not the staccato of a petty debtor demanding coin, not the soft courtesy of a customer seeking a late pamphlet, but the clockwork cadence of men who had practiced entry. I had been up before dawn. As I always was in those days, the city, not yet awake, beyond the sound of a cart, and the first vendors laying out their bread, and I was at the ledger shelf, tracing the margins of a donation receipt with the thumb that trembled when pressed to old glue. Tiny's shop was on my way, a short walk that took me past a parade of sleeping shutters and the lane where the gutter collected the morning's chill. I had not expected to meet the commissaire by the press that day. I had not expected the world to tilt that suddenly. The press room smells at its barest like trade oil damp wood, the faint sweet of ink warmed where heat meets paper. Tyne had learned to make that smell a comfort, as some learn the smell of their own house, as a place where the furniture bears witness to their private life. When I pushed open his door, I could see the hearth smoke beaded along the high window, the presses quiet but set, a sheet of half-printed paper hanging like an unmade bed. Bastien crouched in an alcove, a packet of leaflets in his fist. Tyne stood by his case, hands at rest, as if he had been waiting for a hand to fall upon them. The sound that followed the boots, the cries, the authority arrived like a tide. Doors slammed elsewhere. Someone shouted a name in the street. Tyne's face did not change its shape. He only moved as if concluding an argument he'd been having with himself. "Marie," he said, and there was no question in it. "Go back, close your shutters, hide something, anything." He pushed a stack of proofs toward me, a wet insistence in his blue eyes. I stayed. There are things one tells oneself to feel less porous, that the day is cold, that the lint in the window seat must be swept, that a ledger will keep even sunlight at bay. None of those were true in the seconds that followed. Men filled the doorway like ink spilling into a margin. They were not the ragged men of the streets, but a municipal corps, uniforms rumpled by duty, faces hardened by the long business of administering death and order. At their head came a man with a ledger at his hand, that straight, accusing jaw of Lucien Renaud, the commissaire. He had been at other spectacles, at other registrations of fate. He looked like the man who knows the cost of certainty and believes, in his bones, that it is a necessary cruelty. His voice filled the press room. "Search. Every press, every chest, by order of the tribunal." The words were written across the sunlight as if they had been typeset, and the men obeyed them with a pleasing rapidity to his will. Tyne moved as though responding to the pressure of a hand upon his back. He borrowed from me a look too small steel, clinking of iron, and we understood each other without speech. The plates were the heart of his trade, small rectangles of metal, letters raised like tiny islands. They were dangerous and holy. If they survived, one could print again. If they were lost, the ability to counterfeit and to redirect names might be lost with them. He did not speak of ideology then. His hands performed the calculus. He lifted 2 plates, dry and cold, wrapped them carefully in linen, and moved toward the chimney. The chimney looked absurdly inadequate, a narrow throat of brick that led upward and proved its worth every time an errant sooty bird nested in the eaves. Tiny's fingers large, scarred, deft as clockmakers slid plate after plate into the dark. He saw softly between his teeth, a string of names that was more prayer than oath. "Hide them like bones," he whispered, as if the chimney would understand and protect them. Bastien, with the breath of youth, stood ready to carry proofs if asked. Instead, he was shoved back into a corner by a man with a baton. The municipal men moved through the shop with the scissor care of people trained to cut away things that could hurt the common body. Drawers were appended. Type cases were upturned like last week's soup. Proofs caught in the air and fluttered down. Paper, our fragile, argumentative friend became, for a moment, animated. It lifted and fell again, leaving a trail of inked margins across the plank floor. A clerk in a brown coat barked a question at Tine. Tine replied with the measured silence of a man who has measured his options and found one secretive enough to be worth a lie. At the threshold stood Jean Morel, his municipal coat still thrown about him, but his face less a mask than a troubled ledger. Jean is not a man who falls readily into drama. He has the patient face of a man who has seen too many mornings end badly, and who keeps his hands clean precisely because he believes that messy hands will have to answer for more. He hesitated at the door, holding a warrant like a buttered sheet that might slip from his fingers. For a moment I could see him weighing the instruction against his memory of Tiny's wrists at the press at dawn and the face of a man who makes pamphlets because he has seen how words can be used to kill and be used to heal. Commissaire Renaud saw the hesitation as if it were a mote in the sun. He turned his ledger upon Jean with the speed of a sharpened quill. "Are you reluctant, Morel? Do your sympathies resist your duty?" His voice had the cold geometry of a man who believes he can subtract affection from obligation. Jean's hand shifted. He filed the warrant improperly under a pile of clamps that Renaud then ordered moved aside. The misfiling could have been accidental. It could have been deliberation so quiet it looked like chance. Either way, it bought a sliver of time. It was only a breath, perhaps no more than the pause between 2 pages. But in that pause, Tine made his choice, and the chimney kept it. They found proofs, many proofs, and they burned what could not be carried away. There is a particular smell to paper set alight. It is not the ordinary acrid of coal, but the intimate aroma of a thing made by hand giving up its voice. The flames licked the edges of a pamphlet of ours and curled its letters to blackness, as if the words themselves were being anesthetized. Men stamped to keep the fire from leaping further. A clerk wrapped his handkerchief about a sheet and tossed it to the hearth, as if to feed the common appetite for certainty. Tine watched the flames with the face of a man watching a small betrayal happen in slow motion. I should say that the raid was swift. Its planning had been as precise as any of our forgeries. It required informants, a woman in a laundry who remembered a face at a window, a clerk who noticed an odd shipment of paper, Hortense's scared voice telling of a bundle left at a church door. People whisper for reasons as old as hunger, the promise of bread, the promise of safety, the shame of being seen. I cannot name the exact moment one of those small traders of rumor turned to the tribunal. Such matters are not comforting in the telling. Hortense came to me later, her shawl wrapped like a thin coffin. She admitted with a voice that trembled. They asked for names, and I gave what I heard. They promised they would not use it. They said I might be left in peace if I spoke. I have always thought that fear purchases a kind of thin absolution. Arrests were made. A journeyman binder, a man with roughened hands and the stubbornness that marks a worker, was taken in his half-lace boots. He cursed less than I expected, as if surprise had taught him a new submission. Bastien managed to slip out. He was small and quick and had pockets made for leaflets. and the sky seemed to close over him as if it had been waiting for his first mischief. But others were not so fortunate. They were led away with ropes soft around their wrists. I watched their shoulders drop like unpeopled shelves. Commissaire Renaud watched the flames, as if he were brushing his hand over the surface of a ledger and making a final entry. "Order must be maintained," he said to the pressmen when they paused, as if speaking to himself. There is in him a genuine belief that certainty, once established, will prevent further horrors. He believes in the arithmetic of punishment. He believes that names, once pronounced in a ledger, are instruments of civic clarity. We who have learned to name for other reasons, love, grief, the desire to reassign fate, find that argument hollow in the face of a burning shop. Jean Morel lingered after the men were gone, when the embers were swollen and the smoke clawing at the rafters had been beaten into a dull resentment. He did not meet Tiner's eyes. "I filed it wrong," he told me when he thought only I might hear. He placed his thumb on a smudge of soot and rubbed it as if he might erase the day. It was an error. Properly, I would have processed it differently. He said it as if the law itself might be mollified by a small human mistake. I believed him in the manner one believes in weather, not in its intentions but in its effects. We counted losses with the same economy we use when cataloguing a small library. Tyne had saved several plates more than I had dared hope tucked into the chimney like illicit bones. He had not saved everything, a register of names, some proofs of counter lists printed in haste, a set of types that were now warped by heat. The press had been bruised. One platen had a nick that would ruin a fine sheet. A crate of paper had been scorched along its edge. The man who had been taken would not bind any more pamphlets that month. There are debts that cannot be paid in coin. I went back to my shop with my coat still damp from the door, carrying in my head the odor of smoke that clung to the city like an old memory. My hands found their way to a ledger, the same mechanical comfort I turn to when the world has been made sharp by loss. I inventoried what remained, plates safe in chimney, 3 proof copies in Bastien's knapsack, a set of forged margins I had made for a false list now charred at its corner. I wrote their names down as if entering a register at the parish. Plate 1 saved, false list partial, binder arrested. The act of listing is how one claims the world back. It is a defiant arithmetic. Hortense came to the shop that afternoon like a shadow with a voice. She stood under the eaves and watched me rearrange a row of books, as if the movement might mean we were not changed. She told me what she had told the commissaire in a voice that had given up all attempts at performance. "They pressed me," she said simply. "They told me that if I remembered other names that I could save myself. So I spoke of a man I thought suspicious, and another who had been seen near Tyne's in the market. I did not think I only wanted to be left in peace. They took what I said, as if it were more important than life. They promised me bread and a clean sheet for my name." Her hands trembled as she spoke. There is a particular sorrow to watching a neighbor unmake herself to appease a machine. The lesson was unhelpful and total. People will barter the lives of others for the small certainty that they will be left. Fear is a currency that buys the illusion of safety. We had thought that withholding knowledge or corrupting it with falsehoods would make the tribunal's ledger uneasy. We had not reckoned enough with the renditions of memory, with people like Hortense whose fears unspooled into betrayals by the thin promise of reprieve. Those are the transactions that break a network from within. That night Teen sat by his hearth and did not make the jokes he usually makes about typefaces being like people upright serifs and rounded bastards. He catalogued the plates like a man counting teeth and warmed his hands without moving them. "We were careless," he said finally, and the words were not apology so much as an inventory. He had always understood the trade as a kind of truce. Typesetting was commerce. Counterfeiting was rebellion for which he accepted a price. Now the price had found a weight I could feel between my ribs. We lit a candle and placed upon the table the plates that had survived. They were small and heavy and cold. Up close the letters seemed to be waiting for instruction, as if their raised faces might protest the fate of their printed words. Tyne fed me a scrap of charred paper he had rescued, the blackened letters still stubbornly legible in places. We read them out loud, a name half-formed, an accusation that had burned at its edges. Bastien listened like a boy learning a catechism. The room tightened around him. I thought of the men led away, the binder's fingers used to the smell of paste and thread. The journeyman whose face I had watered with kindness, because booksellers are foolish about the faces of those who work with paper. I catalogued them as losses, but cataloguing is not consolation. It is a way of knowing the enemy's costs. The ledger in the tribunal has its own arithmetic, and we had been taught to expect that any counter-arithmetic would be bloody. There is a narrow consolation. Jean Morel's misfiling, intentional or not, had left us with a chance. The plates in the chimney meant we could print again. We could, with care and cunning, make better counter lists. We could, if we were precise, place names that would divert a procession, that would buy another life, that would unravel a thread in the tribunal's knitted certainty. But each act of recourse would require others to step beyond their fear. Each act would require someone to be more fearful than the man who gives names for bread. I went to bed that night with a ledger beneath my pillow, as I always did, but its weight was more than habit. It carried the names of the arrested, the burnt proofs, the plates hidden in the chimney, Hortense's confession, and Jean's small mercy. When a city is a ledger, each entry is a world. I counted them like beads until sleep came. In the days that followed the discovery of the raid rippled outward. The clients who used Tyner's press for innocent labels came in with small, frightened eyes, as if the next good luck charm would be to speak of nothing. Madeleine's salon sent word in the form of a careful remark: those poor pressmen are so unfortunate, that meant to say both sympathy and warning. Father Benot offered prayers in private and shelter where he could. Bastien, bless him, kept moving leaflets in an almost ritual way, as if repetition could inoculate us. We were, all of us, rebuilding a life around a hole. The raid had been a lesson. It taught us, with the cruel pedagogy of flame, that material means are fragile. It taught us that people, pressed by hunger and fear, will stake others for crumbs. It taught us that mercy from the interior of the law, Jean Morel's slight mercy, could exist only as a sliver. It taught us that to print again would require more than forged type. It would require courage from those who had none to spare. We began to plan, not with the arrogant certainty of those who think an idea itself will topple a scaffold, but with the shrewd patience of those who know how to tuck a plate under a floorboard and to teach an apprentice how to fold a leaf into a collar. The plates might be safe for a while. The binder in prison might be spared if we could produce a diversion. Hortense would not be forgiven easily. But the ledger of our lives does not allow for easy absolutions. It requires engagement, weighing of sorrow against necessity. In that arithmetic I learned that the cost of secrecy is sometimes the exposure of someone innocent. The city keeps its own time. It turns the days like pages. The raid had torn some pages out and scorched their edges, but it had not consumed the book. We would mend what we could. We would teach Bastien to run faster and quieter. We would teach Lucy, who was not yet in the hands of the tribunal, the art of moving a list unseen through a crowd. We would ask Tien to make plates in smaller batches, to hide them within joinery, to cut the letters into halves and recombine them to make reprints impossible unless stitched together. We would learn to make our work less legible to the eye of a single raid. And yet, even as plans unfurled, a colder knowledge had entered my chest that names are not only paper, they are practices, expectations, the recorded agreements of a city. To change them is to change how the city moves. The raid had taught me that the tribunal would use fire as it uses a pen. We answered with cunning and secrecy. But I felt the shift as if the ground itself had been jostled. I could not know who would be taken next. I could not know whether the plates hidden like bones would be enough to divert a procession when it came. At the end of that week I lit a candle and took the plates from Tiny's parcel. They were cold and small and unassuming on the table. I ran my thumb along the raised letters and felt the familiar index of a world I could still alter. The knowledge that the press was a machine for both truth and untruth sat between us like a litmus. We talked late into the night about where to print next and who could be trusted. Through the window the streetlights drew halos on the wet stones. Somewhere a bell mourned as if the city itself were cataloguing the dead. We had lost people and proofs and an easy confidence. The raid had been a cut and would scar, but scars can be read. They tell the story of what was done and what survived. We put the plates away in the false bottom of an old trunk, and I wrote their names in a private ledger. Plate A saved, Plate B saved, press damaged, binder detained. The act of recording is not neutral. It is a promise to remember and to act. That night, before sleep took me, I imagined the tribunal, ledger open on its high table, and I whispered a small, dangerous thing: we will write back. I had always thought that rebellions begin in silence. Not the silence of absence, but the kind that keeps its voice to itself, a low registering of a score, a ledger of small refusals written in margins and underlinings. It is a private mathematics, a hand that tucks a note into a binding, a step that avoids a street, a barter exchanged for a rumor. Lucy believed otherwise. She believed in heat, in voice, in motion. She believed that you could put a paper into a square and make an idea do the work of an army. She was young enough to imagine the square itself as a living page where every shout was a new sentence and every clap a punctuation. I watched her most afternoons as if from the other side of a glass, admiring, wary, counting how many more breaths a life could spend on an idea before it had to be paid for. She came to the bookshop high with plans and low on reasons. The sort of plans that come with names, a place, an hour, a barrel for a platform, a list that would be read aloud. She had taken to folding our counterfeits in ways that made them feel accidental, as if the ledger had simply misplaced a page. She spoke about the spectacle the way other girls might speak about a dress they wanted to wear on a Sunday, with an assumption of rightness rather than permission. If people see the name and hear that it can be moved, they'll ask why they had ever trusted it, she said, folding a stack of leaflets with the kind of speed that betrayed practice and fearlessness in equal measure. She put a single word at the top of some sheets we would distribute that day, choose. Her fingers stained with ink, she worked in the small universe of our counterfeits like an acolyte. Tyne worried in his slow, careful way. A reading is a million fingers pointing at you, he told her once, rubbing his thumbs together, as if he might rub prudence into his skin. He kept his voice low, not out of cowardice but because habit and survival had taught him the economy of speech. A press is secrecy disguised as noise. You make a thing public, and you make a thing legible to those who would read it against you. She listened to him for a minute, then smiled and continued cutting and folding. If we keep writing in the dark, we are only telling ourselves a story. If we put words where the city walks, we make other people see the sentence. She had what the city called courage and what I sometimes called folly. Between the two there is a seam where lives are pinned. I tried to negotiate with her. I tried to name the hazards as I would name a book stains. Would the public be ready to accept a changed list? Would the thought of a page that could be altered survive the immediate convenience of the original ledger? Would the commissaire pay attention, and if he did, what kind of attention would he practice? She answered with the feverish exactness of someone who had already performed the scene in her head. They will be ready, she said. If they are not, they will become ready. If they are afraid, we will show them how to be unafraid. She sounded, I thought then and think now, like a preacher with a small, dangerous gospel. Madeline offered softer weapons. She nodded and dropped a word here and a laugh there in her salon, where ladies traded silks and secrets in the same breath. Madeline said the public could be nudged, that rumors were pliant things. A rumor shaped by fashion and fable might turn the square into a parable. Bastien promised to be the wind, leaflets on his hawker cart, an extra hand when the crowd wanted to move. Hortense sent a basket of washed linens and a nervous glance. Even Tien, for all his reservations, supplied plates and the knowledge of how a printed sheet would behave under sun and under the eye of a crowd. He made the counterfeits as if they were prayers, knocking down type so the words would sit right. He left each sheet smelling of ink and possibility. Antoine Valois arrived 3 days before the planned reading. He was young and practiced in the kind of rhetoric that tastes like metal. He had the posture of a man who knew how an audience is held, one small, precise gesture, a cadence of hesitated emphasis, and a smile that did not prove he felt what he said, but promised his listeners that he believed in them. Lucy glowed when he spoke, the way a lamp glows when set near kindling. We must show them their master is no longer certain. He told me in the cellar where I keep the cast-off bindings and torn proofs. Not with a death, not with a shout, but with a paper that contradicts an order. If a name can be moved, appointment is shown to be a choice. He rubbed his hands together as if warming them for winter. Show them the ledger is a machine, and then hide the machine. It was a neat phrase. Machines require parts. Machines can be taken apart. But a machine also requires witnesses, and once you make a machine visible, you invite a new kind of observer who is expert in dismantling rather than in admiration. I told him this. He smiled and said nothing, which is often what means yes. The morning of the reading was all small theatrics. Lucy woke before sun, humming to herself like a woman who has swallowed a tune she cannot yet hum aloud. She arranged the leaflets in protocols, some to be dropped at doors, some tied under bread, some to be sent through Bastien's stall. She tied a scrap of our counterfeit to the collar of a city actor, an elderly woman who looks like a widow and knows how to cuff on command. I watched them move like a small conspiracy of birds, each with a winged thing to carry. Tien came in at dawn, rubbing his hands, his face a map of worry cut by lines of concentration. He had smuggled out a new set of plates, and had a look like a man who had just set a child into traffic but hoped it would learn to cross. The square smelled of the city, warm bread, horses' sweat, the oil and smoke of vendors. People sat in the sun to trade gossip and coin. A child ran barefoot, trailing a trailing ribbon dyed the color of some distant festival. The wine barrel, commandeered by a sympathetic coopersman, made Lucy taller than she was, and people turned because a voice in the market is always a part of the day's economy. She read without artifice, without the flourish of actors, and that was her cunning. She had the plainness of someone saying what everyone already suspected, but had not been given the name to say. We have been told names as if they were the weather, she said, her voice clear enough to catch and hold. A ledger says, thus and thus will be. We listen, we obey. But tomorrow is not the ledger's to claim. We may write. She turned a sheet so the words faced the crowd. Choose. The first sounds from the square were small, a cough, then the shuffle of a foot, then a woman who had been listening to her, washing repeat a phrase. It is always difficult to measure when a crowd begins to believe. It is like catching at smoke. Something in the air altered. People looked at one another, as if they were passing a private reading of a page they'd all read without permission. Some laughed with the relief of those who discover a play ends differently than they had been told. Some glared with the suspicion of those whose livelihoods are ordered by certainty. I felt, as any observer of crowds knows, the fragile thing that is belief tilt on its axis. For a moment the city seemed to hold its breath. Lucy read a contrived list that named, among the usual men, someone nobody expected, a cobbler with a limp who sold shoes to both sides, a child who ran errands, a clerk who kept 2 copies of marriage ledgers. We had chosen the names so they would produce surprise, and in that surprise a question: why these names? Why this order? If a name could be moved, how many other appointments were merely accidents of filing? People began to argue and laugh and threaten and cry. They began to conjecture the ledger's motives. A discussion opened like a wound, and then like a possibility. And then, because the world preserves its balance with a cruel precision, someone in the crowd made the calculation that makes police officers into theologians. They called for the commissaire. How that call was made I do not know. Rumor will explain it differently tomorrow than it did today. What I do know is that a ledger of certainty does not like being its own questioner. Certainty, to hold, requires rituals and audiences and the spectacle of punishment. The commissaire responds to doubt as a doctor to a fever. He puts a hand where something is burning. They arrived in permutations of authority: a clerk with a ledger faster than lightning, an inspector with a list of names pulled like a net. Men with municipal leather who could read the crowd's temperature and report it flat to the tribunal. They formed in an almost civil manner a cordon and began to consult their papers. Lucy, who had no patience for those whose pens had titles but no courage, raised her chin. "We are showing a possibility," she said. "Your certainty has become a trap." The commissaire, who likes the sound of a name as others like the sound of a hymn, did not smile. He asked to see the list. Bastien, for reasons that would be explained later and now only rumor, tried to smuggle a packet of leaflets into the hands of a bystander. Men with ledgered hands saw the movement and moved to intercept. The square tuned its nerves to danger the way a violinist tunes to pitch. The arrest was not cinematic. There was no shout and no drawn sword. It was administrative. An officer read out a charge as if it were a citation from the law: public disorder, conspiracy to foment unrest, the dissemination of false lists. They lifted Lucy gently as if she were a sack of grain and placed a cord at her wrists. Her face was astonished in a way that made me ache. She did not plead. She did not beg. She looked at me as a woman looks at a ledger that names her and says, in that look, both accusation and apology. I moved before I had time to think. There are moments when the body decides faster than the mind. I reached the cord like a person reaching for a book she believes will keep someone from forgetting. "Take me," I said before I had measured the consequences of the phrase. It is a curious thing how certain words become shields. The commissaire glanced at me, and his ledgered mind considered the trade. He was in his way a man who liked exchanges. He looked at Lucy again, reading the way an accountant reads a balance, then at me, and made the calculation that would form the shape of the next day. But he chose procedure over poetry. "The law will take its course," he said. "You will both be brought in for questioning." It was their economy. Everything counted. Everything was accounted for. They bundled Lucy into a cart like a parcel and took her away. I stood in the sun, feeling at once naked and starved. The crowd dispersed in a rain of whispers and accusations. Some faces were glad, some were frightened. Others looked at me with the old merchant's expression that asks whether the thing you sell will bankrupt the neighborhood. We did not get her back that evening. She was taken to a wing of the tribunal where the walls smelled of chalk and old papers, and where men practiced the art of turning language into cudgel. The rumor of her capture moved faster than the cart. Madeleine, pale and quick, came to the shop and took my hand as if to weigh my pulse. Tian paced and cursed into his palms. Bastien hovered by the door like a stray dog that will not be shooed away. I felt acute and inexplicable, as if an enormous page had been ripped out of the city's book, and I was left to imagine both the whole and the burn marks at the edges. Father Bino T came in the dusk with a lantern, and a sorrow he did not bother to hide. He sat at my table and said, in his low, steady voice, "There are prayers for those who act and prayers for those who talk. You have both in your shop, Mary." He folded his hands like a man closing a small book. "If you want her kept alive, you must consider not only what you say about her, but what you have already done. The tribunal is hungry for the names that produced this spectacle. There is a cruelty that lives inside interrogation rooms that is not about the noise of shouting. It is the stillness under which a man in an official jacket stamps a name and waits for the sound of its breaking. Lucy faced that quiet with a stubbornness that made me want to strike the tribunal myself. They offered small comforts, then cruel conveniences, a promise of leniency for truth. The correct chair, the correct question. They told her they could save her if she would tell them the names that organized the lists. She was young enough to be terrorized and brave enough to be deceitful. They worked the room like a surgeon batting at a vein. I sat in my shop and counted my hands. I thought of the ledger we had forged, of the names we had shifted like chessmen. I imagined the paper against Lucy's skin, the prints of fingers, the jobs that require secrecy and shame, and the small decisions that become prisons. I thought of the day that Tyne had burned a plate to spare a man he loved. I thought of the smallness of my own courage. I thought, with a clarity that was half grief and half calculation, of the ledger that had started all this. A name, after all, is only a word until someone decides what to do with it. When the first rumor of a coursed confession reached us, I felt the shop tilt. It is a particular kind of horror to hear a thing you have taught repeated against you, to feel your hand shown in the work of another as evidence against you. Lucy had been fond of marginalia. She liked to press notes into the hollows of other people's books, as if to make a map for friends and fugitives. I had taught her to fold a list into a collar so the paper would warm against a throat. I had written in her hand once when her fingers shook, that the tribunal would call these tender things tools of conspiracy was the sort of inversion that the world sometimes performs to its own advantage. At night I walk the shop and count the places where a page might hide false bottoms, hollowed bindings, the seam beneath the counter. I think of my ledgered life as a geography of concealment. Lucy had walked those places with the airy step of someone who believes a plan will hold. I had believed it, or I had pretended to, and in that pretense had given permission. That is the other arithmetic of complicity, not only what you do but what you allow yourself by not saying no. The city tightens when it smells fear. It draws its lines like a hand around a throat. I do not know, as I write this in the small hours, whether her words were broken or offered as a sop to stop the pressing. There are reports that say the tribunal coaxed names from her with promises of mercy. Others say she spoke to protect those she loved. In the quiet between rumor and truth, I feel my own pulse as proof that a body is the first ledger, keeping record of where it has been hurt. They have taken her to the rooms where men consult the calendar of the guillotine, as if it were a weather chart. A name placed on a day is as much a forecast as a decree. Lucy's arrest has tightened the mechanism the ledger maintains. It has also, in some strange arithmetic, pushed doubt into the open. People ask now whether a name is a sentence or a choice. They debate in the markets about which manuscript is true and who profits by certainty. The trade-off is cruel. A captured voice teaches others caution. But it also lights the corner of a dark street so that more eyes can see the shape of the thing they had been told to accept without question. I set a chair by the window and wait. The day our little religion of margins had to answer for itself, I thought there would be a thunderclap, a clear dividing line. Instead there are 1,000 small trimmers, an altered glance, a coin left at the counter with a folded list inside. Bastien's reluctant smile when he slips a packet into a standing customer's hand. These are the small rebellions that make the coffee of a revolution palatable. Lucy is a martyr only insofar as being young is the world's indictment. She is also our teacher. She taught us that voice moves a body, and that bodies in motion carry contagion. I watch and catalogue as if my trades were duties and my duty were to memory. I will go to the tribunal. I will stand and speak and keep my ledgered voice steady. There are things one can say that destroy a plan and things one can say that salvage a life. I have been careful all my life about the way I pick words, about the way I let syllables fall into a customer's lap. Yet I have found in the suddenness of this crisis that care can be a form of cowardice if it keeps us from acting when the small life in our hands is threatened. Lucy's fingers had a tendency to leave their print on everything. There was a smudge of ink on the edge of a sheet that she pressed into the collar of a runaway's jacket, and later I found the jacket folded on a chair. This morning there was a scrap of paper stuck to the inner hem of her sleeve, as if when they took her they had not had the precision to prize every secret away. I keep that scrap now like a reliquary. On it is a single scratched word, a child's name perhaps, or a joke. I do not yet know its meaning. I fold it into the ledger beneath my pillow and count breaths. The night before Lucy was taken she wrote in a book she keeps under the counter. The entry was short and fierce. I will not be polite to a ledger. I will not be polite to the men who name us. I will be loud enough for the ones who have no voice. Reading it I felt the pure, terrible force of youth, a hunger to be seen, to be known, to effect change before the world takes the opportunity away. What that hunger costs is a question I will be answering for the rest of my life. When the tribunal wants names, it wants them clean and enumerated. It wants the world to be a ledger with columns and amendable balance. We have, for years, traded in margins. We have taught people how to read between lines, how to tuck a message into the grain of a binding, how to turn a list into a lie. Now one of our students sits on a bench of a prison and the lesson is being taken as evidence. It is the paradox of the work. Secrecy helps the brave live. Exposure makes the brave icons. I have never wanted to make an icon of Lucy. I wanted her to learn the careful arts of survival. She learned instead a lesson of motion. She will be questioned again tomorrow. The faces that ask questions will be trained to look for trimmers. Their ears will be trained to catch the tremble of a conscience. I will be there. Tyne will be there in a way that looks like solidarity and feels like terror. Father Binot will show his ink-stained cuff as if to say he knows the value of a page. We will all give accounts for what we have done and for what we have failed to do. The ledger will be in the room. This city is good at making its tools into juries. There is a moment always when a plan that once seemed brilliant curdles into something else. The square has taught me that lesson with many faces. Lucy's fire lit something visible and dangerous and necessary. The question that keeps me awake is not whether she was wrong to act, but whether I was wrong to let her be my pupil. It is the unanswerable arithmetic of guardianship, when to restrain and when to release, when to act and when to trust another's courage. The cost of both choices is a human life. I am writing now to pin the event down, to make it a record against time. Names move like currency. They are continually devalued and reissued. Lucy's arrest has turned our small bank of names into a precarious capital. Tomorrow will be a reckoning. Tonight I fold her scrap of paper, smooth its creases, and tuck it into the book beneath my pillow. I count the places where a page might hide and the ways a ledger might be read differently. A public reading was her choice. Her capture was the consequence, and now consequence has a new name and a new arithmetic. The hook is not an end but a hinge. Lucy, who burned with the reckless faith of youth, is now a hinge. What moves on her turning will decide some of us. The tribunal will ask questions and hope for answers that make a map of our little rebellion. I will answer as best as a woman can who knows how to weigh words. But I also hold, in the pocket of my apron, a folded smear of manuscript that suggests nothing is inevitable. If a name can be moved in a crowd, it can be moved again. The blade of certainty glitters, but so do our margins. Tomorrow we will see which shines truer, and whether a girl's voice can change the ledger's hand. They brought her in on a morning that smelled of laundries and rain, when the gutters ran thick and the market had not yet learned whether the day would be one of bread or lament. I was at the counter, measuring time in the slant of light that came through the high window and in the small, inexorable rituals slipping a bookmark between a spine, repairing a hinge with a scrap of linen, tasting the dust of old paper under my tongue like an oath. The shop is a place of accumulation, of margins, of excuses, of bindings that close like shutters against the world. It is also a machine that counts absence. Each book that leaves is a little geography of loss. I had not known until that day that absence could be called back by a single name. They came with no claimer, but with a firmness that is worse than claimer. Jean Morel's boots made their even, reluctant sound in the lane. He stood outside the door for a full minute, looking not at me, but at the sky as if appealing to a ledger there. When he stepped in, he avoided my eyes, but he carried a kindness folded into his motions, an officer's small defiance. "Madame la Maire," he said, and I read in the tightness of lips an apology before any words. "I'm sorry. There's been movement at the tribunal." He could not say more. There are things a man in uniform cannot say without bringing the world down. It was Lucy who was the movement. When they pushed the door open, she walked with them between her captors as someone walks a known rote. Her chin rose and fell as if she were reciting a catechism. She had the look of someone who had expected to be taken. As children expect punishment, it is the surprise that a decent person cannot understand. Her hair was glued to her forehead, the smudge at her temple a brown bruise that read like a printer's stain. She would not look at me until the end, when our eyes met for half a breath, and she held my gaze the way one holds a lantern to examine a map, intent, hopeful, imploring. There are a dozen ways to arrest a person. The tribunal's method is the arithmetic of humiliation. Take the prisoner from the street and lay them before a bench, sit them under a lamp, and ask them to recount the ledger of their days until their confessions join the official record. It is not merely the pain of hands or cords. It is the slow accounting, the imperative to list. Name the others, they ask, and the mouth becomes a register and the teeth, pliers. They took her to a chamber whose window had been nailed shut. The lamp burned so low that it seemed to draw answers into itself. Clerk with a neat, cruel nose and a quill that scraped the table like a small harrow sat opposite. A man I did not know. He had the kind of face that remembered rotes more than kindness kept the door. The questions began with the slender instruments of paper and ink. Who carried this list? Who set ink to type? Who pressed a plate into the press? Later they would put to her a harder thing, dates, meetings, the names she had read aloud to crowds. They called it evidence. To me it would look like a ledger being replenished. When I learned of her detention, I went straight to Father Bino T. That is what one does when the law has turned its face to iron. One seeks out what remains of the human. The chapel smelled of boiled herbs and wax, the crack of candlelight making the thin, palimpsested walls tremble like a throat. Father Benno T. sat beneath a fresco of a saint whose halo had been cracked in a recent skirmish of paint and rain. He had always been a man who kept his hands busy, in one a stack of prayer beads. In the other, a scrap of paper where he had written down names of those who had sought sanctuary. "She is young," he said without looking at me, "and it is the small, particular facts that a priest notices. She may speak when she hears herself named in the ledger. We must consider what answers to give to a city that prefers certainty." We moved between the corridor of the tribunal and the chapel in a rhythm I did not know I had left behind. Lucy was questioned in a way that was more embroidery than butchery. The interrogator would insinuate a fact and watch her face for the stitch. He told her, softly, that her letters and lists had been found and that if she wished, she might save her mother from the market's rumor. He promised reprieve in exchange for names. These promises are the old bargains of an administrative state. You sell a name to save a life, and the ledger takes both in repayment. She confessed first to the small things addresses, the time she met Bastien at the cafe, the place where Tyne kept his plates. Each disclosure is not merely a piece of information but a tiny detonator. A name is a fulcrum. Meanwhile, the administrative machine leans upon it and produces consequence. When she said the name of a man who sold ribbons on Rue des Tisserands, they nodded as if the sound were holy. They took down his profession, his wife's name, which child had a cough. The clerk's quill dutifully moved as if writing the city's fate in alphabetical order. It is a particular kind of grief to hear a child of your keeping enumerate the steps you took to build a harbor for them. I thought I was giving her courage, I told Father Benot later, and he turned a bead around his fingers as if measuring my confession like a rosary. Courage is not responsibility, he said, but to be a shelter is to carry the weight of what is brought through your door. I have a habit of cataloguing the small betrayals a person makes before anything larger falls. In the days after Lucy's arrest, I could remember how she had folded a list into her sleeve with a trembling thumb. The way she hummed while she sorted the margins as if the act were a lullaby. In her cell she sang no songs. She said what she thought they wanted to hear because they had taken her body and were exacting payment. But there are different modes of naming. Some names land whole and hard, others cracked into syllables like broken bread. She named us in those broken syllables. Tyne came to me with hands raw from worry. He has the practical mind of a man who has put plates together since boyhood. He treats names as types, as forms that can be set and reset. We can make them false accounts, he said, pacing around the bare table in the back, where we had once folded leaflets like prayers. We can write confessions that contradict what they coaxed from her. If we can put into the record a note of misdirection and administrative error, a duplicate, then perhaps the tribunal will have to pause. Their certainty depends upon smooth columns. I have always admired Tyne's metaphors because they convert the abstract terror into machinery. I can imagine, press, ink, plate. But his plan was not merely a suggestion for a forgery, it was a moral equation that we could not solve on paper. To create a false document that would protect one is to fabricate evidence that might later be used against another. And yet, what is the alternative when the ledger itself is a shaper of destinies? Tyne put his palms on the table and looked at me with what I suppose are called the eyes of a desperate man. Do we risk the forgery and hope for chaos enough to save them, or do we sit and watch names be read aloud and bodies fall in order? Father Benot's counsel was slower. He folded his hands as if the question were a sacrament. There is a difference between truth and testimony, he said at last. A testimony may be true in its motive and false in its detail. The city thinks itself a sum of names. We must teach it that a ledger can be countermarched by conscience. It is not only the question of what we do next that pressed me, but what we already had done. Each falsification we had printed, each margin we had annotated, had been an incision. They had saved some and sent others to the scaffold. And now a young woman, who had been suit to our lamp, made her way through the tribunal's economy of terror and came back with bleeding hands full of names. The ledger had eaten into our lives and found food. One night, while the rain rubbed the window panes of the shop with tiny palms, I walked the route Lucy had once walked between hideaways. I moved like someone taking inventory, the laundress door where Hortense blackened a hand with gossip, the bakery where the apprentice boy sold stale bread for credit, a lamppost under which Bastien had left a folded note like a secret bird. Places hold the memory of hands. The city is a palimpsest of deliverances. When a place knows it will be called, it arranges itself to answer. The question of Lucy's confession was not only material but metaphysical. She had given up names, some true, some collated from rumor. I had to follow the ledger's logic and see what it would claim to own. It claimed the right to make a sequence of deaths, and not only deaths but the sequence's meaning. If a man was named as a conspirator, then to die was, in the city's ledger, to be proven so. The guillotine confirmed the prosaic truth of the page. This is the administration's genius. It binds meaning to the noise of the crowd. We took what we could from Father Benote its quiet, a scrap of linen, a bowl of warmed water, some herbs to lay upon Lucy's skin to soothe it. He knelt and talked to her in a voice that taught her to inhale again, like someone instructing a child to play the recorder. Names can be like weather, he said to her, they pass. But if you teach the city to read winds, if you show that lists are made by hands, then you change how they speak of fate. Lucy wept and then did not weep. Her face hardened with the peculiar, tragic education of those who have had the marrow of their life counted by strangers. They ask me about everyone, she whispered once to me, the sound of a bell scraped by rust. They made me list the names in order. I tried to say only the ones I knew, that Tyne left plates in his chimney, that Bastien took leaflets to the market, but they pressed me, and I told about people I had not seen in weeks, things I had heard in taverns, rumors that seemed true when they asked them like questions. You told the truth as you were given it, I said. The sentence felt like a poor salve. It's not your fault when names are treated like evidence of sin. She looked at me then with a thing like adult fatigue. Who else would do it? She asked. When I said a name in the room, they wrote it and read it like a psalm. I thought they might spare the people I loved if they had proof that the book was true. Proof the ledger wants only to be believed. It takes the reasonable human desire for certainty and turns it into a bedrock of policy. When a ledger is believed, it ceases to be a record and becomes a law. Lucy's words were now lodged in its spine. Tyne worked until the big hours, oil black beneath his nails and his breath loud in the cold air. He struck the type like one who knows that each letter might be someone's fate. I watched him set the bodies of words into the chase, and I thought of the hands that would come after, of bureaucrats with neat pens, of clerks who would take our forgery into their accounting, and, we hoped, misfile it or misread it so that the city would be obliged to pause. We drafted a confession that was ridiculous upon inspection, a document that would implicate a fictive committee whose name was a thin joke where none would look for a joke. It was an act of legal vandalism to introduce into the tribunal's record an impossible mouthful that would force them to ask in public how proof could be so easily assembled. It would require Tyne to risk his plates and his place. It would require the courier network to carry falsified evidence into the hands of clerks who might, if the script were right, set it into the official train. If they took the bait, the tribunal would be obliged to investigate a phantom and, in doing so, give the city time to consider that names might be manufactured. We knew, as any who have worked presses know, that forgery is not merely a moral transgression but a technical gamble. Type wears, ink dries differently. Even the scent of paper can betray a decade. Tyne cursed under his breath when a line would not sit right. His jaw made a small animal sound that I had heard only once before, when he had set the face of a tribute page, and we had both known a man's life would rest on one letter. We are making a living thing, he said. Once it's born, it will have a life we cannot entirely predict. Father Benote folded his hands and blessed the paper in his small, idiosyncratic way. We cannot sanctify deceit, he told me, but perhaps we can consecrate a necessary lie when the ledger itself is a sacrilege. That night, while Tyne printed and the city slept under the thin cold, I returned to Lucy's cell. She had not asked for me. She had not begged. She had learned to be silent in the small hours, where silence is its own protection. But when she saw the forged sheet, which Tyne had left folded in its false boasts, she took it like a child taking a candle. She read it twice, and then put it back on the table, as if setting down a hot iron. Her fingers trembled in a way that made the paper flutter like a bird. "Will it help?" she asked. I had no satisfactory answer. The shop runs on small, compound interests, a joke here, a falsified confession there, a priest's murmur. Some of these things buy time. Other things buy only a suppressed scream. I put my hand over hers. "We will try," I said. "We will be crafty. We will be cruel to the ledger." There is a weight to this kind of resolve. It feels like a ledger itself. One adds choices and watches a balance fall toward a terrible sum. We do not act in the wide glare of philosophy, but in the small arithmetic of consequence. Between Lucy's confession and Tiny's forgery is a brittle possibility. Perhaps the city can be made to stumble. Perhaps a clerk will misfile. Perhaps a commissaire will have to explain a contradiction to a crowd that had come to prefer explanations in the shape of orders. Or perhaps we will simply add to the city's account another name, another reason for a head to be set upon a block. When I left the cell that night, the rain had stopped and the city exhaled a damp breath. The lamps in the square made small islands on the water of the cobbles. In the distance, the tribunal's roof cut the sky like a ruled line. I walked back through the lane with the forged paper pressed like a liturgy to my breast. I thought of my father and the debts that had sent me from a provincial house to the cramped eaves of this shop. I thought of my brother and the reasons he had fled. I thought of the simple arithmetic we had been taught by books, that to know is to be obliged. The ledger had taught us a similar lesson by unkindness, that to be known is to be bound. At the counter I opened the till and took out the small, dull coin that Tyne had given me for the plates we had burned the week before. I laid it on the wood like an offering, and for the first time in my life, felt the weight of a different accounting. The shop is a place where things are shelved and given names. Tonight it would be a place where we shelved a lie purposely. The choice felt less like courage than the subtraction from fear. We had no illusions. The forged sheet might become a new instrument for them. It might be found and used to argue that a counter-revolution existed after all. But perhaps it could also be a mirror they would be obliged to consider. In the morning, Jean Morel returned to tell us that Lucy had been moved to another ward, that some of the names she had given had already led to arrests, that the tribunal's machinery was humming with renewed efficiency. He did not dwell on the faces of those taken. He told us instead that there had been confusion in the clerk's office that afternoon, an administrative error. His voice broke, and for a heartbeat he looked like a man who had chosen mercy. I could not ask more. The ledger continued to eat. Its appetite was less monstrous than banal. It wanted a record, a column, a signature. Against it we set our hands, a priest's murmuring, a printer's night, a girl's frightened honesty. We had done all that could be done with tools at hand, and I felt, finally, the certain wrongness of some of our acts. Tiny's plates glinted in the chimney like a small, guilty votive. Father Benotit's bowl at the chapel needed a new cloth. Lucy's wrists would bear the marks for some time, and yet the ledger had been punctured, if ever so slightly. When I turned the key in the shop's door that night, I heard the city's distant discord. Someone singing a revolutionary chant, a cart clattering, the guillotine's wooden cleats striking like a punctuation. I lay awake with the folded forged sheet beneath my pillow and the small, terrible fact of Lucy's confession like a grain beneath my tongue. The decision we had made, Tiny's plan, Father Benotit's blessing, would either slow the ledger's appetite or add to its feast. I did not think I could prevent the ledger from taking more names. I only hoped, in the way one hopes with hands tied, that the names it took next would be chosen with some care. Outside in the dark, the city arranged itself as a ledger does, line upon line, name upon name, each item waiting for the clerk to affix meaning. Inside, in the small room, we prepared the next counter-entry. The balance would be determined not by an arithmetic of reason, but by the happenstances of courage and fear. Lucy had learned, in the chamber where the quill scratched, that names can be turned into rope as easily as they can be turned into keys. We had learned in our own small ways that knowledge is a thing whose weight can break a neck. I slept fitfully, and in the morning I woke with the sensation that the bookshop itself had grown wary. The shelves seemed to lean inward, as if listening. I dressed, tied my scarf, and went to the back room where Tyne's plate lay waiting, black as a wound. Outside, The day had brightened in a thin, brittle way. I took up the forged confession and, like a woman who has accepted an impossible arithmetic, carried it between my palms. The ledger and the counterledger would meet sooner than later. Their collision would be noisy, public, and perhaps decisive. I did not know then whether the result would be triumph or ruin. Only that a decision had been made, and that the city would be obliged to reckon with it. The doorbell tinkled. It was a small sound, but in the hours we had kept ourselves it was enough to make me start. Someone had come sooner than I expected. I folded the paper and slid it into the hollow of a book. Where else does one hide the truth but in the margins of other truths? And went to open the shop, aware that the day's accounts had already begun, that another entry would be made, and that the ledger was listening. I found my name as one finds a bruise on a familiar arm, unmistakable, intimate, and impossible to ignore. There are different sorts of recognition: the sudden, kindling recognition of a friend in a crowd, the slow, sifting recognition of a book you have loved and forgotten, but the kind that came when I lifted the folded sheet was of a more mathematical cruelty. The ledger did not shout, it arranged names in a column, trade, date. In the ledger's economy there was no room for context, only coordinates. I read Marie Lemaire, Libre 15 Thermidor. The ink lay flat, black and obedient. It felt less like a prophecy and more like an invoice for a future to be paid. I had handled the manuscript enough by then to know the rhythm of its hand. There was that economy of stroke, a clerk's reverence for space, a man who never wasted a flourish. The letters, small and efficient, did not need anyone to explain them. They explained themselves. For months I had watched the ledger make its little deaths, naming one acquaintance, and then another, and I had learned that the ledger's efficacy depended on its apparent immutability. People submitted to lists as to weather. You do not ask a storm to change its mind. You take shelter. But this was different. My name, bracketed in the ledger as if by the margin of a census, turned weather into address. It turned a public instrument into a private letter. I could feel in my fingers the old habit of counting words as keys. A name could open a drawer or close a neck. I folded the page back along its crease with a care that felt absurdly domestic. The shop was as it ever was, wood-scented shelves, trunks with false bottoms that hummed like old teeth, the single window that never let in much light. Outside, the street kept the mutter of its business, a cart, a woman calling her laundry, the constant rattle at windows from where people counted the day's gossip. Inside, the air tasted of glue. I sat then, with the ledger between my palms, and tried to think as if I were counting type rather than fearing life. I made a list on a scrap of paper, the sort of inventory a bookseller takes for calm options. Do nothing, falsify, expose the mechanism. The first was abdication. The second, sabotage. The third, perhaps the most dangerous of all, because it put the ledger's authority on trial. If the ledger can be shown to be a ledger's work, the tribunal's story might unravel. If the ledger is the story, a revelation might be read as treason. I folded my scrap and put it beneath the ledger, as if by layering pages one could make a weight. I did not tell Tyne at once. He had been careful and scared for weeks. His hands, which I have seen press and then bruise type, would not do well with the terror of knowing that the press might soon print my name. I chose instead to walk to the chapel, more to test the world than to seek counsel. The walk was short, but it compressed like a bellows. Each footfall measured time in the way a bow measures the length of a string. The city had grown thin with fear. Where once there was talk and argument, there was now an economy of appointments. People met to exchange lists rather than news. Father Benot met me below the chapel with the lamps on low. He had the habit, to which I had become accustomed, of treating secrets like books in need of cataloguing, as if a sin could be bested by accurate shelf marks. He read the ledger with the deliberateness of a man who had been taught to see guilt in small print. They catalogue us as only administrators can, he said. tapping a finger against a name as if the epidermis of the paper were a map. They turn the city into a ledger because ledgers are comfortable. You can add and subtract, and the sums make people feel as if order is possible. His voice was not small, and yet it was not the voice of scandal. It was the voice that tells you what a thing is in order that you can decide how to act. "My name is in it," I said. The syllables seemed to be things I could count. 2 consonants, 3 vowels, a double consonant in Lemare, as if to emphasize the doubling of the act itself. He looked at me as a man looks at another who has been given a weight. "It is not the ledger that kills," he said after a while. "It is the people who read it and make their verdicts. The ledger is paper. Paper can be argued with. The question is, do you go to them with the paper, or do you try to make them doubt the paper?" I found that description intolerable in its practicality. The ledger was not a mere text, it was an apparatus. The tribunal read names in ceremonial voice. The executioner took them down in a register. Clerks transferred them from one list to another until a life had been processed into a date. To hold the ledger's page between my fingers was to hold one link of that machine. If I could show that the machine was human-made, annotated, collated, bribed, coursed, then perhaps the machine would appear fallible. Father Bino T had his methods. He had a clandestine archive beneath his chapel, a place of old breviaries and marginal notes where people left pieces of themselves when the world outside demanded only official narratives. He suggested what priests often suggest in times of crisis, a retreat into small truth. "We catalogue history differently down here," he said, unlocking a wooden chest that smelled of mildew and lavender. "A ledger is only a ledger until someone annotates it. Add the margins, add the footnotes, and you change its sense. You cannot change the hand that wrote the name," he added quickly, as if to forestall a hopelessness. "But you can show the hand that placed it in your life. Show the ledger is not a God's decree, but a human act, that men with desks made choices, names stop being fate when we show their origin." I nodded because his words were exact, and because in the chapel's low light they sounded like a plan. I also saw, with the terrible clarity of people who count risks as if on scales, that such revelation was itself dangerous. To reveal was to demand public reasoning. Public reasoning could result in a further tightening of power. The tribunal might prefer, in its panic, to more efficiently execute any opponent who challenged its mechanisms. It was Tien who offered the more immediate, more familiar option: make a copy that would rearrange the ledger's next line. We had already made false lists small and cautious, like contraband pastries wrapped to look like bread. Tien had always equated the press with salvation or sin, depending on which side of the day he woke on. Now he proposed a forgery so precise that it would have to be read as authentic by any clerk who cared only for order. "I can make them believe the ledger has 2 pages, he said, hands already smudging with the press residue. "If the city will accept a list, it will accept another. If we print enough copies, perhaps a doubt will spread that is large enough to shelter someone, or many. Or a doubt that will force them to tighten the screws," I said. I thought of my name again, and of the ledger's appointed date. "If they suspect a falsification, they will burn presses. They will make examples of printers. They will make me their example." Tien looked at me and then at the ledger. "Then we make a falsification that is not a trick, but a translation," he said. "We do not hide our hands. We make them look like the same hands that make the ledger. We use the same size of paper, the same ink, the same quill. We make it plausible because plausibility is what they trust. If the defense is that the ledger is an archive of orders, then the counterfeit will be read as part of the archive. The doubt will be in their records." The modesty of the scheme comforted me. We had, until then, been small ciphers in the ledger's margins. Tien proposed we make our cipher look institutional. The ingenuity had a kind of moral clarity to fight paper with paper. But Father Bino T was less sanguine. He worried about the moral arithmetic. You cannot simply replace a name without the weight of guilt at your elbow, he said. Forgery is a language of lies. Lies have histories, so do truths, I said. Their histories are just better edited. He did not answer, and perhaps the silence was wiser than any speech. The ledger, after all, did not argue with theology. It argued with administrative habit. That night Tyne worked until his shoulders ached. He and I sat then, in the press room with the lantern low, watching the slow alchemy of replication. He burned plates in a controlled way, learning to emphasize certain letters, to make the counterfeit breathe the same as the original. I held the paper to the light and watched the watermark ghost through, like a faint memory of truth. It is strange, and some might think perverse, that the act of forging can feel like devotion, a devotion to a different kind of truth. We did not pretend that our paper would be holy. We pretended only that an administrative ledger could be made to doubt its own voice. Outside, the city kept its uneasy cadence. At intervals my heart would catch at a distant sound, the drill of boots, a voice raised in a complaint, the chime of a bell calling some civic ritual. Each sound marked the passage of other people's appointments and made my own seem more counted. I slept badly, which is to say I did not sleep at all, but lay instead with the ledger beneath my pillow, as if proximity might turn paper into pillow and thereby into protection. It did not. Instead, I found that the ledger made my dreams precise. I dreamed of the tribunal's steps, of a book being read aloud in a voice that did not belong to me, and of the name Mary falling like a stone. I woke with the taste of iron on my tongue and wondered at what time a public life becomes private property. In the morning I took a copy of the ledger and wrote, with a careful, unadorned hand, a small annotation in the margin. I had learned this trick from marginalia, to make notes that are small as insects and therefore overlooked. I wrote nothing dramatic. I wrote an instruction, a footnote for those who would look. See clerks' ledgers, collations of parish lists, notes of bribes, alignment with municipal registers. It was not much, it was a seed in a margin, but marginalia are not powerless. They are the worm in the apple, the small bit of reasoning that will, if eaten, change the flavor of the whole. Jean Morrel came by that day with the same broad face and dull uniform he always wore. There is a way policemen come into a shop, as if to test whether ordinary commerce can continue despite politics. He paused at the counter and said, in his habitual slow voice, "I do not envy you your hours." There was a softness beneath the sentence that made me think of his soldiering, of what compromises men return with from fields. "You will like the ledger when it is about taxes," I said, producing a cup of weak tea, as if that could be the evening of conversation. He sat because he had nowhere pressing to be, and for a long while we traded small talk that had been stripped of its old energies. He was careful in his questions, and I in my answers, but between our sips he gave me something the ledger never had, a staring sense that not all hands were the same. "There are men in the tribunal who do not like imprecision," he said quietly. "They have their order. But some of us know when a list is unfair. If anything goes wrong, if the ledger looks unstable, the men in the squares may not be the only ones to notice." It was not a promise. He could not, in a city like ours, promise much. He could not promise that his hesitancy would turn into action. But he offered another kind of detail, a misfiled report, a clerk who liked his ale, a small mercy. Acts like these, I had learned, are the hinge on which other acts turn. They do not look like heroism, but they are sometimes what stands between the ledgers of men and the lives they list. The ledger that contained my name did not, in the end, change the calendar by itself. It made me change mine. When one discovers oneself named in an instrument designed to decide destinies, one either becomes invisible or one becomes deliberate. I chose the latter. It is not a grand choice. It is a litany of small actions, to write marginalia that teach others how to read, to make a counterfeit that looks like honesty, to ask Father's archive for the history of clerks. I would not know then whether those actions would save me or send me sooner to the tribunal's steps. I only knew that remaining a passive reader of my fate would cost me the last thing I could still own, the deliberate voice. At dusk I sealed a small packet and tucked it in the false bottom of a trunk that had long carried sermons and receipts. Inside I placed a clean copy of the marginalia, a note for Tiny's hands, a list of names we could still protect, and a single blank line with my own hand beneath it, as if to say that my life could still be entered differently. I did not try to be brave, I tried only to be precise. When I locked the shop that night and drew the scarf over my hair, I walked past the window and saw, for the briefest time, my own reflection overlaid with the street. It looked like two images double exposed, the person I had been and the person I might become. The ledger that had named me lay in its hiding place, as if nothing had changed. And perhaps nothing had, but I felt in the small arithmetic of the body that a subscript had been added to my life. Names, it seems, can do more than identify. They can also instruct. And then, as the street grew darker and the lamps were lit like small witnesses, someone knocked at the back door. It was a single, deliberate knock, not the scattershot knocking of a customer trying their hours, but the slow, administrative rap of someone who always knew when to come. I paused with my hand on the latch and felt the ledger's ink as if it were a pulse beneath my palm. The choice I had made was not yet visible. The next moment, like any good ledger, would begin to add up. I opened the door. I have learned to read the city the way I read an old book, by noting the smudges, the signs of repair, the places where someone has once tried to mend a tear and left the stitches proud and visible. Names are like marginalia added, adjusted, annotated by hands that are as fallible as any compositor's. We had long treated the ledger as oracle, because its lines had never bent for us. But Father Benno T. and I came to the work of unbending it with the patience of proofreaders correcting a pernicious error. He met me in the little room beneath his chapel with 2 wrapped bundles and a pot of tea gone cold on the desk. The room always smelt of beeswax and damp vellum, as if the paper itself had exhaled centuries of confessions. Candles threw the carved capitals of a prayer book into relief. The chapel above us gave only the faintest murmurs when bells tolling some remote liturgy passed through. He motioned me to the table and, for a long moment, simply watched me watch him unpack an account book bound in rough leather, a clerk's memorandum with the corners turned inward, a frayed envelope whose seal had been broken and reheated with a different thumb. "Names do not come down from the sky," he said when the tea had finally grown tepid. "They are handed from one desk to another. The ledger is not prophecy, it is practice." Listening to him, I had the peculiar clarity one feels when a familiar sentence is set in a new typeface and at once reads as a different proposition. Father Benno T. was not the sort to offer theories for the sake of argument. Once he had begun, he spoke with the precise cadence of someone who decants information into measured portions so that it might be understood and survived. We began by sorting the paper by hand, letting the margins speak first. Margins, I have argued to many, are the only honest space in a book, the place where a reader's dissent leaves its footnotes. The clerk's memorandum had in itself nothing dramatic, a list of municipal supplies, the dates when horseshoes were requisitioned, an offhand notation about timber. But in the margins, someone had written tiny numerals and a cramped cipher that matched a repeated sign in the ledger we kept beneath the false floor. "See here," Father Benno T. murmured, tapping the ink with a ringed finger. "A column for departments, a small notch for informant's value, and a cross when the tribunal desires theatricality. I had spent nights counting letters as if they were bones." The sight of those notches made a different kind of counting possible. The ledger's authority did not simply rest upon its page. It was supported by the quiet economy of exchange. Informers sold names, clerks translated names into calendars, officials staged spectacles. Together they made inevitability. When someone in power reads a name aloud with absolute certainty, they do so because a web of small decisions has already set the stage and prepared the rope. We took then to tracing the roots of ink. We learned the clerk's hand well enough to recognize its arrogance, an angular flourish on the capital letters, a faint tremor on a particular S. Jean Morel, when we consulted him at the municipal registry, confirmed our suspicion with an exasperated half-smile. "There is a notation for urgency," he said, leaning over a basin of steaming water that fogged the glass. "A small dot beside a name, and the desk is instructed to." He broke off. He had not wanted to speak too loudly of the tribunal, and a man who had learned to name his limits is always the more useful ally. He showed us how clerks, in the mechanical boredom of their hours, acquired habits that ossified into authority. A clerk meant to keep the day ordered. He stamped dates and invented columns as a way to make sense of the disorder. Those inventions then became doctrine for their successors. What was at first an expedient notation, much work, prioritize here, crystallized into this must be done first when copied into the ledger. Habit, repetition, and the human hunger for tidy bookkeeping had rendered contingency into ritual. So if one alters the habit, I said, thinking of presses and forged lists, one might bend the ritual. One might, Father Bain-O-T said, but not without cost. The parish keeps certain things because they preserve order in a life I will not pretend is unmarred by error. To tamper is to call forth new errors. The question is, which errors are tolerable? We next followed the trail of names through the city as if following the threads of a sewn tapestry. The ledger's names often arrived at the tribunal from places we could reach by foot. A parish register, a lawyer's marginal note, a petition with a smudged thumbprint, each could feed the machine. Informers, of course, were the grease that made the parts move. We had encountered them in laundries and salons, in the hands of women who traded gossip for bread. But the administrative notations showed another layer. Clerks, sometimes under fiat, sometimes through laziness, sometimes through inclination, prioritized certain reports. A parish clerk's hatred might become the tribunal's rope if his notes were copied without question. "There is no single origin," Jean Morel said in the registry, bending his chin to examine an old docket. "There is only a calculus. A man reports an insult. He is listed. The list is collated. A name gets inked in a ledger. Somewhere, someone pronounces this a matter of public order." He spoke as if describing a disease. His hands trembled when he pointed to the page. His fingertips had a smear of black that would not be washed by virtue. We set traps for the ledger's language the way a patient bookseller sets a bookplate. Subtle interventions, rather than violent theft. Father Bain-O-T, who had access to confessions and to keeping rooms where old records were folded into other records, arranged for us to see how formally private notations became public. Often a clerk would copy a line with the same casualness with which he might copy a recipe, and the copying would be accepted as fidelity rather than being marked as interpretation. Each act of copying was an act of authorship. At a lodging house near the tribunal, in an alley where the rain pooled like old ink, we waited for an exchange. It is a curious thing to stand under a shutter and watch an informer move. His hands were rough, the fingers of a man who made his living on the margins. His purse had the smell of stale bread. The note he dropped contained a single name and a number. It was not a proclamation. It was a life reduced to coordinates. The informer's voice when he spoke of the market stall he had been at the day before was cheerful. There was banality in the commerce of killing that made my stomach tighten. "They need certainty," the informer said, and he laughed as if he had told a clever joke. "They cannot stand the indecision in a city. They will spend for certainty." What struck Father Bain-O-T and me was not just the willingness to name, but the ways in which the city rewarded namedness. Those who supplied information were given access, bread, protection, a favor pinned to their collar like a medal. Naming was not merely an act of denunciation. It was currency. When currency is scarce, its value warps both the spender and the recipient. Back at my shop that night, I laid the ledger flat under the lamplight and read it as if I were reading a map. There were marginal signs I had not attended to before. A smudge that was not the consequence of haste, but of a clerk who had pressed his thumb to the page to steady his pen. A tiny annotation in a different ink that indicated an adjourned verdict. An initial that recurred like a watermark. Father Beno T. had taught me to read these as if they were ecclesiastical glosses. Jean Morel had taught me to interpret the physicality of the records. The informer had shown me the commerce that supplied the ledger's feed. If the ledger's certainty depends on being believed, I said slowly, then belief is the vulnerable part. If we make belief costly or uncertain, the ledger's edge blunts. And how do you propose to teach a city to doubt? Father Beno T. asked. Doubt is a luxury, and often a dangerous one. The poor take refuge in belief, because it gives them a shape to their fear. I found that my answer was less a theory than a habit I had practiced in bindings for years. You teach people to read by putting tools in their hands. I began at once to think of marginalia as tools. If the ledger was an instruction manual for power, then marginalia could be a counter-manual, notes that explained how to read a list and how to interrogate a name. Who had written it? Why had it been written? Whom did a notation favor? A book is not merely a text, but a set of habits recommended to its reader. If we taught readers different habits, we could alter the practice. I began to write, not in slashes or slogans, but in the small, discreet language of a bookseller teaching apprentices. I wrote on scraps and slips, then in the margins of innocuous volumes we sold or lent. I annotated a prayer book, noting that the presence of a name in a register always demands the question, who supplied it? I wrote in a ledger of harvests, check the clerk's hand, verify the date stamp, ask for corroboration. In a child's primer I tucked a folded note explaining how to look for the clerk's dot that indicated urgency. These were not manifestos, they were primers that taught a reader to treat the ledger as a machine composed of parts, rather than an oracle descended from Providence. Father Beno T. watched me write, and at times placed his scarred thumb over mine, as if offering a blessing that was also a shield. You give people instruments, he said once, when the rain drummed the shop's eaves, that makes the work practical. It is the difference between fighting with a cry and working with a plan. We tested our primers in the small ways we could. A laundress who learned to ask a clerk for a supporting signature and thereby kept her brother from being summoned. A brewer who recognized the clerk's flourish and protested an erroneous notation until the matter was refiled. These were not heroic victories but acts of stubborn housekeeping. They made me feel both more dangerous and more vulnerable. Each success laid us open to scrutiny. Each failure reminded us that the ledger's apparatus could find new routes around our corrections. The more I annotated, the more cunning I grew in my concealments. Notes folded into the false bottom of a box. Primers soon into bindings with a seam that looked accidental. A coded system of bookmarks that aligned with the chapters of a common hymnal. It is a strange, domestic form of subversion to hide instructions in the binding, to teach dissent in the gestures one uses to turn a page. But books travel. A book with a useful margin may fold itself into the hands of someone on a market bench, be read aloud to women who iron sheets, and so teach doubt where it had not been before. Yet every act of instruction felt like placing a small lamp upon a battlefield. We had illuminated paths that could both guide and betray. Father Beno T. reminded me more than once that the parish had its own dangers. A priest who gave instruction to doubt might be accused of leading souls astray. A bookseller who taught others to interrogate names might be denounced as an enabler of sedition. Our primers were thus always in danger of being reclaimed as instruments by those who would use them to better name others. At the end of one long night of copying, when the candles had guttered low and the shop smelled of ink and wood smoke, I wrote the last line of a note in no uncertain hand. A name is not a verdict. Treat it as evidence, not destiny. I folded the slip and tucked it into the back pocket of a worn copy of Virgil. I sealed it, not with wax, but with a practice. The book had lost a flyleaf. I replaced it with an inserted sheet. It was a small deception, perhaps, but I liked the thought that the truth could hide comfortably where people expected to find only old lessons. We had, by the time I slept, changed the ledger in one small way. We had begun to teach people to read the machinery behind its authority. The work felt like setting a trap for a piece of furniture. There was something almost quaint in that image, yet I recognized, with a cold, private clarity, that furniture traps can break a bone if placed in the correct doorway. That certainty and the fear it left at its periphery was the hook with which the next days would be taken. I slept with the ledger beneath my pillow, and with Father Binoti's quiet voice still in my ears, make the machine visible, marry, and the public will have to decide whether to keep winding it. When I rose, the city had a different light to it, not less cruel, but more complicated. The ledger's pronouncements still sliced the air, but I had learned to see the hands that had sharpened the knife. It is a small and terrible advantage. To know the artisan's marks on a blade is to know where it may be blunted. We had not yet found the registry, where the ledger's final form was stitched together. We had only traced the stitches to several points, each mundane and unheroic, a clerk's notebook, an informer's purse, a deputy's habit. But even those small stitches, once understood, permitted us to unravel. It would not be simple. Authority, like a well-inked line, resists erasure. But I write these words now because I had tasted the other matter, the possibility of teaching others to look, and because I had decided, in that lamplit hour, that I would not leave them unarmed. It was not a plan so much as a commitment. The ledger had named me, but it had not yet tied the knot. We had learned where the knot was tied. That knowledge is not a guarantee of safety. It is an instruction on where to cut. Outside, the city continued its rotation of fear. Inside the shop, I folded a margin into a book and pinned it like a talisman. The work of marginalia was small, patient, and made of ordinary things: ink, paper, habit. It was also a seed. Whether it grew into a tree that might shade us or into a bramble that might trip us was a question whose answer would be given in the small, dangerous days to come. For now, the ledger's method was visible. That was enough to make me both hopeful and afraid. I have always thought that a pressroom keeps its secrets in the smell of it, oil that will not be washed away, the faint iron tang of lead, the dry sweetness of paper powdered into a kind of dust that clings to necks and collars. In Tiny's shop those scents formed a liturgy I attended like a penitent, knowing where to stand, when to clear my throat, how to hand him a folded sheet without letting the edges catch the lamplight. I knew the rhythm of his hands before I knew his face in the precise way the townsfolk might know a clock, the way his thumb measured type, the way his palm cupped a form as if sheltering something small and hot. That intimacy was why, when he told me he would burn the plates, I felt it like a bell struck inside a church I had never belonged to. We had reached this point in a series of bad reckonings. The ledger did not invent names. It arranged them, set them in a sequence, blessed them in ink and paper so that officials could read the city as if it were a list of accounts. But the tribunal's lists were not pure prophecy. They were instrument. Clerks, informers, vindictive neighbors, these hands wrote the cadence, and the guillotine, being a machine of public accounting, obeyed. That was our discovery and our consolation. If lists were made, they could be unmade or remade. The consolation, however, was a narrow and dangerous thing. It required tools, materials that could pass as official, and the courage to use them. Tiny's courage was practical. It took the stubbornness of a man who had once run his press for a salutation and an elegy. His voice did not tremble when he made the decision. It sounded like typesetting itself, final, deliberate. "I will throw them into the flame," he said, and there was no flourish in the words. He had the look of someone naming a debt. If we are going to make a counterfeit good enough to be believed, I cannot keep plates that prove me false. They are suture and scar at once. I will be honest before the press, so that the public may be deceived by something more convincing. For a long time I watched him as if he were a subject in a painting one might not touch. I catalogued the small betrayals that had led us here, the clerk in the civil office, who thought a name was collateral for a favor, the laundress who mistook gossip for truth, Hortense's frightened mouth, in which rabbit names escaped between linen folds. I thought of Tiny's sister, how her head had been bowed in the yard, and how no printed testimony could unmake that night. I thought of my father, whose debts had taught me the arithmetic of helplessness. Each small account added up, and in the sum the plates had weight. The press room that night smelled of wet paper, and the rag hauled at the foot of the press. In the corner the furnace glowed like a heart. Tyne had cleared a space on his work table and arranged the plates, as if preparing for a funeral rite. They were not numerous by the standards of a large establishment, but to him each was an heirloom, brass and copper strewn with tiny ridges. Letters that carried the memory of every sentence they had expected to make permanent. He lifted one and set it down as a priest might smooth a stole. Lucy stood behind him, chin up, as if she could see the future in the back of his neck. I stood with my hands in my apron pockets and felt them prickle with the dust of what we would lose. We talked through the method. Tyne's plan had the economy of a tradesman's thinking: destroy the original plates that could be traced back to his shop, and then fashion new plates designed to look as though they'd been prepared by the clerks themselves. Slight misalignments, a certain smudge in the corner that mimicked poor ink, a particular flourished R that an official scribe favored. The counterfeit had to be believable to those who were not meant to see it as a forgery. If it is too perfect, he said, they will smell falsehood. If it is too crude, they will suspect amateurism. We must walk the narrow line between a clerk's slop and a printer's care. It was work he could do, because Tyne had learned to read the provincial hand in the margins of registers. He could write like a scribe and then print like a merchant. But he could not both do this and keep the plates that tied him to the very administration we intended to mock. The plates were traces that carried his thumbprint, the tiny dents caused by a dropped hammer, an uneven edge where he had once filed too eagerly. When Renaud's eyes started to look toward printers, those minutiae would suffice to entangle him. "You'll lose your trade," I said. It was not an accusation as much as inventory. I had been gathering the facts of people's lives long enough to know that a trade could be as much of one's body as a face. "Yes," Tyne said. He did not need to elaborate. He had been making his calculations for nights. "But what trade do I have left if a ledger names a man with the right number at the right time? What is a press if it is used only to mark people's wounds? Father Guillotine came to sit with us then, drawn by that particular sorrow priests understand, sacrificial choice. He had promised and often kept only counsel and a narrow kind of practical aid, a corner of the chapel for hiding paper, a confession that went nowhere but toward a safe heart. He smoothed his fingers over the wood of the table where the plates lay and then looked at Tyne. "A man makes offerings both to God and to conscience," he said. "There comes a time when a trade is offered up for a life. I cannot tell you whether that is right, but I can remind you, no man performs a deed alone. We carry one another, or we drown." We arranged then a small liturgy. Tyne would remove the plates from the cases. Lucy and I would carry proofs and cut them to size. Father Guillotine would say a few words not for piety but for steadiness. The ritual allowed us to name the act for ourselves sacrament without the choir, and thereby to anchor the dread in language. I have always noticed that when people give a name to their fear, it shrinks a degree. We were greedy for that small mercy. The unfastening of plates is a precise cruelty. Each plate is bolted, framed, sometimes riveted into place. It must be pried with a care that is almost tender lest the letters themselves be marred. Tyne worked like a man excising something from his own body. The plates came away with a small metallic sigh and the scent of old ink. I wondered, as one will in such close observation, how many sentences a plate could remember, how many proclamations, how many condemned names had passed over that little ledge. Each plate seemed to hold a ledger of its own, a palimpsest of printed lives. We carried the plates to the backyard like harvest. The moon kept away clouds and let the yard lie in a pallid obedience. Tyne stacked them on a bed of kindling. He would not let me light the fire. It was, he insisted, his to begin. There is a peculiar dignity in allowing someone to hold the flame of their own loss. He touched a match to the tinder, and the little tongues took with the eagerness of something hungry. The metal shone and then dulled. The heat made the air thicken, and the wood hissed where damp had hidden itself in its grain. The plates reacted as if in pain, a distant pinging, the sound of contracts giving way. We did not speak. Words felt superfluous and treacherous. Lucy had her fist at her mouth. She looked like someone who had been given forbidden fruit, and could not tell whether to taste. Father Bonneau crossed himself in a motion more ancient than our politics. I had the impulse to catalogue, the way the shadows at Teeny's jaw had become hollower, the way a strand of hair refused to stay in place. Then the plates collapsed inward in a liquid flash metal almost breathing, and the heat rose, an animal between us. Tyne stood until the flames bent away in the wind, and then turned and came inside, as if returning from a battlefield. We had lost something that could not be named in money. A neighbor might have said, "He is ruined," and in one ledger that would have sufficed. But ruin is a composite. There is the immediate material loss and the further, longer loss of future capacity. Tyne's hands would still set type, but he no longer had the particular pieces that testified to his work for the clerks. He had made, with his own hands, a clean break that might save other lives. There were immediate consequences of a more practical sort. Without plates, we could not rely on the old forgeries. We had to create anew, and to fashion a counterfeit that replicated not only the text but the manner of its construction. For this we needed a copyist who could imitate clerkly hesitations, a paper source that matched the paper used by the tribunal, and, bitterly, time. Time was our enemy. Bastien ran errands that night as if the city fed him a new breath. He returned with paper small enough to slip into a register and ragged enough to pass as official misprints. Lucy learned to fold with a care I had not seen in her before. She measured breadth and edge and seam with fingers that trembled but were sure. Tien, though worn, found a strange vigor in the work. He set type as if each letter were a prayer answered badly but devotedly. "We do not print to lie," he said once, pressing a line into the press. "We print to make possible an opinion that the weigher of men might have missed." We worked that night by lamp and by a wan vigilance that made the hour seem both very late and terribly early. The press hummed. The platen fell with a dull, small certainty, and then the sheet slid out, slick with wet ink. It felt obscene and holy at once. We made 3 prototypes, then 10, then 100. Each sheet had those deliberate, clerical flaws, the trailing period that sometimes escaped a scribe's eye, the slight ink smudge in the lower corner, the margin alignment that suggested a hurried clerk. Tyne insisted on these imperfections. He said the tribunal trusted the irregular as much as it trusted the ornate. It was a grim mimicry. When we had printed enough, we distributed the copies as if performing a small miracle. Bastien zipped them into pockets. Lucy tucked them beneath bread at a market stall. I left one on a table where a clerk might pick it up and think it belonged to his day's work. The counterfeit did not shout. It insinuated. That night the city turned for a while in a different orbit. At the baker's, a woman looked at a paper and laughed, then grew quiet. Somewhere an official clerk paused over the list and cursed, and then reached for his ledger with a furtive hand. For a few hours the ledger's certainty seemed less thick in the air. People began to ask whether the names could be wrong. That small question like a spark in tinder spread, and yet the act was not unalloyed triumph. Tyner's face was the ledger's new margin, a printed space that told of loss. He would have less work for months. His reputation with clients who only valued official imprimatur was poisoned. He showed me a ledger entry of his own, written by his hand and reworked by others, that indicted him indirectly. The commissaire was not slow to read those margins. Renaud's men had noticed printers more than once, and would not be pacified by spectacle for long. I found, in the days after, that each small victory carried its own dead weight. People thanked us with eyes and bread and favors, but others recoiled. A customer who had once lingered for hours to browse now glanced at our shelves as if at contraband. Madame Rousseau began to look at my shop as if assessing whether it had become a public threat. There are parts of dissent that dissolve intimacy, and if we were careful we were still cast as other. We spoke little of future plans. There was, however, a practical rearrangement. Tyne resolved to teach Lucy more of his trade so that she could, in time, set plates for the sorts of lists we might yet need. He would repair when he could, taking small jobs that did not call back the tribunal's attention. Father Benoit offered us more of his hiding places and a few voices that could be juggled for rumor and cover. I counted each small help as if it were currency. I made a decision too, which was less heroic and more stubborn. I would stay in the shop and catalogue marginalia, produce annotations that would teach people how to read lists for themselves. If the ledger could make names of us, we would make names ourselves. The greatest trial came when Renaud's eyes drifted closer. News travels faster in a city full of noses than one might suppose. A minor official arrested a small-time courier. Under pressure he named the printer's address in a breath that for him was self-preservation. Renaud's squad came in the morning like weather. Tyne had burnt his plates, and yet had not burned the evidence of hours and nights, and in a different ledger the memory of his clients. The scars on his hands he was still readable. The men searched cabinets and boxes. They found nothing. We had hidden what we could. But in a city governed by lists, suspicion is itself a ledger that never closes. At midday Renaud himself passed by the shop. He did not speak, but his gaze lingered in a way that felt like a hook. We had produced for a moment a fissure. Doubt had been sown. That is not the same as victory. The grain of the struggle now was moral. We had damaged a system at the price of personal ruin for Tien, and perhaps permanent danger for himself and for us. Had we done the right thing? When a ledger names you, and you are allowed the space to answer, are you moral for seeking to erase the ink, or do you become the kind of usurper you once feared? Father Benoit told me, in a voice made small by care, that ethics are not tidy. He said, we act as our consciences allow, and the world will name those acts whatever it pleases. There was, in that sentence, a consolation and an indictment. We had acted. The ledger's tyranny had been resisted. But in the days following, rumor hardened into policy. Renaud tightened searches. A printers' guild sent a delegation warning of the dangers of what we had done. Merchants, fearing the extension of suspicion to commerce, kept their distance. Tyner's shop fell quieter than a nave after Vespers. People who had once ordered a pamphlet now omitted him from their business, as if his hands carried contagion. Yet something else had been set into motion that night by the press' small thudding. Outsiders began to look at a ledger differently. A woman who sold cloth at the market told me, with a fierce little gleam in her eye, that she had no wish to be named by paper. If they tell me I die on Thursday, she said, I will not wear blue so the clerk can recognize me. I will buy a red shawl, and they will have to find me by my own feet. It was not heroic, it was practical. It was the slow, private work of people, refusing to be reduced to entries. The counterfeit had not simply saved a life that week. It had taught an emboldened smallness of resistance. The cost, again, was visible in Tian's spare bills, in the chamber where he no longer had plates stacked as a craftsman's pride. In the little ways he passed by the shop as if avoiding some emblem of himself. He would survive, perhaps, but he would not be the same. There are trades that are a kind of character, and when you cut away the tools that formed that character, you do not simply make a man poorer. You alter the grammar by which he speaks. At night, when the city slept and the guillotine shadow was only an idea along the pavements, I sat at my counter with pen and ledger and wrote marginalia for those who might come after us. I wrote instructions on how to read a clerk's flourish, how to spot the difference between a hurried scribe and a deliberate hand. I hid the notes in bindings and under false bottoms and in the seam of a well-loved book about arithmetic. The pages were not grand manifestos. They were small, practical lessons, the sort that teach a child to read before teaching him to argue. We had burned plates to make a counter-truth, and in doing so we had taught a different, quieter subversion. Knowledge itself could be the small turning of a key. The ledger had not been silenced entirely. Renaud's men still walked the streets with their ledgers and their quills. But in the litany of our little acts there had been a new verb, to annotate, to marginalize authority with the ink of those it had named. That perhaps would be the long work of the bookshop beneath the guillotine. The chapter of sacrifice closed as night thickened and the lamps in the street guttered. Tyne sat with a cup of cold tea and pushed his thumb over the rim the way a man touches a coin for luck. He did not speak unless spoken to. Words felt too expensive. Lucy leaned her head on my shoulder and slept like a child exhausted by bravery. Father Benot rid a small office by a lantern, and when he looked up, his eyes were wet but bright. Then, as if to remind us that no quietness is safe for long, a knock came at the door. Not the hesitant rap of a friend, but a brisk, official tap, each blow stating a claim. My heart had learned, by then, to listen for those rhythms. Tyne's hand tightened on the cup. Outside, the street was ordinary, a cart rolled, a dog barked somewhere. Yet that single sound had the weight of a summons. We unlatched the chain as if opening a trapdoor. I took a breath that tasted of ink and smoke and the indeterminate future. I have long thought that a salon is like a ledger. Only the entries are gestures, and the columns run through laughter and sighs. There are ledgers with ink-straight hands and lettered certainties, and there are ledgers made of the soft, less certain things, glances, borrowed phrases, the tilt of a cup on a saucer. Madeleine salons keep both kinds. And in the way she tended them I began to see a manner of ledger, keeping in which the hands of women and men recorded decisions under their breath. When I told her, over a pressed slice of lemon and bread, that I would need a rumour to move like a piece on a board, her hands were the first to answer me. That is how this chapter begins, with a handkerchief folded 3 times and the precise meeting of palms that can mean yes, no, wait, or go now. She sat me at the small table beneath the portrait that used to hang when her husband was alive, an old man in a white wig, who now looked smaller because the house had been stripped to necessities. The room retained the smell of starch and boiled broth, and every object seemed to have been set in the memory of some better day, so that its present need might be borne with a smile. She was dressed as if to argue with scarcity, a rusted green bodice that betrayed her waist, a sleeve patched with a pale square that caught the light when she lifted her glass. Her fingers had that peculiar steadiness of people whose survival was made of social dexterities. They could fold a letter and a lie into the same crease. "You want me to say something," she said, and there was no scorn, only the small, fluent amusement of someone who knows the value of words. "You want me to put a story where there is fear, to take the ledger by the wrist and lead it a little astray." "Yes." I put the packet of marginalia between us, a narrow stack of pages that smelled of glue and lemon oil, the ink of Teen's press not yet fully set. Not a lie that will kill anyone, though, who can tell with lies. but a story plausible enough to make an officer hesitate, a clerk misfile, a footman say, "I must have misremembered," instead of, "Yes, that's right." Time is all we ask for. Time to move, to hide, to make plates vanish. Time so men can be absent when a list becomes command. She pinched her lower lip. "You have learned to make things dangerous from paper, Marie. You must have been bored as a child." "Boredom makes an inventory of everything it can touch," I said. "It taught me to count faces and to know the weight of a name when it's placed on a line." Lucy slipped into the doorway at that moment, cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes alight with the idea that anything could be done if one simply wanted it enough. "Madeline," she said, breathless with excitement and impatience both, "they will be at the fair on Wednesday." Bastien said so. "If you say the right thing at supper, if you arrange who hears, then the magistrate will have to take another route. They can't be in two places." Madeline looked at her as if she liked the creature but did not entirely trust its claws. "You think you can rearrange the city like a set of cards, child?" she asked, but the look she gave Lucy was indulgent. Lucy had the sort of light in her that frightened me. She would throw herself off a roof for some idea if she thought the roof would rise up with her. "We move the rumor toward authority," I said. "A footman mentions the fair, the laundress mentions the fair. A clerk notes a deportation and someone else notes a delay. Everything in the city has to be decided by someone who writes it down, make the writing come later. And so we set the table of our little conspiracy." Tyne provided plates that had been cleaned of their original imprint and relettered with a different false history. He kept the plates under his mattress and in the chimney where the heat pretended to forget them each night. He was careful by temperament and by terror. His past had taught him that a mistake of ink could become a mistake of life. Bastien would carry the first leaflets into the street the night we set the rumor. He moved like a shadow and liked the permission to run with something that might be important. Hortense had, by her calling and habit, a fleet of ears laundresses and maids who appeared at laundries and talked as if the world were a long shirt to be pressed. We needed her, though I would have preferred her not to feel the dread deep within her bones. Madeline taught me how to use her hands. I had seen hands direct before Tyne's when he placed a matrix on a press, Jean Morel's when he chose a folder to mislay, but Madeline's hands were different. They were social instruments tuned to the frequencies of polite suspicion. She could fold a napkin and, with the fold, suggest a date had been moved. She could take someone's sleeve and pinch it in a way that meant "do not send him out" without ever forming the sentence. People in the room read her as a hostess. They never suspected they were being guided like a flock toward a gate that opened away from the blade. The night of the gathering was mild for October. A moon, thin as a coin, watched from above the eaves. Madeline's back parlor, filled with the kinds of people who still believed themselves immune to the ledger because they had fingers on the scales of rumor. A clerk who liked small, safe rebellions against his superiors. An ex-mistress whose husband had been executed, and who nevertheless used society for leverage as if it were currency. A magistrate's cousin who liked to hear scandal, but had only ever applied it as a kind of salt to conversation. When they entered, they shed coats and sorrow and found seats, and the room hummed with the false security of shared laughter. Madeline's voice was light as she told a story about a merchant who had taken sick on the road. It was a small tale, properly delivered, with a casual aside about a planned trip to the fair. The hostess' hands moved at the exact moment of the aside. She brushed a ringlet from her brow, and in the confusion of movement, she slid a folded scrap of paper, one of Tyne's counter lists, beneath a stack of calling cards. The clerk who found it laughed and read aloud, and the laugh made the air swallow the significance of the paper. In the next room, a footman repeated to his master, swallowing details into the cloth of retelling, and that repetition migrated down the road like a stain. We had rehearsed this choreography in the weeks before. who would say what, how the clerk would be made to find a list rather than seize an order, how the footman would be distracted at the right time by a neighbor's trouble. The beauty of the thing, if there could be beauty in such necessity, was that it was so ordinary. No one at first suspected an organized art. Rumor paid for itself by being just plausible enough. I watched the room as I always watch a book I mean to understand. Faces turned and told me their margins. A woman across the table thin-lipped, with a laugh always ready bent to hear a soft conspiratorial phrase, and left believing it was her own thought expanded. Lucy stood by the hearth, hands warming and heart moving as if the heat might fuel something braver than herself. Bastien paced near the door, a packet of leaflets that smelled of dust and ink clenched in one hand. The air smelled of pressed lemon, wax, and the faint fur of a cat that liked to sleep upon decayed embroidery. The first hour passed and nothing happened. That is the cruelest part of such affairs. You must feel as if you are a reed in a river, hoping the current will take the small object you have placed upon it. Then a magistrate's cousin, thinking himself clever, announced to the room that he had heard the men in question were to be moved to another house. He delivered this with the complacency of a man who likes to be the source of a rumor. Madeleine smiled and asked him about a detail she already knew: which house, when, who drove them, and as he hemmed she gave him his closure with a word that directed the direction of his memory. It is difficult to say how, exactly, one persuades the world that one remembers a fact differently than before. It is easier to observe the effect. The cousin repeated the phrase to a neighbor on the street. The neighbor, who had been appointed a liaison for the tribunal, delayed a dispatch that would have carried an order. In the ledger of the city, an entry missed a day. We celebrated then, in a small way, with the paper's rustle and the taste of roasted chestnuts and the pride of having moved a thing the size of a name. Men who would otherwise have been taken that morning slept another night in their own beds. There is no joy I can describe that is unalloyed in those months. Even triumph was threaded with the fear that it would be the very engine of our undoing. Madeleine's smile, when it came, did not reach her eyes. I suppose a woman can be both delighted at her skill and frightened by the way her neighbors will use it. The consequence arrived as consequences do, not as a thunderclap but as a slow, insistent seep. A laundress in the Rue of the Market, Hortense's friend, was frightened by the attention bestowed at the salon. She went home and, in a gesture both practical and stupid, told a woman she'd been ironed with that the magistrate had changed his mind, and included details she had not heard but invented to make the story coherent. That invented detail reached a clerk who liked to know where his own name fit into a narrative, and, in the dryness of daily bureaucratic habit, he sent a query. Queries beget notes. Notes beget orders. The web of our maneuver gathered a new strand. That strand turned, in a way we had not predicted, into something the tribunal could follow backward. Madeleine felt the cost first. A former friend, one we had thought safely on our side because of a debt unpaid, began to look at her with that small, calculating anger that the revolution returns when one manipulates acquaintance into advantage. She had, as most of us do, both pride and shame. That friend told a story in a bar, and at the bar the story acquired a detail: is she hiding papers? That made it sound like a thing more grievous than a small social adjustment. When such a suspicion begins, it has its own gravity. People lean into it, as if to confirm the suspicion through their interest. Madeleine, who had once been the hostess of a salon where her husband's name brought status, discovered that social grace could become social liability if the right person decided to read it as subversion. "You have made me vulnerable," she said to me the morning after, when she came to the shop, and the city's dampness had not yet lifted from her shoulders. Not because I fear prison, my friends have taught me to figure that, but because I have lost the currency I traded on. People who once found me amusing now watch for ropes in my knitting. I put my hands to the counter and told her, as plainly as I knew how that we had bought time. "They are not taken today," I said. "That is not nothing." She looked at me for a long time. "You have made this a ledger of favors, Mary. You hand me a page and ask me to fold it into a life. But favors have interest. Banks are patient. The money comes due." And that was the point that the ledger never wholly conveyed. Our acts accrued human costs that did not appear on any formal page. Tian, to his credit, did not complain about the risk. He only worried aloud about the plates. He said, "As printers say, that a press remembers what it has printed and will betray you if it is given time." He burned a plate that night in a little iron pot and watched the black curl of metal fall into a heap like a small confession. Lucy danced around the gravity of such acts and, with youth's foolishness, called our success proof that action works. She had started to believe that one can make history like one presses a page, one action, one print, one effect. I did not think in such simple geometries. I know that one reprieve might save a man from the scaffold, but will not stop the machinery that feeds the scaffold without a larger effort. Yet I too felt the small, warm satisfaction of having done something that mattered. The men who had been named walked another day, under the same low roofs of their houses, and one of them left a note slid between the floorboards of my shop, thanking me as if gratitude were a thing that could be untied from consequence. There is also the private arithmetic of reputation. Madeline's hand had moved people for our end, and the people moved now watched her with new calculation. Rumor that visits a salon lingers. It changes the way people sit at tables and the way servants answer doors. A woman who used to attract confidences now attracted questions. I saw it in the twitch of her jaw when she spoke. I saw it in the way a friend who had once flattered her left the room earlier than usual. That is the cost of manipulation. You alter the way a town knows you, and sometimes that is worse than a prison. We tried to repair what we could. I wrote marginalia that read as casual notes from a clerk and slipped them into the tradesmen's ledgers we knew the tribunal read in the mornings. Bastien spread the leaflets with a zeal that pleased him and made him feel grown. Hortense hummed with relief and fear in equal parts, and when she told me of a kitchen maid who had been approached by a man with a ledger's neat hand, I felt again the cold spike of the danger that sat beneath our palms like a stone. The ledger is patient and institutional. Rumor is quick and brittle. One can buy days with it, but one cannot buy the stamp of permanence that gives the tribunal its authority. At the end of the week the men were still free. The immediate objective had been secured. Yet as we sat that evening with chestnuts and stale bread, the room felt slightly out of balance. Something had shifted in the city's social calculus. Friends walked with hands in their pockets and voices that measured themselves more carefully. Madeline's eyes had ceded some of their light. She kept folding her handkerchief and refolding it, as if checking the seams of a garment to see whether rope could be hidden there. I do not mean to end this chapter on a domestic image of doom. There was something electric in the reprieve. I felt it as a woman feels the small warmth of a bed made newly for her, knowing that the night's chill might still come. And yet I want to be honest, the ledger learns faster than we do. It will rechart its lists. It will make men named who were safe today redundant tomorrow. Our salvage of time is not a defeat of the mechanism. It is a puncture in a tire. We must keep moving while the air leaks. The hook that lingers at the edge of my comfortable little narration is that the city's ledger does not like being thwarted. People who hold institutional pens will be tempted to correct, to punish, to reassert their authorship. When a city tastes the possibility that names can be shifted and that the instrument of naming can be read as instrument, it begins to change a little, but not without backlash. The evening after our success, as I closed the shop and ran my fingers along the spines I had not glanced at for a week, a cold letter was pushed under my door. It bore no seal. It had one line in a hand both neat and edged. We notice when things move differently. In the margin someone had added, as if to make the sentence a ledger, the word tomorrow. Madeline's hands lay on the counter beside mine. We counted, in silence, the extra day we had bought and the sum it would cost us in the end. The city slept, and I, who measure my life by the weight of paper, tried to imagine where this day's paper would be filed when the tribunal searched their ledgers for the source of their unease. The edges of the world had shifted perceptibly, like a page turned in a thick volume. Someone was reading us now, and someone else was writing in the margin. I locked the shop and felt the latch click like a verdict. The line between our cunning and their counter-cunning had grown narrower. I folded my own hands ink-stained, patient, and thought of how easily one hand can betray another. Outside, a carriage rattled and a dog barked. In the distance, a bell marked the hour. I put the packet of marginalia into a false bottom I rarely used and wrapped my scarf round my neck. Lucy was waiting in the lane, thirsty for the next action as if it were the next page. I told her to be cautious, to wait for a signal that might come in Madeline's hands or in a note beneath the pew. She laughed at caution, and for a long moment I envied her. Then I looked again at the scrap of paper pushed under my door. The word tomorrow had been underlined twice. There was an economy to threats. They need not be long to be effective. I set the light low and began, with calm fingers, to write the marginalia for the next day. I had thought, in the abstracted hours of copying and binding, that familiarity with lists made one sleep decently. The names were lines on paper, and lines warmed a hand with their ordinariness. I had learned to catalogue the city, and its passing in columns, the grocer's ledger, the parish register. The small chew of marginalia that announced a rumour as though it were a fact. Yet the executioner and those who kept his tools had always belonged to a class of reality I noticed but did not touch. They were the last articulators of a verdict. They took words and made soundings out of them, and in that noise the flesh was accounted for. That boundary cracked when the journeyman came to my doorway and left a smell of wood and oil in the shop, an elegiac trace of his presence that ink could not wash away. He said his name at the threshold like a man renting Aethophile, and his hands stayed closed around the hood of his coat, as if it were something too expensive to expose. I measured him by the scratches on his nails, and the way his voice could be clean and abrupt like a polished plane. He was not an informer who wanted to trade quartered pieces of rumour for bread. He was someone who had watched how lists became law and had learned to keep a ledger of his own to make sense of them. Repairs noted in the margin. The arrival of a wagon counted, as if it were a footnote to a person's sentence. It astonished me when he accepted tea and sat near the front counter as if it were a table at which confessions might be served. "Why come to me?" I asked, because that was the first, honest thing. I have the shop and a name. My reasons are plain enough. The ledger had made my name legible, and legible things draw a different kind of breath. Because when lists are the language of death, he said, someone must be able to read them in another tongue. He told me without ceremony that the executioner kept no single book of fate. Guillotine, the woman whose presence the city accepted with a mixture of amusement and terror, received orders from the tribunal. Yes, but she also attended to the practicalities of a human instrument, the state of the blade, the habits of a day when rain made the ropes slick, the availability of wagons to bring prisoners from hinterland jails. The municipal clerk's quill set the sentence. 100 small hands and habits arranged the hour. He produced, then, a little notebook as if to apologize for the intimacy of what he would show me. It was not the public ledger, the fearsome codex, that made people fold their hands, but a journeyman's book. The kind of record one keeps to remember which plane was best for a particular wood grain, which rope frayed after certain storms. The pages were tobacco-stained, penciled lines timid beside the clerk's ink, and in those pencil lines were names and notes not for posterity but for survival. Arrived late, cart broke axle. Delay to third column. Rope wet, it was a small, terrible arithmetic. The hand that had written those notes had also written observations that read like the index of survival. Children at market noon shout for bread, do not open gate too soon. I sat and handled the book as though it were a patient body, closed the air by pressing my palms together so the tremor of my fingers would not betray me. To take in such detail was to understand that the ledger I had made my enemy was not a prophetic machine, but an administrative system grafted onto a people's want. Each marginal scroll had a reason that was often practical and sometimes venal. A clerk's note could be a quill pressed by fear of reprisal. An informer could sell a date at the price of bread. The list that made people sleep badly was stitched from smaller seams. And is that all? I asked, knowing already that there was never an all when one examined the mechanisms of power. Are the names only the product of artisanship and compromises? He looked at me as one man whose life bore marks of 100 practicalities might look at someone who kept their life to a ledger. No. Sometimes the order is moral. Sometimes the tribunal chooses to make an example. Sometimes it is a matter of time so many bodies cannot be disposed of in one day, so the order is staggered. But there is no divine schedule. There are only human reasons, and for the moment, the human reasons are ignorant of the ledger you carry. He did not use my manuscript's title nor its name. He did not have to. The shop smelled of glue, and the seam of the day had a sobered light that made the thread of my life visible. He told me that if a carriage broke at the bridge, names shifted. If a rope frayed, appointments postponed. If a clerk miscounted, the innocent might be caught in the tumble while the guilty waited. The trade of death, he taught me, was as liable to the world's mechanical mistakes as any other job a wheel could give way and turn a schedule into a chaos that spared or condemned arbitrarily. Can one rearrange such things? I asked, and here my voice betrayed me with its eagerness. It is, I am ashamed to say, a terrible pleasure to hear a path where one had thought only a cliff. One can nudge, he said. One can note a rope and make it fray a day sooner. One can forget a plate and have the carriage leave another hour. But to rearrange a city's notion of certainty is not my trade. If I am to bend anything, it must be small and surgical. He described the way a marginal note could be left where a clerk would see it and interpret it as an administrative statement, a blank that reads like instruction to a man reading with tired eyes. He showed me how the executioner, who must be precise, sometimes relied on annotations left by clerks with tired hands. These marginalia were small openings, the sort by which a seam might be unstitched. There was a tenderness in his voice when he spoke of mistakes as mercy or cruelty. He had learned, in the long practice of seeing people named and numbered, the cruelty of calendaring, a mother who waited and died in the weeks before her child's turn. A man shuffled to some waiting place where hunger did his work before the law could catch up. The executioner's practice, he suggested, contained within it an anatomy of delay, an anatomy that, if one could read its muscles, might be eased. You mean you will help us? I asked, and the question was not a courtship. It was the precise mechanical inquiry of a tradeswoman wishing to know the price of an order. He looked wary the way a man looks wary when he has been offered too many absolutions. I will tell you what I see, he said. I will tell you when columns are vulnerable to mischief. I will tell you when the wagons are likely to be late. I will mark in my book when the clerk eats with his family and is apt to be more lenient. But to do more would be to make me a conspirator. To make me, that is, to ask me to stand where I have never wanted to stand. Perhaps, I said, because language is deceptive and promises are too easy to make, it is not conspirators the city needs, but a redistribution of attention. If the public names are believed to be immutable because they are written, then a modest correction might teach people to doubt the thing that hands them death. Then you will have to be clever, he said, and when cleverness reaches the level of law, then the law reaches for a rope. We argued about ethics in the kind of shorthand that booksellers and men of metal can share small economies of action, rather than grandiloquent moralities. He told me of another thing a book would not teach, the manner in which the executioner reads the list aloud. He spoke of cadence. A name read slowly with epigraphic gravitas could give the condemned time to say something that might alter a record. The manner of enunciation was a little ritual of dignity. A hurried pronouncement made death a mechanical thunk. A deliberate one could give a person a moment to name a child, to ask for a priest, to pass a note. It was, he said, a power vested in the mouth. He had kept his own journal because the official books did not attend to the human details he recorded when a name was read twice by mistake, and what the clerk said after that, and these notes contained in their smallness a map of leverage. When he slid the book to me across my counter, the world contracted to the size of that trade. I thought for a second, perhaps stupid and savage, of the ledger at home and of how its neat columns would gnaw at a man's throat if he ever had to read his own name. Take it, the file said. Not all the world knows how to read wood and rope. You read letters. You might know what to do with marginalia. It was not a gift but an exposure, and that made the taking an act of theft even if we called it negotiation. He asked for nothing in coin. He requested, as a man might request a favor without wanting to seem to ask for it, that I bind his book when the next cold rain came so the pages would not disintegrate. He wanted his private ledger to last, because it is in the making and the keeping of things that a person measures their own life. I promised and added something I had not planned, that if he ever wished to leave that yard, I would find him a quiet job in my shop. The truth was that a place in my bindings would not save him from the tribunal. But an offer named his person as more than his hands. You must know, he said, as if to test whether my willingness sprang from calculation or pity, that even a delay can be its own violence. If a name is placed next to another, and the second man is spared because the first was hurried, then we have chosen by default who dies. There is no easy right answer. I thought of Lucy and how small her hands had seemed on the pages she folded into collars. I thought of tea and burning plates, and the way fire simplified the world by taking away the parts that incriminated. I thought also, with an honesty that chilled me, of my own relief at possessing knowledge that might tilt a scale in my favor. In that taking, there was my own complicity, and Theophile saw it in the set of my jaw. You will do with it what you must, he said. I have lived long enough to know that knowledge is not kind. It is not a bandage. It is an instrument. People use instruments with hands that tremble. Outside the shop the city had its ordinary noises, a carriage wheel, the sharp call of a hawker, laughter that was being economical with sorrow. Inside, my counter smelled of paste and lemon and that new, dangerous knowledge. I folded the journeyman's book into the inside of my apron as one hides a child's garment, and I felt the shape of it like a pulse beneath my palm. He left without ceremony and left behind the imprint of his coat on the air. I made tea and sat with my ledger open. Words are the tools I trust, and yet here was a craft I did not control but could use. I made notes in a small script the journeyman's pencil could not misread dates when carts were apt to falter, the way particular clerks like to eat at the Pave Rouge, where an informer might anticipate a procession. These notes I folded into false lists and into the margins of books I would send into the city, a cookbook with a penciled appointment here, a child's primer with a slip that suggested a delay there. It was not a wholesale rewriting of fate, it was a series of small falsehoods designed to teach doubt. When Jean Morel came by the shop that afternoon, a man who had the habit of stopping at quiet places to inhale the city's lesser pains, he looked at the book at my belt and then at my face. You wear it like a wound, he said. I admired him for that candor. He had been useful before in misfiling a warrant or allowing a printed sheet to be delayed on its way to the tribunal. His small acts of mercy had a habit of softening sharp edges. I have information, I told him. It will not stop everything. But it will let us breathe in the small hours. He nodded as if he had expected no less. Be careful, he said, and the words were the most substantial thing he could give me. By the time dusk made the shop crowded with its own shadows, I had done the arithmetic in the way I do best. I calculated routes by which the journeyman's notes might be most destructive to the ledger's authority without exposing the hand that moved them. A counterfeit list distributed on the day a carriage was likely to break might cause the tribunal's clerks to stumble, to question their own certainty. A marginalia planted in a book that a certain clerk would read during a certain hour might be interpreted as official. These were not theatrical revelations but tradcraft, the narrow knowledge of workers who service big machines. Yet even as I planned, dread sat at the back of my throat. The journeyman had told me that a delayed name is sometimes a mercy and sometimes a postponement of horror. To delay was not to save. It was to buy time in which other miseries could befall. I was not mistaken, either, that the act of bartering with a man whose hands knew the block had changed me. In the past I had kept books so that truth might be preserved. Now I used books as a sieve through which to pass rumor, to introduce hesitancy where certainty had been hungry. When I went home that night, the rain had begun in earnest and the city smelled newly washed, damp hay, wet cobbles, the particular clean of bodies that had hurried. I placed the journeyman's book beneath my ledger, between the pages that held the names I could not unsee. I closed my eyes and saw the guillotine like an abstract problem, an upright solved by motions, a name solved by scheduling, a life solved by the tendency of people to trust lists. I told myself I had not been naive when I first began to copy the manuscript. I had believed that a book that names the dead was destiny. The Ophile had shown me it was workmanship. That knowledge gave me a lever, but a lever used on a city will never be simple. There are weights upon weights. The house was quiet save for the rain, and the slow breathing of a city that had not yet decided whether it would sleep or watch. I unrolled the slip of paper the journeyman had given me again, with the penciled hour that promised the possibility of a deflection. If the schedule was to be used, it would require coordination, a printing that read like authority, and men in the street with hands nimble enough to fold fate into a collar. I thought of Lucy, of Bastien's quick feet, of Tien's plates that had burned. The plan was a mosaic made fragile by the number of hands it required. I slept with the journeyman's book under my pillow and dreamed of ledgers unfurling like sails. There was no comfort in knowledge except the hard comfort that it allowed me to choose what to do next. That thought was itself a burden I took gratefully. At dawn I woke to a sound I had begun to learn, the distant, blunt percussion that marked the day's appointment with mortality. It was not a sound for the faint of heart, a measured knock of wood on air. Yet in that instant, for all the things I had learned and all the plans we could make, the city's mechanisms kept their appetite. I dressed and wrapped the journeyman's book inside a folio and tucked it beneath my arm the way one carries a conscience, now too well informed to be simple. As I stepped into the street, a cart creaked at the corner, and a clerk in a mud-streaked coat shouted the hour. Somewhere along the road the day would decide who it would name first. I folded my hand around the folio and felt its hard edge like an argument. Knowledge had sharpened into a tool. The decision to use it would make a sound and set a motion in the city's machinery. I had the journeyman's ledger. I had the knowledge that the order of things could be altered, that names were placed and sometimes postponed by trivialities. I had also, now, the awareness that to play with those things was to choose some small people's fate, and to leave others at the mercy of happenstance. The problem was no longer an intellectual puzzle. It had become a domestic arithmetic of human cost. When I turned to walk toward the printer's quarter, I saw, across the square, the strip of the tribunal's balcony where a man in a ledger brown coat stood and watched the market. His profile was unfamiliar. Civic duty gave odd faces to men who had not yet learned to hate their own mirrors. I had the journeyman's book at my side, and with it, a half-broken promise to learn the city's rhythm well enough to interrupt it. I do not imagine that in that moment I felt like a heroine. There were no trumpets and no neat moral revelation. There was only a woman with a ledger and a book, walking into a morning whose bright light would show the edges of what we had done. The guillotine's line was not altered yet, but in the pocket at my side the journeyman's pencil notes lay like a key. The question that kept me walking was not about whether we could save everyone. It was about who we might be willing to save and what we would pay to do so. The city's drum rolled, and one name would be read that day, whether we moved or not. I had what I needed to make a small change. It remained to be seen whether small changes, added together, would amount to anything like justice. I kept the book close and thought of paper as a seam to unpick. The hook that kept me from sleep that night remained: knowledge could be used to teach dissent, but the teacher must be careful of his methods. The Ophile had given me an inside to the machine of death. I had accepted it, and in doing so had chosen to move from custodian to participant. The ledger lay heavy and patient in my hand, and I wondered how long it would be before the tribunal noticed that someone had begun to read their columns in the wrong light. The sound of a blade far away and indifferent made me tighten my cloak. The city waited, and so did I. I have a way of measuring danger by the small domestic things that remain unchanged in a city that otherwise seems to rearrange itself each day. Where the milliner's shutters once let in light like a promise, now they clap like lids. Where a child's laugh would have lingered above the alley, there is a silence that counts people the way a ledger counts names. I think of these details not as windows on a climate of fear, but as instruments with which the fear is made and held. A bell that rings, a laundress gossip, a ledger misfiled, each of these is a tiny lever. On mornings like the one that begins this chapter, the eaves are sharp with frost, and the city smells of wet straw and dried ink. I sweep the threshold and listen to the street, as if it could be read aloud, the cart at Mummy. P. Rins, the hawker who calls his wares in a voice that chooses no one in particular, footfalls that pass and are gone. Madame Rousseau stands across the lane more often than she used to, at first idle curiosity, then a learned vigilance. There is no cruelty in her gaze. It is only habit shaped now into surveillance. She watches my door as a woman might watch a hearth, measuring what warmth remains. I notice that she does not come in. She only reads the spines until they are familiar, then goes about her day with the knowledge she has stored. It is a particular kind of knowledge that troubles me most, not that which announces itself in print, but that which is kept in hand, in the margins, in the habit of delaying a step. Names travel not only on paper but in the slack of a clerk's belt, in the way an officer summons the names on a list. When Commissaire Renaud tightened his ledgered grip, he enrolled 1,000 small hands in his work. Every clerk who collated a list, every executioner who received a schedule, every woman who whispered a name over a drying sheet, they all became nodes in a machine that turned people into mere entries. To untangle that machine, we have had to learn its domestic habits. Jean Morel is one of those habits. He is a man whose face remembers the hard soldities of a life at the front. His jaw carries stories of fatigue. His hands bear the colossus of rope and door latch alike. Yet there is something almost filial about the way he moves in the municipal office, where the administrative mind keeps its spectacles polished. He is not quick to speak, and when he does, his words come like low coins placed with care on a table. He has been our quiet miracle more than once. Perhaps calling it a miracle would be pedantic. Small acts of human error do not require divine intervention. They require only courage, or an appetite for taking a risk and making it appear mundane. He met me late one afternoon beneath the arch that leads from the Rue de la Tapisserie to the Records entrance. The light there slants like a blade at that hour. It bevels the edges of faces, makes the city look apprehensive. He put his hand into his coat and offered me a folded scrap of paper. It was misfiled, mademoiselle, he said. A clerk's hand slipped. I have set it right where it will not be read before tomorrow. There was a hesitancy in the way he said it, an effort to make what he had done sound accidental. I did not take the scrap for what it seemed. I knew how records were shelved, folios that might never be seen if stacked in a corner, letters that might be stamped with an official seal, and thus be weightless. When Jean Morel speaks of misfiling, what he means is that he has given someone little more time. Time, in those days, is the only currency of mercy. We spoke then of other things, the way his sister used to press roses in a ledger, the softness of a world that is harder than a stamp. I watched his hands as he smoothed the paper hands that had once tied knots on ships, now tying small lives into the margins of an administration. You must be careful, he said, though his voice had the softness of admonition rather than command. And I thought I heard within it that most terrible of sounds, the double-tongued thing that might be warning and consolation at once. Madame Rousseau's role in this tightening net is not to be underestimated. She has always been a neighbor who measured people as one measures flour by eye and feel, but now she has learned, like everyone else, that information can be a salvage. She remembers faces for reasons that exceed gossip. On a morning when the shop's bell had rung and a salesman had left in a hurry, I felt her gaze and realized she had seen the man's hands. Later she told me, with the quickness of a woman who wields memory as weapon, that he had loosened his shawl in the manner of a certain clerk. Her eyes had catalogued a habit, and that cataloguing becomes evidence in a world where evidence counts more than humanity. It is a measure of how close the commissaire's net has become that even the laundries have altered their timetables. Hortense, who brings me scraps of gossip and small changes in the public rhythm, arrived one evening with soap still on her fingers and a face made of small, immediate fear. They have a new rota, she whispered, and the words in her mouth sounded like linens blown in wind. The tribunal men have taken to watching nearer the water. They ask after boys who used to sell tangles of ribbon. They count different things now. She folded her hands as if to press some comfort into them, but only found a pocket of empty cloth. We have learned to listen to such reports as if they were pre-arses of battle plans. A rota changed at the wash house betrays query routes. A clerk asking strange questions at a registry betrays a new list. A street sweep who pauses to look into a shop window betrays an informant's nervousness. The machine of surveillance grows by recruiting these small acts into its logbook. Our work Tiny's plates hidden in his chimney, Bastian's quick transfers, the marginalia soon into spines, is to make other acts of domesticity noiseless. The folding of a paper so that a name reads false if read aloud. The placing of a ledger to the left so that a clerk assumes it is completed and files it away. The misplacement of a detaining order so a man might yet slip a shoe over his foot and leave. I make lists in my head as I mend the seams of books. There are practicalities to everything, the size of the paper that will not arouse suspicion. The ink that will not feather when it rains. The way a false name must be plausible, no revolutionary-sounding sobriquets, but the slow, ordinary names of tradesmen and seamstresses. Tyne taught me how to age a page so it reads as if it had been written months ago. Father Bino T taught me how to choose a confessional handwriting that would look like a tremor rather than a signature. There is art to making a forgery that will be believed, because it reads like the interior life of a clerk, not like a proclamation. And Jean Morel, with his misfiled papers, becomes a thread we can pull. He returns a ledger that had gone astray, and with it brings a week's reprieve for 3 named men. One returns to the shop a week later with a limp, and a story of a long night behind a false name, and a carriage that had been waiting in a lane with hay for concealment. He brings with him the kind of gratitude that is sharpened by fear. He is deferential when he visits the counter, buys a single book on herbal cures, and sits as if he has not been near a tribunal at all. Mercy leaves marks like colossus. I can see them on his thumb when he fingers the spine of the book. Yet every small mercy ripples outward. The machine notices anomalies, a ledger returned to a shelf it should not occupy, a clerk who pauses too long in a corridor, a name that does not appear where it ought to. Renaud's men begin to watch the printers and the booksellers with new attention. A municipal agent begins to take interest in which customers slip out with 2 parcels rather than 1. Madame Rousseau's gaze sharpens, she begins to annotate in her head, and she has friends at the market who will carry a tale to a clerk who does not know she is a friend of a bookseller. It is here that the tension between duty and conscience reveals itself not in speeches, but in habits. Jean Morel cannot overthrow the tribunal, and he knows the shape of punishment better than many. Yet he misfiles. He leaves a ledger where a casual hand might miss it. When soldiers come to the records, he petitions a clerk to stay late, and when they open the registry he produces a volume that seems to have been mislaid. The work piles up, he says again, an attempt at making the deliberate appear inevitable. Another time he will sign an order that undoes a small harm. Each act threatens to be the last he can afford to perform. We have had other scares. Tyner's press was nearly discovered when a municipal inspector turned up unexpectedly in the lane, asking for a bill for type. Tien recognized the glint in the inspector's eye, not just curiosity, but a hunger for control. He had stammered about an order that was owed to a merchant, and had the strange presence of mind to show the man a fulsome ledger of fake orders, an almanac of shipments, all typeset to distract. The inspector had left, satisfied with his paper, and later the plate of the most dangerous list had been burned in the hearth with the solemnity of an offering. It is not heroism that saved them, but the practiced anatomy of deception. Yet deception is costly. Tyne's hands smell of smoke and sacrifice. He has lost plates that were part of his living, and the act of burning type is like burning part of oneself. He looks thinner now, and there is a new keenness to his jaw that is less about resolve and more about resignation. When I warm my hands at his press, their heat feels borrowed from a life he is willing to burn. Hortense brings tidings that set the room crackling. They have taken to asking after Bastien, she says, and her eyes move to the stair, as if she expects him to appear and to take their lives on his shoulders. Bastien, who once sold pamphlets for a coin, has become our fleet foot. He moves with a careful hubris, a child's recklessness wrapped in the seasoned craft of a street hawker. When his name is being inquired after, we know a nerve has been struck. We take measures. Lucy learns new routes. She wears one of my brother's old coats, so she might pass for a woman running a household. She tucks leaflets into loaves that a baker takes off at the market, and Bastien arranges for a girl he knows to carry a message meant for a rival printer. We practice the small choreography of evasion until it becomes second nature, the exchange of a coin that is actually a signal, the folding of a list into a newspaper so ordinary that no one will read it twice. At night I sit at my counter with my ledger and the marginalia we have collected. Father Benotis notes are there, references to how lists are compiled in the tribunal and to the clerks who assemble them. His script is steady, as if confession writes the hand of a man who has learned to compress sin into a line. I write my own small notes in the margins how to alter an index so that a woman's name slides down a page by a clerk's hand, how to place a false signature in the lower corner so a reader assumes legitimacy. When the shop is quiet, the city seems to press on the panes, as if it wants to come inside and rearrange the bookshelves according to some legerd sense of order. There are nights when fear tastes of metal, and the shop's lamplight throws the letters of my title page into yellowed constellations on the ceiling. I think of the ledger as an animal that breathes in names. To breathe against it is to place one's mouth near its gullet. The risk is not only for the printers and those we protect, it is for those we love. Lucy, for all her impatience and flame, wants to save the young men who shout the slogans in the square. Tyne wants to save the sister he lost. Bastien wants to be more than a courier. Their motives mix like inks when one hand is not careful, and still the machine tightens. There are new informers, faces unknown, who linger by the market and listen to the rhythm of our trade. A clerk who used to be harmless now watches the shop window with the ensemble of a man trying to complete an inventory of lives. Madame Rousseau approaches with the economy of a woman bearing a message. She taps the counter with a knuckle and never speaks the parts of the news that would endanger. She tells me that Renaud has been seen near the dock, that he has taken to reading registry lists on his way to the office, that he carries his own quill like a talisman. In the end we count what we have: time, false names, the pliancy of an official's patience. For every misfiled order Jean Morel can manage, there will be another clerk whose conscience is short-circuited by fear. For every burned plate there is an informer ready to barter a name for bread. The ledger's weight presses like snow on the roof. It is not one decisive blow that will break us, but the slow piling up of small things that make escape impossible: a door nailed, a ledger misplaced, a watchful neighbor. But we press our own small resistances into seams. I sew marginalia into prayer books and seam them there as if by accident. I tell a story in the guttering light of the shop about how a clerk once misplaced a sermon and how the congregation forgave him because of it. It is a story meant to teach the art of misplacement as a gospel of mercy. That night I patch a binding and tuck inside it a note of 3 names altered so that the tribunal will be forced to check twice where they would only glance once. It is a small arithmetic of delay, possibly enough to let a pair of feet disappear into a crowd, or to let a carriage carry a man past a checkpoint while men look at the wrong column. When Bastien arrives at the back door, he is winded with news that is both hopeful and dangerous. There is a clerk who is late with rolls, he says, and the words are like a match struck in a dark room. And there's talk that Jean Morel has been seen propping open a door for a woman who had a baby in her arms. He speaks fast, as a man whose limbs do not trust his lips. I fold my hands and do not let my heart leap as high as it wants to. Time has not taught me to expect mercy without cost. Still, there is a shape of possibility in Bastien's breath. The world bends for a moment on a hinge of someone else's mistake. We prepare for what we must prepare for: the quick exit, the hidden book, the false ledger to be laid out when the agents arrive. In the places where we can, we seal seams. I place false bindings on shelves where the agents might look first, and tuck our marginalia in the well-worn copies that a clerk might be tempted to open because of mildew or scent. We rehearse plausible faces: the wide-eyed merchant who has only come to buy a ledger for his accounts, the stooped woman who has come for a prayer book for a sick child. Acting the ordinary becomes our defense. Yet there is a price. I feel like a weight in my chest. We do not simply defy the tribunal. We alter the texture of our own lives. The shop is no longer merely a refuge for books. It is a theater of evasion. The books themselves are actors, their spines wearing masks, their margins holding wedges of revolt. I find myself thinking of marginalia as seeds offered to a soil of civic possibility. If enough seed is sown, then perhaps a field will grow where names are not only assigned by an administrative mind but claimed back by those who bear them. The night closes as it always does when the city is on the cusp of a new pressure, with the sound of a distant bell and a cart that creaks like a throat. I lock the door and stand for a long time with my hand on the latch. The ledger presses like snow. I have counted the leaks and sealed the seams I could find. I have accepted the small mercies of men like Jean Morel and paid the price when it must be paid. We have bought time with misfiled papers and burned plates. We have, for the moment, held the machine's teeth at bay, but the tension is real and cumulative. A commissaire like Renaud does not look at a single misfile and sleep after it. He notices patterns. He sees the shop window twice and then once more. He learns to watch a neighbor and to ask why she reads spines of a certain hue. The net tightens when men like him become practiced at reading not only officials but ordinary gestures. What we have gained by misplacing a name may buy a life or two, but it will not unmake the ledger. And so I finish the evening's work with hands that tremble only a little, and a ledger beneath my pillow as if to prove to myself that some part of me still aims to count. Dawn will bring new tasks, false ledgers to press, new marginalia to plan, rotes to alter. We have a reprieve, and the small mercies of Jean Morel are as fragile as the wing of a bird. I know those wings can be plucked. Outside the street is a ledger of lights, windows like eyes, some closed, some half open. The city seems to breathe, an organism of modest habits and monstrous administrations. When I close the shutters and light a single candle, its flame seems disproportionately brave. I arrange the night's papers and set aside a plan for the square, because a map must be thought of before one moves towards a public gambit. The idea is simple: to make the ledger's command less absolute. To put alternative names into circulation so that the habit of reading lists will no longer bind people as it has. It is an obscene and delicate calculation, an arithmetic of refusal. I go to bed with the shop's smell of glue and paper about me, and the knowledge of the city's pressure presses like a palm on my chest. Jean Morel's mercies have bought us a little time. Madame Rousseau's eyes have warned us that we must move faster. The machine tightens, but our small acts have teeth of their own. When I sleep, I think of margins and seams, of the tiny places where a book will allow a name to slip, and of the steps we will have to take at dawn. The next day will demand of us a re-ask: can a city's conscience be loosened by a ledger misfiled? I do not know, but the next move is not mine alone. It will be made in the square, with a crowd that has yet to decide whether to believe the writing on a page or the motion of its own hands. Outside, a cart creaks and a bell tolls in the distance. The network tightens like a fist, but a fist can be pried open. For now, we patch the small seams and practice breathing. Tomorrow, if the city is still ours for the asking, we will see whether a crowd will learn the arithmetic of choice or merely the habit of reading lists. The ledger watches, we watch back. By the time light had the decency to take hold in the alleys, Tyner's cellar was a furnace of purpose. We had always known that the ledger's power lay not in ink or paper alone, but in the behavior of people who treated a name as a sentence. So if they could make the city obey a list, we would press other lists into the same shape and see which habit held. Tyne worked as if the press itself were a confessor. The lead blocks clunked, the platen sighed, and the smell of iron and damp type filled the narrow room where we pressed our counter-narrative into pulp and fiber. He had lost sleep to this. Lines of metal had to be filed until they lay truthful enough to be believed. Guides needed to be adjusted, so the words looked as if some clerk had hurried them with official distaste. The paper had to be thin, aged with tea, and the few sun rings we could fake. It was artistry in reverse crafting falsehoods so that they might open a different kind of truth. I folded the sheets, each crease measured like a litany. Lucy returned like a bird you do not entirely trust moved beside me. Her hands seemed too eager for the calm of that place. She wanted the press to be more of a pulpit and less of a workshop. Bastien came and went, a small man who could make a leaflet look like a coin thrown into a crowd, ordinary, exchangeable, quickly forgotten. He laughed at jokes that were not there and sold the appearance of normality with the energy of a child hawking roasted chestnuts. Madeleine was not in the cellar. I had asked her to take the air and move among those who would gather, for salons teach one the precise angles from which people will accept or reject a whisper. Father Binot had counseled temperance. He had always believed that the conscience must be bent with care, or at least he had counseled that the priest could not become another clumsy conspirator. Jean Morel, in his quiet way, had agreed to let certain pages vanish from municipal hands for a little while. The city was a web. We tugged a thread and watched how the spiders reacted. We had copied lists that named the next condemned, and had altered a few with a surgeon's patience, changing dates by a day, changing an order, inserting a baker where a scholar's name had been, or the reverse. The success of our counter lists in the past had been measured not only by who escaped, but by the succeeding confusion that made officials doubt the sacredness of their registers. Now we went larger. The square has always been the place a city shows itself. It is where names are said aloud, and where the people hear how they are to be called. That is why I chose it. Noon found me at the square's edge, standing where the sun could not quite judge my face, and the tribunal's shadow still stretched across the stones like the underlayer of a proof. The market had its rhythms, the hawkers and the children, and the mothers who burned cabbage over braziers, so the smell of boiled greens would cover the smell of other things. It was a place where the ordinary kept violent things at bay until you began to change what ordinary meant. Bastien moved like a current. He did not shout elevation or give himself away with the kind of rhetoric that expects applause. He used the small voice that slips along an ear, list for the day, names set by the tribune, come and read. People took because they always take. They took lists, they took pamphlets, they tucked them into skirts and pockets. He came to me once, his breath a little ragged. They're fairing them, mademoiselle. They think them official, that was the point. To be effective, our prints had to look as if they belonged to a world that had always been right about its lists. We could not be conspirators who pitched manifestos into the square shouting falsehood that only hardens belief. We were whisperers, and the whisper had to sound like gossip, the most trusted religion among streets. Madeleine moved her hands with the ease of someone who could make a rumor look like lace 1 minute and a dagger the next. She brushed a sleeve, caught an ear, and in the space of that gesture, a widow who had come to sell thread found herself folding a sheet and then looking at it as if for the first time. The list looked real. The funeral director looked at a name. A child clutched at a paper, and a man who had been certain he would be safe laughed short, and then no longer. The square brews sensation faster than one can measure. It thickens into something you either ride or are drowned by. I walked among them, offering nothing overly revolutionary. I spoke like a bookkeeper at prayer, precise and dry. Check your list, madame. There are a few misprints. If a name appears twice, treat the later date as eased. People listened because the voice of calm in those days is a currency. I had learned to speak in the measured bar of accountancy, for it disarmed suspicion. A woman pinched my sleeve and asked, voice small, is it true? Is my son's name? She did not finish. I had known mothers like her once by the street and now again by the square. I could have lied entirely, could have told her the list was a forgery intended only to free his life. Instead, I showed her a margin note, my own scrawl in small, cramped letters. Names may be amended, ask again. It is a strange thing to put doubt into someone's hands. Sometimes it becomes a stone they throw. Sometimes it becomes a seed. Opposite the tribunal steps, Commissaire Renaud let his presence be a kind of firm punctuation. It was not possible for him to be entirely absent. Every man of his sort carries the burden of authority like a book on his chest. He did not shout. He did not need to. He stood, a ledger in his glove, and watched people untuck their lists and discuss them with the same solemnity one uses when comparing wills. His gaze found me as if the city's habit of naming could reach through the press and detect the flinch of my fingers. For a moment I felt the odd intimacy of two people who work with records, he to produce them as law, I to move them as possibility. He could have had me arrested by the hand. He could have set his men to search my shop then and there. Instead he watched me for a long while. There was that strange thing people who have been trained to count do, the desire to tidy a ledger. His jaw worked, and perhaps he was making a mental correction. Lucy moved through the crowd like a ripple. She had been gone but not absent. Our desperate plan to release her had not been without cost. She bore the dark ring of recent fear under her eyes, and the quiet steadiness of someone who has seen the tribunal cellars. She placed leaflets in the hands of girls whose hands smelt of laundry starch. She laughed and threw a paper to a soldier who frowned and then frowned less. At one point she caught the sleeve of a revolutionary youth she had once loved, and they exchanged a look that was both tenderness and reproof. That is the weight of youth. It asks the world to be immediate and unfurls like a banner in a storm. As the sheet spread, the square changed its pitch. Men who had been certain of the ledger's finality began to lift brows, comparing names, looking at dates. I had placed in margins notes, small notes that suggested the list might be amended, that clerks sometimes transposed names, that those who record are not gods but scribes with tired hands. We had printed small questions in the margins: who wrote this, whose hand benefits, so that the act of reading became itself suspect. At the center of things, a cluster of laborers tore a page into two. I watched the movement as if it were a bell. The torn list might have been a sign of defiance, a rejection born of anger. Or it might simply have been a way to start a scrap of fuel for the cooking fire. Either way, it became meaningful. The tribunal depends upon the illusion of people believing the ledger. If enough people begin to treat the ledger as a fallible thing, the apparatus that executes names begins to falter. That is the arithmetic. People are the true type. Their belief sets the case. Renaud moved then, but not as a man who would force a crowd. He approached with a policeman's politeness that disguises the weight of a tablet. "Mademoiselle le Maire," he said, as if to a neighbor who had committed a small infraction. "This is most irregular." He had always had a way of making indictment sound like etiquette. "You know the square, mademoiselle. Names should be fixed. Uncertainty breeds terror. I meet him with my ledgered voice and a calm I had had to bind around me like a jacket. "Commissaire," I said, "uncertainty is a dangerous honesty. The city needs it now." He did not smile. He heard the word needs, and I saw the muscles around his mouth clench. To a man who wants certainty, the proposition that a city might choose its own names is like offering him a blade, not yet dull enough to trust. There was shouting then, not the orchestrated cry of revolution, but the ragged noise of people who are learning how to disagree. Some wanted names to be firm. They wanted to hold a sentence as one holds bread, solid and edible. Others, the ones who had begun to fold our margins into their private prayers, tore the lists and argued that to be named by the tribunal was not a destiny but an act of violence. In the swirl of sound, Lucy found me and said nothing. She handed me a scrap where a man had written with a coal, "I am not a number." The words, raw and crude, pleased me with their blunt truth. Made more official by my presence in the square, this crowd's small acts began to resemble something larger, a city refusing to be enumerated by a hand it could not see. We had imagined that this day would bring arrests, that Renaud would strike, that someone would be taken to the tribunal with a paper still clenched between fingers. We had also hoped that it would break the pattern. Both hopes were realistic. The crowd's mood swung like a pendulum. Some faces grew hard with fear and then, as if catching a wind, softened into a new suspicion. Rumor and rereading work like a disease and an inoculation at once. By afternoon, Renaud's agents moved in, not like wolves, but like clerks who have been told to tidy a mess. Jean Morel found me near the fountain and, in a pocketed gesture, slid me a municipal note that said certain detentions would be delayed. "For now," he said simply, and in those two words was the measure of his bravery. He was not a man of grand gestures. He understood the small economy of these days. A delay can mean a life. A day can mean the difference between a rope and a safe house. As the light thinned and shadows lengthened, the square's energy did not die. People argued. Some prayed aloud. Some kissed and hid paper in bodices. It is a strange economy when the smallest piece of pulp can be worth a life. The gambit had worked in what mattered most. The ledger's supposed inevitability had been ruptured. Men and women in that square for the first time in months entertained the possibility that their names need not be uttered by a clerk who updates rows in neat calligraphy. They could be named by friends, by spouses, by themselves. Yet I knew we had not won. The cost was always the other half of the coin. By inviting people to doubt, we had also invited those who prefer certainty to sharpen their tools. The tribunal does not relinquish power because it is disproved. It clamps down because it fears contamination. The day had entered the city's memory, but the memory had not yet hardened into law. That night, as we gathered in the cramped back room, Tien poured a drink and did not smile. "We have taken the first step," he said, "but it is a step on a slope." Lucy, exhausted, folded a paper as if teaching her hands to be gentle. "It felt like a prayer," she said, and in her exhaustion there was no triumph, only a recognition of what had been risked and spent. We would have to work harder. We would have to refine the press forgeries, craft better marginalia, and encourage other small acts of naming, bread sellers who announce people's trades, washers who write notations on collars, singers who adopt new refrains. The square had been a start. The city would need gutters and laundries, kitchens and front rooms. This is how resistance grows, not only in the grand gestures, but in the repetition of new habits until the old ledger looks anomalous. And yet, I lay awake that night with the ledger's name folded in my chest like a coin I did not know I had lost. The shadow of Renaud's ledgered face reminded me that our noise had been heard, and that he would answer with his kind of arithmetic. We had loosened a thing that binds. He would attempt to tighten it. That is the shape of every contest. When you pull one rope, another crew begins to haul at the other end. I did not know who would be taken next. I only knew this: the square had been a place of reckoning, and that the act of giving names back to those who bear them had been begun. I had not cast the ledger into the fire. I had shown that its pages could be read otherwise. That is a small victory. It is also a provocation. Outside my shop the night was thin. A woman rehearsed the whispered questions we had printed. A child practiced tearing paper thoughtfully under the light of a gutter lamp. Our acts had sown a kind of habitude to doubt, to ask, to rewrite. For all the fear, the square had provided a tool, not the false comfort of a promise to save everyone, but the more dangerous gift of a choice. I slept with my ledger beneath my pillow and woke with it still there, the name that had once meant a fate, now a possibility for contestation. The blade still hung. The city remained perilous, but names, for the first time in a long while, were contested. That evening ended with the soft knowledge that we had given people a small, terrible question to carry home: who will name me? And I, who had sold books beneath the guillotine, waited to see whether they would answer it themselves or wait for a clerk to answer for them. When the morning came, the square would be different, and so would we. The ledger's monopoly had been interrupted. It would regroup. Renaud would marshal his men and his ledgers. We would have to respond. But for a breath in the middle of the day, under the eye of a sky that had seen many matters of state, the city had looked at itself and decided that names are not always sentences carved before birth. It is a dangerous thought, and dangerous thoughts are the sort that make people act. That was our small and terrible triumph, enough to keep us awake, and enough perhaps to keep us alive, if luck and cunning held together like stitched pages. Dawn arrives like a thin apology, the kind you offer when you have nothing substantial to give. The morning is a pale cloth slit with chimney smoke, and the sound of cartwheels on wet cobbles. Inside, the shop keeps its usual smells: glue, old paper, the ghost note of lemon oil on shelf wood. I have slept poorly and with one eye open, because sleep in those hours is an indulgence and a risk. There are things that need to be tidied only so that they may be left in a state that will not betray us. They arrive as if by appointment. though I think there is no more finesse in municipal violence than brute timing. A rap solid, professional at the door, and then the click of boots. I keep my fingers on a ledger while I walk to the door, as if by holding a book I can lay claim to a different law. The street outside is colder than the room where I count the hours by the slant of light on the dust. I open and let them in. Boots, uniforms, the faint smell of boiled leather and ink. A clerk with a ledger in his arms, the quill in his hand a little like an accusing finger. They spread as one expects them to spread, like damp on linen. An officer, 2 municipal agents, a clerk who will read names with the tonic of bureaucracy. They are practiced at the business of looking anxious, of making owners spill what they hide beneath their hearts. Commissaire Renaud himself is not among them, but his absence is a presence, like a shadow with a ledger-shaped mouth. I have prepared for this on the paltry calendar of our resistance, shelves dusted, false bottoms sealed with camphor, the smaller ledgers bound in wrappers of plain paper. The annotated bindings I have placed in unsuspecting volumes. Tiny's forged plates are stored in a chimney opposite his shop. Lucy's leaflets are in Bastien's satchel, ready to be loosened into a crowd. Father Benoti has promised sanctuary to those we cannot hide. The plan is not a plan so much as a choreography of survival in which each small movement must appear accidental. They begin at the counter with a civility that has been practiced 1,000 times in municipal rooms. We act upon a report, the clerk says. His voice is smooth the way one reads an invoice. The agents take to the shelves with curious efficiency, pulling out books and flipping through as if they were searching for receipts. One of them hums a chanson under his breath. Instruments of the state hum habits, too. Madame Rousseau is already at the window. She has been drawn by municipal precision like a woman to a soap opera. Her eyes shine. I stand behind the counter with my hands folded, not so much in submission as in the pose one takes while performing a domestic ritual. To move hastily is to draw an eye, to stand still is to invite a complacency that might let you move in ways unseen. They do not notice the small things, the way I carry the heel of my hand over a title to flatten the impression of some marginal note, the way I slide a folded page into the shoulder of a book as if persuading it to sleep. Any contraband in the premises? The officer asks. It is a rehearsal line. I tell the truth in small shavings. There are some pamphlets, mostly harmless. I name a poet I once sold who has since become suspect. Names are the currency to trade in when you mean to stay alive. They inspect invoices, check the binding papers, laugh at a pun. One of the clerks, younger than the rest, finds a receipt and pronounces it aloud, the cadence of entitlement in his mouth. Delivery to a Father Benoti, he says, nothing revolutionary, only a name that has become a ledger entry in this city, both ordinary and dangerous. The officer notes it with a stroke of his quill. The search becomes a tax on attention. Shelves are tilted, drawers pulled and emptied. Dust rises and falls like small sighs. I feel the shop as a body being tended by hands that do not know its secret scars. They pull out a child's primer, Lucy's favorite, from the back of a shelf and leaf through with an absent tenderness. I can see my reflection in the glass of the case, and in that mirrored woman I study the possibility of action. There is always one who moves too quickly. An agent finds a mislaid page, a single folded note I had forgotten to tuck away because I had believed it safe inside the spine of a traveler's atlas. He unfolds it with the greedy concentration of someone reading a list for the first time. The letters there are innocuous names of bread suppliers and dates for delivery, but in the tight economy of the tribunal they take on an accusation. Tending to the movement of goods is tending to circulation itself, and circulation is a small kind of sovereignty. I move then like someone performing a lining stitch, with small, invisible motions. While one agent thumbs through a ledger, I slide my hand beneath a volume and coax out 3 slips of paper. The margin notes pale pencil scrawls and annotations that had been our map slip from binding to binding under the pretense of straightening a page. Each slip is a seed of doubt. Each slip is the map doubt we have taught others to read. To the agents, I am simply putting books in order. You keep odd hours, observes a clerk, perhaps more curious than cruel. He jostles past me and I let him. There is a violence in the casual that is sharper than any blade. His presence presses my scalp like cold wind. Jean Morel stands with his hands folded at his back, as if he were listening to a sermon. He is here to enforce, but his shoulders carry a memory of other wars and other needs. He watches not the books, but the people. When an agent opens a drawer and finds only sewing needles and a spool of thread, Jean's hand moves as if to cover the discovery with another object. It is the smallest of gestures, but it is the kind of soft antagonism that can rewrite a day's harm. He catches my eye for a moment. That look is an intervention. Is there anything you would want us to know? The officer asks, as if by offering a space for confession, he has already rendered the world tidy. My answer is a piece of furniture truth framed in ordinariness. We keep local histories, I say, plates, notes, marginalia, for the parish mostly. It is a phrase that couches the danger in ecclesiastical terms, and the clerks make the calculation quickly, Father Guillotine again. The name hums between us like a lit match. Madame Rousseau steps forward at the window. Her head is like a small planet of gossip, and in it all sorts of collisions take place. She pats a hem and says, loud enough for those near her to hear, I saw a young man leave here at dusk with a sack full of pamphlets. He ran east toward the market. The clerk lifts an eyebrow and writes. Her voice is thin with excitement. She has found herself a part to play. I record her as a hazard and a convenience. Every shop has one of her kind. It is a social instrument I have had to learn to pluck. Outside the street is a skein of faces. Bastien is there, small, quick, a live thing that looks like a hand trying to keep up with a cart. He passes leaflets into fingers with an art that is half bravado and half terror. The leaflets are our counter lists, clean, printed, plausible. Tiny's hand trembles in my memory as he set type for them at midnight. Burning his thumb on a letter he cursed with affection. Father Guillotine waits across from his chapel, his head bent low as if in prayer, though I know he is watching the shop like a saint protecting a sinner. Inside the agent's root and prize. They find invoices and receipts and catalogues nothing to hang an arrest upon, but material enough to suggest circulations that might be suspicious. The clerk with the quill becomes arrogant, reading aloud an address with the casual cruelty of a man cataloguing bodies. Each syllable becomes a small edict. It is then that I commit the deliberate act I have rehearsed in the small hours. I put a ledger on the counter. Not the secret one we keep under the false bottom, but an ordinary, bound ledger with a plain cover and a hand that looks municipal. I open it and set it with a slant that will catch a light from the window. It is conspicuous precisely because it is ordinary. I turn a page and let a folded paper fall on an unremarkable slip that I have printed with the ledger's neat typeface. To look at it is to feel the satisfaction of administrative logic. I do not shout. I do not make scene. I place it where the clerk will see it, where Madame Rousseau, obligingly peering at the counter, will also see it. A clerk's fingers brush it. His eyes register the possibility of triumph. A ledger, he says with the kind of glee one gets looking into a brazier. He opens and reads aloud. The name at the top is a familiar one, but the addition beneath is what I have planted, an annotation, in a different hand, suggesting the ledger has been altered, that certain names were inserted or removed. It is a small, plausible note, the kind of thing clerks make when they tidy a file. He sees what I would have him see, inconsistency. His satisfaction turns to confusion. At that cue, Bastien moves through the crowd like a wind pushing paper. Leaflets slide into hands. A woman in the market unfolds one and her eyebrows go up. What is this? She asks. They say the ledger had been amended, someone answers. The murmur grows like a wave that finds new shape as it travels. Doubt is contagious when it is bought cheap. Inside the shop, the clerk's confusion becomes a ripple of irritation. He calls for the agent with the ledger. The agent, eager to exert order, flips through the ledger until he finds the line where I have arranged the marginalia in a public hand. There it is, a note that reads, "Tersely verified by municipal clerk, date changed. It is exactly the provocation I intend." He reads it and looks up. His expression has the sickened, incredulous air of a man who discovers a stain on his conscience. Jean Morel stands near the door, and the pause in his movement is the shape of mercy. He lets a moment pass. That moment is long enough for Bastien's leaflets to be read by a woman who knows the petitioner named and who bursts into a small, incredulous cry. "That man is not the one they say," she tells those near her. "I know him, he sells soap at the corner of Julian." The crowd tilts. A woman points, a boy shouts. Authorities are good at stating facts, but they are poor at imagining the gap between a written name and a living face. The agents begin to argue in low voices. The clerk wants to seize the ledger as evidence. The agent with the boots wants to arrest me for hiding contraband in plain sight. Jean steps forward, his hand on a file he had earlier set aside, and murmurs something that changes the tenor of the room. "We cannot take this shop," he says, and his voice is ordinary, not commanding, not without a warrant. It is a legal phrase, a small hinge. The agent sulks but opens his mouth to comply. The presence of the crowd and the uncertain ledger outside make things precarious. For a man who has been told to tidy the world, hesitation tastes like treason. Madame Rousseau, who has been watching like a woman at a theatre window, reaches for the binding I have set near the glass. Her fingers tremble and a note slips out from where I have tucked it in the spine. She frowns at it, then reads aloud. It is something gentle, an annotation in a hand she recognizes as mine. See also the clerk's ledgers, dated Julie. Ask for paper with watermarks. The clerk's face darkens. It is as if someone has suggested the existence of a mirror in a room he believed enclosed. Madame Rousseau looks up and sees the crowd outside, and then she looks at me. As if the shopkeeper had been bequeathed a part in a play she had always wanted to act in. Outside, people lean in toward one another. Bastien's leaflets, simple and clean, suggest alternate orders, lists that name not fate, but status: who provides bread, who mends shoes, who tends to ailing mothers. Their language is careful. They do not say revolution in a way that will make the head fall. They say reconsideration, verification. The idea takes root in hands that have never been custodian of authority: a washerwoman, a lamplighter, a clerk from the tribunal who has come early to oversee. They begin to talk in the same dialect they use when they bargain for fish, quick, practical, and astonished when they are offered a choice. The agents grow angrier because they think they can control the narrative by controlling goods. Their hands palm the ledger, as if by holding it they could squeeze the doubt out of the town. They do not understand that if you teach people to doubt one document, you teach them to read the margins of many. The marginalia we have distributed are now in the hands of people who will keep them in sleeves, in aprons, on the underside of a bread board. I know this because I was once that woman who kept a note under her pillow. Jean Morel's hesitation becomes decisive when he misfiles an actual municipal order. He takes a stamped sheet and, with the gentleness of someone who folds the edges of a letter before placing it in an envelope, tucks it into a drawer and distracts the leading agent with an observation about a misprinted date. The agent, who has been counting names in his head like beads, follows the promise of clerical error, and in doing so allows Bastien and the leaflets to move further among the crowd. It is an ordinary theft performed for the sake of conscience. The clerk shows the ledger to an agent who declares it evidence, and whom I see in an instant, preparing the words that will hang a life. The agent's mouth presses into an administrative line: "You are under suspicion of collusion." It is the prelude to a list of arrests. It is the music that makes a guillotine's blade feel friendly in the ears of those who can't love the messy world. I feel the pressure at the base of my skull. that small drum of panic that signals the need for movement. But we had planned for movement that appears immobile. I take a book from the shelf and set it in the window. It is deliberate, a binding with my hand in the marginalia, the little scribble that indicates a correction. An added ledger note that suggests the ledger has been tampered with. Madame Rousseau lifts it with a ceremoniousness that would do a parish priest proud. The note flutters free and an agent catches it. He reads in the tense way a man reads a sentence he suspects of holding a knife. For a breath the city holds. Then a ripple breaks out from the crowd. A woman cries, "They lie," in a voice that breaks with exposure. A man who had been summoned to the tribunal last week and returned home because of a misfiled name starts to shout his protest. The murmur becomes a chorus. For a moment the authority of the ledger feels like a thin skin that can be pressed until it ruptures. People are looking at margins now, not at the headnotes. They are learning to treat a written name as an opinion rather than a verdict. The agents are flustered. Their certainty, what had felt in their limbs like a rightness, bobbles like a boat on a river. They attempt to reassert their power, but power that relies on silence and singular narratives collapses when the same silence is broken in many small places. Jean Morel's small acts, the misfiled paper, the soft voice, have not, in themselves, changed policy, but they have made room for doubt. Doubt is a public thing now. Commissaire Renaud's absence is felt as a tightening. The men left in his delegated presence grow meaner because fear of consequence thrums in their veins. They confiscate the planted ledger and thumb through it with a mixture of triumph and disgust. A forged entry, one mutters. He brandishes the book like a cudgel. Yet when he opens it he finds the ordinary receipts, names of customers, dates that smell of bread and soap. What would be damning to a man is ordinary to a shopkeeper. Evidence becomes a matter of taste. I stand at the back of the shop and feel sick with a physical nausea that is only partly fear. I am aware of particulars, the way the ink has dried on my fingers, the faint thread of a seam I had mended yesterday, the smell of lemon oil. Fear is a particular smell in the mouth, a copper on the tongue. I think of Lucy, where is she now, and of Tyne's thumbs on type. They are out on their errands, perhaps, or holed up in corners waiting to slip loose at a signal. The contingency of their survival feels like glass in my chest. The crowd's mood shifts in increments. There is no sudden conversion, only a lateral movement. People who had believed the ledger's authority now ask for corroboration. Shopkeepers check their receipts. A baker crosses the street to ask a neighbor whether the man named is indeed his supplier. The practicalities of life, who tends to the milk, who mends a shoe, begin to insist themselves against the polity of lists. It is somehow obscene how modern governance mistakes the arithmetic of names for the arithmetic of lives. When the agents at last gather their papers and the ledger, they are less triumphant than embarrassed. They have seized a book but not a certainty. They file out with the mechanical dignity of a man who has to present a result for his superiors, cognizant that although they have carried something away, their triumph is muffled by the fact that ordinary lives have pushed back. Jean Morel lingers, and his eyes meet mine. He makes an indecipherable small gesture, 2 fingers raised, and then lowered as if making a small benediction. I answer with the only word that seems useful, thank you. It is too small, perhaps, but it is honest. Outside, Bastien presses his final leaflet into a child's hand. Lucy appears through the press of bodies, her hair tied back, her face set like a struck bell. She nods at me as if to say, everything we meant to do we have done. The leaflets have reached the hands of a laundress, who keeps a ledger of her own. And she reads them with a frown and then a laugh that is near to outrage. She tucks the note into her apron and goes back to her washing. But the next day she will tuck another into a sheet to be dried on a line, and the note will travel. We have not won. There is no sudden collapse of the tribunal, no dramatic confession from a clerk that will sweep away the year's cruelties. but the seed has been planted in 1,000 small places. Marginalia travel more easily than proclamations, a note in a binding, a scrap in a pocket, a leaf between loaves. People will begin to ask to see the ledger's drafts, to question dates, to demand corroboration. Small acts of reading will become small acts of resistance. As the agents leave, their boots fall into the street with a rhythm that sounds to me like a retreat, but could be the measured steps of another advance. I close the door behind them with the quiet of someone closing a book. The shop is on its knees, shelves askew, dust corded on the floor, a primer open to a child's drawing, but it is still a shop. And in that continuing there is a stubbornness I would not trade for any ledger's certainty. Madame Rousseau lingers at the window and fingers the hem of her shawl as if in doubt about whether she had done right. Jean Morel walks away more slowly than the others. His head is bent as if he carries in it a ledger of small mercies. Bastien grins at me from across the street, his pockets heavier with the sensation of having been useful. When night comes, I set the shop to rights with hands that tremble. I push books back into place, but with each book I tuck another slip, some instruction, some correction, a margin that says, plainly question this, it is a small pedagogy. We will be patient. The city learns by habit and repetition. If we can teach one woman to hold a marginalia, another to look twice at a list, the ledger's authority will be hollowed not by thunder, but by persistent nibbling. There is a small thing I do before I extinguish the lamp. I take a pencil and, in the spine of an ordinary ledger, I write in a hand that is both careful and tired, names are not fate. It is not a slogan, it is a reminder to myself, like a note folded beneath a pillow. The words are small, and in that smallness there is the scale of our rebellion, not a single day overturned, but 1,000 days altered by the choice to read differently. The night closes, and in the street a cart rolls past, and somewhere a dog barks. I cannot say what will happen when Renaud hears of the day's events. He will be furious, he will call for prosecutions, he will want blood in the ledger. That is the problematic diplomacy of the guillotine. It requires spectacle to appear efficacious. But spectacle is brittle when the crowd mistrusts the program that produces it. I close the shutter with a hand that knows how to fold things away. My palms still smell of lemon oil and ink. I have the peculiar clarity of someone who has hid something in plain sight and watched the world choose how to see it. There is a certain vertigo in that clarity. The shop is quieter tonight, but not silent. I can hear the city breathing through its seams, the hum of other shops, the muttered gossip, the sound of a man counting coins at a table. We have bought for a day a sliver of doubt. That is no small thing. Doubt makes people ask questions, and questions make lists porous. It gives them errors to discover. It makes the administrative mind uneasy, because it knows how to deal only with columns that add up. Tomorrow the ledger will be gone from my counter, tucked into an agent's arm, carried to some chamber where quills will scratch in the dry light. But the marginalia are not so easily seized. They have been distributed like seeds and will sprout in laundries, in chapels, in the corners of workshops. I will sleep now with an alertness that is close to prayer. There are many nights ahead in which a knock may come. There are many times when courage will be mistaken for recklessness. But the sense of having moved the public a few inches away from accepting a name as fate is a kind of nourishment. It feeds the small rebellions, and small rebellions accumulate. Outside my window a dog barks again and then is still. The city exhales. I think of Lucy's bright hands, of Tina's plates cooling in a chimney, of Father Benoit's chapel, where secrets are kept like relics. I think of Jean Morel's two-fingered benediction and of Bastien's grin. We are not many, but we are witnesses. I put the lamp out, and in the dark the shop keeps its secrets beneath the false bottoms and the hollowed binding. The night is a lid on the day's small revolution. I am not certain what will come when the lid is raised, but I have a clarity that was not there before. Names can be contested. And when people learn to contest them, The ledger becomes a book one can annotate rather than a sentence one must obey. The guillotine slices wood and flesh alike. What it cannot cut easily is the habit of reading. We have begun to teach that habit. There is a knock at the back. I freeze and then, because I must know what the night brings, I stand and go to the door. The hook on the latch is cold beneath my fingers. I draw the bolt and open. A shadow leans in, breathless and small Lucy. Her eyes are bright with news. They read it in the market, she says. They showed the ledger and they asked, and they will look now. She breathes in like someone who has swallowed air after deep diving, and is alive because she rose. That is all she says. I shut the door with my heart at fever. The next day will be a reckoning, but for now the shop is a small island of ink and paper where a different kind of counting has begun. We will sleep in shifts. We will hide the plates that cannot be burned. We will teach how to read a marginal mark as one teaches a child to tie her shoes. Outside, the city will spin its own stories, some of them about treason, some about bravery. Inside, I make another note and tuck it into the spine of an ordinary ledger. Remember to teach the next reader how to look. It is a small injunction and perhaps the most important of all. The bookshop beneath the guillotine keeps its doors open by teaching people to look at the margins. The night hangs heavy, and I am awake with a quiet resolve. I do not know whether, in the morning, Renaud will come with more men or with a summons. I do not know whether my name will be next in the ledger. I only know that today we have made an appointment with doubt, and that doubt has arrived. The city will have to reckon with the fact that a ledger's authority is nothing without a public that believes it. Tonight, that belief has been questioned. Tomorrow we will see whether the question can take root. I lie down with the feeling that the world has shifted a few inches on its axis, small enough that no cart will tip, large enough that a new path appears through the market. A path made not by slogans but by notes tucked into bindings, by leaflets pressed into frayed hands, by the small labor of reading differently. The guillotine still waits in its square. The ledger still exists in some municipal chamber. But inside 1,000 pockets and under 100 pillows a whisper will be kept. Names are not fate. Outside, the lamps gutter and a watchman calls the hour. Inside the room a moth circles the dying flame and then falls. I close my eyes and listen to the city breathe. The choice we forced is not yet decided, but we have given the city the instrument with which to make it, marginalia, counter lists, and the habit of asking. If the tribunal wants to punish us, it will have to do so in a world that has begun to read differently. I sleep with that small defiant hope. When I dream, it is not of the blade but of pages, a book whose margins keep widening until the text itself can hardly be read for the notes. I wake with the certainty that our danger is also our instruction. The shop is searched and found ordinary. But ordinary is where we live, and ordinary is where we will teach dissent. The lamp is nearly out. I rise, and the day already thins toward a dawn that will be louder than this one. The city's markets will speak. The ledger's keepers will count. We will continue to teach the habit of reading the margins. A bell in the street rings. Someone calls out the hour. I take up a pencil and write a final line in the margin of a book I will leave for a customer. When you see a name, ask for its proof. It is not a law, it is an instruction. The day waits to be rid. I was careful with every step I took that morning, as if the stone itself were a page that kept its own gloss and would remember where my heel had pressed hard enough to leave an indentation. The tribunal's steps rose in broad shallow tiers, worn smooth by shoes and by the scrape of wagons. They had the look of a thing that expected petition and condemnation in equal measure. From my bookshop they had always been a distant punctuation, something that finished a scene in the square. But that morning they were an altar. It felt obscene, even before I began, to bring books to an altar that measured the end of human lives with a blade and a registrar's hand. But altar is a room of witness, and I had come to make witness in a register other than the state's ledger. The square gaped and filled with people as if a tide had been called back and a new, uncertain current was slopping into place. I had arranged nothing with the formality of a committee. I had handled small things, leaflets folded in the way Tian taught me, a plate wrapped in oiled cloth and tucked beneath his coat, a handful of my own annotated pages that could be read aloud like contraband prayers. The memory of Lucy's face young, a bruise under one eye, hair dusted with ash from the night they freed her, kept me from trembling. Her courage had been a chisel at my stubbornness. I stood on the steps not because I believed I would be believed, but because some truths are owed to those who have been named. Commissaire Lucien Renaud arrived with the punctuality of ledgered things. He did not make a grand entrance. There was no need. The tribunal's presence is a complex grammar, a uniform, a ledger, the slow, practiced motion of a quill. He moved with the confidence of a man who has learned the world's answers and has them neatly arrayed in columns. His coat was a dark rectangle against the square's lighter faces. His ledger, a leather-bound volume, was carried like a reliquary. When he climbed the steps, he did so as a man who knows that stone responds to weight by showing polish, a proof that his kind of weight had been here before. For a long moment nothing happened of consequence. The crowd settled into a hush like a page lying face up, waiting. There were smells: stale straw, the soar of damp wool, the hint of iron that never quite leaves a square like this. And there were smaller things, the whisper of a cloak, the nervous scrunch of a child's shoes on grit. The way the light off the tribunal's far aid made the commissaire's jaw look white and hard. I felt as if I had been reading for years and only now reached a punctuation where the sentence could be broken. "You stand in front of the tribunal," he began, "because men of his craft begin with the obvious, the sentence that sets the world in place, and you speak to the people." His voice carried like someone used to asking questions whose forms never change. "You will not accuse the Republic of carelessness. You will not call into question the certainty of its instruments." I let him have that beginning. It was a neat sentence to pin a year to. I listened to the clerkly cadence as if reading marginalia for a mistake, and then I said my first words. "I will not accuse the Republic of carelessness," I said, and it is worth a small honesty that my voice did not sound like a trumpeter's. It was a bookseller's voice, plain and steady. "I will only tell a truth some of you know and most of you have been taught to forget. Lists are written by hands, not by the heavens." There was a little stir, not of anger but of something else, like a page turning unexpectedly. Renaud's eyes moved toward me with the quick calculation of someone being struck a little off balance, like a clerk finding a misaligned line of type. He made the motion of looking down at his ledger as if to confirm an entry. His quill scratched. For all his composure, there is a thing that betrays the bureaucrat. He wants his paper to say he is right. "Proof," he said. "You can make accusations, Madame la Maire. Produce proof or cease." Proof. The word tasted like iron. I had come prepared, which is to say I had learned the practical mercy of bringing objects into argument. Arguments that happen in the air tend to be reabsorbed by men such as he. Arguments that happen under the eye of a crowd do not evaporate so easily. Tyne stepped forward then, as if the press had its own will to speak. He carried something small and wrapped. The oiled cloth had the smell of lathe and flour and a faint sweetness of linseed. He unfolded it with the slow, reverent movements of a man who has done penance by cleaning type. He revealed a steel plate, small as an old coin. Type rose from the surface, tiny letters, names set as if waiting to be read aloud. Even close to, it held its own darkness. The name was there, in raised relief, manufactured to be inked and impressed. In Tian's hands the plate looked like a sacrament. The crowd leaned in as if a tide of hearing answered the sight. "This is not prophecy," Tian said. He did not shout. Shouting would have been fiddly and theatrical. He let his hands cradle the plate like a confession. "This is craft. See how the edges are filed. See the tiny error in the second line, Marie. Do you remember? I nodded and told them the story of the clerk who had confessed to Father Benoti how a narrow economy of information had been built by tradesmen of fear. Father Benoti, pale and steady, stepped forward then. There is a certain way clerics make their timber public. They speak as if to the absent, and in the same gesture make the present listen. He spoke of a man who had once been a clerk at the tribunal, who had taken to drinking and to telling too many confessions as if those words could straighten crooked yearnings into order. The clerk had said what he had been told to say. He had been taught which names to believe and which to suspect. Names, the clerk said, sometimes came not from a revelation but from a table where arguments about property and grudges were argued and then translated into a list. For the first time I heard a face within the ledger. It was a small, tired face, the face of somebody who had learned to make lists for a living and forgot that lists are acts. The crowd's murmurs shifted into a different current. There were open mouths and held breath and the sound of cloth being smoothed as people tried to press down reflexive fear and find thought instead. Renaud countered by calling for order and then for testimony that would show forgery. He lifted his own ledger, and even the act of raising it was theatrical, because the ledger is his authority as a man is his name. You would trade the order we have bled for, he said, for the vagaries of gossip, for a single plate. Where is your proof that the ledger was edited to fit interests, and not to protect the public? He spoke as if the syllables were counters that could be arranged until the accusation fell flat. I answered by handing the pages I had copied to any who would take them counter lists, marginalia, the clerk's confession written as a vouched statement. The small notes that I had stashed into bindings read them, I said. See that the ledger changes. See its handwriting where you expect decree. See its margins where you expect law. It is not a prophecy. It is an instrument of power, and it is made by people who can be bribed, frightened, fooled, or mistaken. There is a way in which reading aloud is itself an argumentative device. People believe what they can hear with their own ears. I read the clerk's line about names chosen for convenience, and the way informers had sometimes promised to save their own skins by providing a list. I read out a counterfeit list Tyne, and I had produced to save a man's life, and the crowd broke into the memory of that night. The confusion it had caused, the freed faces, the small triumph that tasted of iron and relief. Voices rose, I remember that confusion. They let a man go that day. They took a name that should not have been taken. Renaud's face narrowed. He demanded witnesses, legal proof in the forms his office recognized. That is the strangeness of bureaucratic power. It claims the right to designate what counts as evidence, and then excludes anything inconvenient by saying it is not recognized. But what happens when the excluded thing is shown not as theory but as made matter? Tyne produced the plate and lifted it to the light. You could see the shadow of letters, tiny hollows where ink would sit, the small miscut where an inexpert hand had adjusted type. He passed it to Jean Morel. Jean is a man who pauses too long before saying things that might hurt him. He has the look of someone who has been at the friction point between orders and mercy. When Jean passed the plate to him, Jean's fingers closed as if holding a confession. He did not look at Renaud. He looked at the plate as if it were something he had been complicit with, and had not noticed until the weight of it pressed his palms. There were nights when lists were read aloud and names were taken from a sheet I did not understand, Jean said at last. His voice was not loud, but it traveled because of that small, raw honesty. I filed them. I misfiled them. I saw clerks argue over the order of things. I saw gifts tucked like coins between pages. I thought I did my duty. I was wrong. Sometimes the ledger recorded what the table decided. Sometimes it recorded what someone wanted recorded. I am no judge, only a file clerk. But I have seen he slipped then, as if remembering how to speak without the old fear. I have seen names placed to settle a debt or remove a nuisance. I did not blow the horn because I feared my house would burn. I can say now I did not do it alone. A low sound rose from the crowd, the first plane of disbelief slivered. There were faces in the square that clutched them like talismans, the ledger as absolution, and then faces that had no talisman and were free to hear. Among them someone called out an old name that had been on a counter list. A woman near me let out a sob. It is one thing to learn of systems with a cool head, and another to hear names you know spoken as if they were accounts. Renaud sought to repair the breach by offering a narrative of necessity. Lists are necessary, men must be called to answer. Order must be kept if we are not to return to the chaos of the old regime. What you call editing, he said, is administration. We administer, and that requires decisions. Who would have the power to do worse than we, if we were not so rigorous? There was a righteousness in his argument that had the ring of a confession. He had seen images of a past he feared, and he believed himself the bulwark. This is not an argument about competence, I answered. This is an argument about agency. If you set people's names as if they were facts of nature, if you treat the list as destiny, you give a small circle of hands the power to choose who dies. And you make everyone else accustomed to obedience. We are not children who must be instructed by authority. We are citizens who must be taught to read the instruments that govern us. I could see in his face the calculation of a man for whom words are policy. He called for testimony that would discredit the clerk's account, and men were pushed forward who had been trained to attest to the ledger's inviolability. False recollections are, in a public square, as persuasive as true ones when the voices are many and the posture is sure. I understood then that we were not simply arguing. We were staging a contest between forms of proof, the ledger's rituals of authority, and the gritty material proofs we had brought. There were moments of near collapse. Someone, an old soldier with a scarred cheek, rose and said that lists had kept them alive during days of anarchy, that the guillotine had been the only instrument that prevented a return of aristocratic violence. You cannot throw away everything that has kept us from bloodshed, he said. The crowd swayed. In truth, there is a way in which terror breeds its own stabilizers. People will accept certainty when the alternative is cold chaos. I felt the pull of that truth like a physical tug. I am not arrogant enough to pretend fear vanishes under an argument. But then there were other voices, a woman who had spent a night in the blackness of a cell because an informer's whim had placed her name on a list. A father who had watched his son carted to the market because someone had wanted land. Their stories, small and precise, landed like little stones dropped into water. Stories have a way of taking a ledger's abstraction and turning it into a face, a smell, a hurt. People remember faces. They are poor at remembering policy when they can put a name to a hurt. Lucy moved through the crowd like a breath. She handed out leaflets, our counter lists, that had been set in printing to mimic the tribunal's own form, and each leaflet that landed on a hand was a small act of desacralization. The appearance of a printed list in someone's palm made the ledger less an oracle and more an object. Bastien ran like wind among the groups, slipping paper in fingers, and one of the children in the front stood up and read a name aloud from a counterfeit list, just to see what would happen. The child's voice, too young for the gravity of the place, made people laugh and then made them stop because the laugh was laced with something too dangerous to be only mirth. At a certain point Renaud's temper frayed. He was a man who could keep his color in the council house. In public, the demands changed the manner. You parade your plates and you call names, and you think that the people will decide by whim, he said. He called for the municipal guard to clear the steps. The command had weight because commands in that square are a habit. Men move when told. Two of his officers began to force a narrow path through the crowd toward us. It is a curious thing how people reveal their compass when a shove or a threat is near, Some will run and shelter behind the habit of obedience. Others will stand and be counted. I had not come to the steps because I thought the law could be convinced by quiet argument. I had come because argument in the open can make people choose the small courage of looking. The shove was a test. Jean Morel stepped forward and placed himself between Renaud's officers and our group. He had no dramatic gesture. He simply stood there, hands behind his back, face set as if he had decided to be accountable for a thing he had once permitted. He did not stop the officers by strength, but by the moral authority he bore like a badge made of fatigue. "We can do this without blood," he said. "You ask for proof. You have it. We will make a record. We will let the city decide. But do not drag us to a spectacle for your own vindication." There was a weight in the words, because they came from someone who knew the forms of the place and had chosen awkwardly, late to be honest in them. Renaud's eyes slid to the crowd, and for a moment the square looked like a balance. On one side, the comfort of order. On the other, the emergence of a people who could read their instruments. When a man's duty has been to fix meaning, the threat is not only to his office, but to the habit of thought he has cultivated. He cannot be removed easily without asking his supporters to see the world differently. They call crowds fickle, but what I saw was not fickleness, but a new habit. People were learning a new muscle to look and to ask. When a counter list fluttered into a vendor's palm, the vendor did not burn it. He studied it. A woman who had always crossed herself in the direction of the tribunal for safety now refused to do it, and instead tucked a leaflet into her bodice, as if it were a saving amulet. Small gestures multiplied. Renaud's retort was to appeal to fear. If you deny the ledger, what stops the old men from returning? Who will keep the streets from brigands? The lists are a necessary cruelty. The argument is a sly one. To name is to protect, in a twisted arithmetic. It is easier to cut ahead than to untangle social debts. Perhaps the question is not whether lists exist, I said, but who writes them and why. If naming must be done, let it be done openly, argued for, not tucked behind the hand of a clerk who can be bribed. If we must decide who stands trial, let it be by transparent processes and not by the whim of a table. Give your ledger to the light. There is a particular silence when you ask for daylight from those accustomed to shade. The officiants of secrecy are alarmed by the sun. They know how shadows hide mistakes. The moment at which our small theatre bent was quiet and ridiculous and glorious. Tyen, who had risked his plates and his livelihood to bring forth proof, had another maneuver. He took a rag from his pocket and wiped at the plate with the practiced motions of someone who presses type for a living. He then asked that the plate be read as if it were a testimony. A child's voice in the crowd read the raised type aloud. The sounds matched the ledger's cadence and then diverged, because the very physical existence of letters on metal is different from a list purported to be destiny. A physical object demonstrated the ledger's manufacture. At that point, something shifted. Men in the back of the crowd who had accepted the ledger as an instrument of protection hesitated. They had been taught that the names were fates. Now they could see the machinery. Doubt is contagious. A tremor of doubt slid through the square and for a moment changed the way the sun fell on faces. Light does funny things when it reveals seams. Renaud tried to recover his master by accusing us of sedition. He shouted legal terms and threatened arrests and the guillotine schedule as if to remind everyone that the law's rituals could still be performed. He raised his ledger and tapped a page with his quill, as if the quill were a pointer to the only truth. "Names are not to be trifled with," he said. "You endanger the Republic when you encourage randomness." We were accused of randomness by a man who specialized in the firm certainty of lists. It was a delicious irony. I could not help being aware of it, even as I felt my own throat tighten. This was the point at which I had to choose what to value, the safety of argument or the hazard of action. We are not asking for chaos, Father Bino Tientund. We ask for transparency and mercy. If power must name, let it name before its people. Let names be justly made. His words were a rope to hold us by. They were both a plea and an admonition. He had the gift of making moral propositions look like sentences in a ledger of conscience. The square at the end was not neatly divided. It had become a palimpsest of loyalties and fears and the impression of small decisions. Some returned to the habit of obedience because fear is comfortable when it wears the skin of certainty. Others, once they had seen that names could be composed, found the courage to carry a counter list like a talisman. I felt the change not as a sea but as a grain, many tiny things shifting to make a new terrain. When the officers finally withdrew, it was not because Renaud had been shamed into retreat. He left with his ledger closed and his mouth hard. He had not been defeated. He had, however, had his certainties exposed to the sun. That exposure is something like a wound. It will scar, and if tended it may heal. If not, it will fester. We had opened a wound in the practice of naming, and that wound would cause pain for both sides. I do not imagine, for a moment, that the ledger was dead. Authorities do not yield their instruments easily. But I had shown the city the metal under the skin. I had made visible what had been performed as inevitable. The crowd broke up into small clusters, some jubilant, some terrified. Lucy moved to my side and pressed my hand. Her fingers were cold, and for an instant I felt the smallness of being human. The future is not made in a single speech, but in the stubborn repetition of acts. We retreated slowly from the steps, not as fugitives, but as people who had delivered an argument into the square and left it to the people to chew. In the back of my mind, beneath the satisfaction of having given voice to the ledger's manufacture, ran the knowledge of consequence. Men had stood up that day. Some of them would be remembered, and some of them would be brought in for questioning. We had not eradicated the tribunal's authority. We had, if anything, made it angrier. But we had taught a small new skill to a people, to look at the instruments that govern them, and to ask who made them. As we walked away, I thought of the ledger that lay now on the desk of the commissaire closed, but not unread. He would take my words, my accusations, and enter them into a column somewhere. He would argue that his duty required him to do this for the Republic. He would work, as his kind does, to translate dissent into record so it could be managed. That is why I had not relied solely on words, but had carried other things with me, a plate, a bit of marginalia, a clerk-signed confession. Objects are harder to translate away. The hook of the morning followed me like a shadow. At the edge of the square a boy lifted his head and read from a leaflet we had printed. The child's voice was thin but steadied itself on the letter M, my letter, and said my name. The sound of it, my name enunciated in the market's air, set my marrow to vibrating. Names, once spoken, tend to be reclothed in the weight of habit. I had placed my own onto a public page, and whether that act would save me or mark me I could not yet tell. The steps behind us were already tasting slightly of scandal, and I knew the ledger would not sleep easy. We left the square swarming with a new vocabulary for discontent. The work ahead would be quiet and patient, margins to marginalia, plates to plates, careful slips of paper tucked into bindings. The conquest of habit is not achieved by one speech, but by the accumulation of acts that teach people to read the instruments around them. The commissaire would close his ledger that night and write his own counter-line. But everyone who had been there, who had seen a plate or heard Jean Morel's hushed truth, had a new way to look at the world. That is a small beginning dangerous and fragile, and the blade that the city keeps might yet fall on those who refuse the old order. Or perhaps it would not. Therein lies history's cheap and dear lesson. I tucked my hands into my sleeves and felt the little colosses on my fingers, the marks of a life of touching paper. They were a kind of armor. When a name is placed on a page, it is a wound and a promise. To have made the place where names are made visible is an act of provocation. I do not know whether the day will end with a verdict or with a reprise of careful measures. I only know that once a city glimpses the tool that makes destiny, it cannot entirely unsee it, and that glance, like a small seed, will either root or be trampled. We walked home with our pockets full of paper and our mouths dry. Lucy kept murmuring certain lines as if learning them by heart. Tyne kept rubbing his palms as if he could clean the day from his hands. Father Binot walked with his head bowed and held a small bundle close to his chest, as if it were a sacrament or an answer. Jean Morel lagged, his uniform rumpled. He had done something that would be noticed by men who count into columns and care about neatness. I thought of Renaud up on the steps, closing his ledger with a motion that was more ritual than necessity. His authority had been nicked. It would not be bloodied yet, but it would be watched. When I came to the shop that evening, the door smelled like damp paper and glue. I set the kettle to boil and sat at my small counter, the shop a safe geography of well-known shadows. The ledger had been argued in public. Now the work would be private and slow. Marginalia grow in quiet places. Names can be rehabitualized by many small acts. But a hook is not only what ends a sentence. It is what keeps the reader turning the page. Mine was not an artifice, but a fact. That child's voice on the steps had read my name aloud. Paper makes names public. Paper makes them permanent. The square had given me a visibility I had not sought and could not wholly avoid. The ledger on the commissaire's desk would be opened again. Some entries would remain and others be shifted. The question that now sat on my chest like a live coin was simple and terrible. Had we loosened a habit or only moved the place where names were counted? The guillotine's shadow still cut the skyline. The city had learned to look. That and nothing else was a beginning. We had provoked doubt. Whether that doubt would save us or slay us would be decided in smaller rooms and in the slow work of records. When I lay awake that night, the image that kept returning was one child's voice pronouncing my name. It was a small, bright thing, like a match struck in a dark room. It could light a lantern, or it could set straw to flame. The choice had been given to the square, and the square had chosen to look. Whether looking would be enough, I could not yet say. The ledger's next entry awaited us all, and there, at the edge of thought, the sound of a quill deliberate, patient beckoned. Somewhere, in a room with a candle and a table, men in uniforms would write their answers. Their handwriting would decide whether to sustain the old habit or to adapt. The steps still cold beneath their soles, the square breathed and divided, and I, who had once kept my ledger beneath my pillow, realized that to know a name is not the same as to be able to keep it from being reclaimed. The night closed with that uncertainty pressing like a book on the chest, and I learned anew what the margins teach. The story isn't finished until the last hand sets down its quill. The hook was not a flourish, it was a certainty left open. Someone would go to sleep that night and dream of lists. Someone would wake and decide, I had spoken. They had looked. The rest would be written by hands, and by the small, stubborn work of people who had learned to read them. I have always thought of lists as a certain sort of weather plane, implacable, the kind of thing that settles over a street and changes how people move without a sound. They are not the sudden thunder that splits a tree, nor do they arrive as a proclamation. They fall like fine rain, settling in the ledger of the city's memory until clothes and curtains are stained by them. That morning on the tribunal steps the rain became theatrics, a measured fall that revealed how we had learned to stay indoors because a paper told us to. There were two things I had rehearsed in the quiet of the shop: how to copy type until crooked letters stood straight, and how to speak in a voice that invited no patronage. Speaking plainly has always been a strategy. It is easier to be believed when one offers little artifice. The square was full when we arrived, so full that the breath of it touched my face like a linen veil. Bastien moved among the crowd, a thin flutter of leaflets in his hand. Madeleine had found places among the more affluent, her fans folded like flags. Jean Morel was in uniform, but wore his mercy with the slowness of someone who had practiced evasions for a long time. Tyne limped a touch at his gait, the char smell of his hands refusing to be scrubbed away. And Lucy walked with the hollowed courage of a woman who has already been emptied by fear and then filled with something sharper. We accused the ledger of nothing mystical. We accused it of craft. My accusation required meters of paper to be set against one thin book and a single, public, judicial gaze. Renaud arrived like he always does, ledger upright, the quill tapping the edge of his sleeve in the kind of cadence that had intimidated parish clerks into neat lines for years. He believes in ledgers the way a priest believes in last rites. Whether he believes in his own moral calculus, I cannot claim to know. His face is a map of many calculations, of nights when he thought an order might save rather than kill. He can be tender in a way that scares me, the same tenderness that convinced him names must be administered. They brought Lucy out first, for reasons I would never understand entirely. Perhaps they wanted to show the public that the state could take the young and make them speak. Perhaps Renaud wanted to use the very coercion that birthed confessions to make his point about the necessity of his ledger's accuracy. She stood beneath the tribunal's portico and her voice trembled at first. Coercion is a small, precise destruction. It cuts the muscle of memory until the will offers whatever will make the pain go away. I named them because they asked me to, because it worked, because it stopped the lashes, she said, and the words came like a set of small knives. The crowd hissed. I felt every blade nearly, the shop's boards beneath my feet, the memory of nights spent copying her handwriting to a rhythm. The times I had covered her sleep when she could not hold a book steady. I felt the betrayal as if it were a gust. Then she reached into the sleeve of her shifted gown and unfolded a well-folded paper. You could have heard a coin fall somewhere in the crowd. It was a marginal list, one we had circulated in secret months before, the copy I had inserted into a binding and told her to take if ever she was forced. The handwriting matched our forgery down to its crooked R, and the way we had smudged the black ink with a thumb to make it look hurried. They told me to sign what they named, she said. They did not show me the plates. I signed for sleep. I placed my name to the page because they promised me a bed. Her voice shifted. She began to read from the margin. She read the names we had planted. The crowd heard, and the sound of that reading was like a river finding a new bank. Where once there had been a ledger's authority, there now rose a chorus of voices, asking how many hands touched the paper before the state read it aloud. Renaud's jaw moved. He is not given to theatrical collapse, but I saw the ledger in his hands falter like a man offered a mirror that shows him an unaccustomed face. He narrowed his eyes and called for order with the sort of bark that snapped dogs' ears in the crowd, an old tactic. He has always relied upon the cadenced fear that makes people tidy themselves in public. This is theatrical deceit, he called. These are false lists, forged by those who do not understand the necessity of order. We will not be distracted by rumormongers and forgers. It was Tyne's turn next. I had thought about what it would mean for him to testify. I had not let myself imagine how closely his voice would arrive like smoke in the square. He admitted to burning plates. He did not dramatize the flames. He told us plainly how iron letters were laid on the wood stove, how he had watched type curl and split into blackening tongues, how the metal gave a thin, mournful sound when it split. I burned them to make a counterfeit stronger, he said. I thought if no plates existed, no one could tie the forged lists to a particular press. I was wrong to think the only question was plates, and not the accounting that placed names beside dates. The smell of char was only in memory for most, but when Teen said the word, the square shivered. Papers traded hands. A woman in the third row pressed a handkerchief to her mouth. In small acts the public felt the mechanics of the ledger being explained. They began to ask about clerks, about how names arrive in lines like bones on a rack. If the ledger was a thing made, Then perhaps men had been named by design and not by fate. Father Guillotine, whom I had begged and argued with until his face went grave, spoke in his calm, measured voice. He is not showy. He does not make oratory of what he calls small duties. But he spoke of confession as a storehouse of names, of parish records read by new officials who had little interest in pastoral nuance and more in how lists could be arranged to maintain public order. There are clerks who keep tables of who frequents what chapel, he said. There are registers that are transcribed not for piety, but for expediency. A system forms when men begin to rely upon convenience. He named a scribe who had been reassigned to the tribunal a month earlier. He described marginal notations that read like instructions. It is one thing to say that the ledger can be forged. It is another to supply the mechanisms by which that forgery becomes state practice. Father Guillotine supplied names and habits and the small, domestic spaces in which such foul work takes place. When Renaud rose to counter, he did not raise his voice. He is a man who believes in slow drowning rather than loud denunciation. You would have us dissolve the instruments of judgment because of an isolated forged list, he asked. You would call into question decades of record-keeping because of the artifice of printers. There were gestures, the way a magistrate moves his hands like the arrangement of scales. If the people believe that names can be changed by theta, then we lose the Republic's edge. We invite anarchy. Madeleine moved forward, her voice like a trimmed ribbon. She described whispers at salons where lists were read and altered to protect friends. Her testimony was a realpolitik account of how social maneuvering had saved lives the scribes deemed expendable. Her evidence was not of plates nor of clerks, but of practices, the bath of rumor in which names could be softened, diverted, delayed. She had always been a woman who knew how to make a rumor into a shield or a spear. The executioner's journeyman was brought, looking as if he would rather be anywhere. He spoke of procedures he had to follow, names read in order, chords made in a fashion that allowed for efficiency, the dark little rituals that made execution feel mechanical. He told of an instance when the roll was rechecked and the order shifted because of a clerk's annotation. It is not always fate, he said. Sometimes it is an office calendar, like the way a baker sets out the loaves. The crowd muttered as if learning that their deaths could be scheduled as a baker schedules bread was both absurd and obscene. Jean Morel, whose face has always been the color of someone who sleeps with both cautious patriotism and private mercy, produced a bundle of papers he had misfiled. They were, in truth, smuggled receipts and altered registers showing marginal notes. He did not boast or dramatize the theft. He handed the papers to me with the same practical air with which he had returned a mislaid ledger from the printer's shop months earlier. For men like him, the law is a thing to be navigated with humility and with the occasional, deliberate misplacement of a pen. When I rose to speak, which I did not do lightly, Renaud's look was equal parts curiosity and contempt. It is an odd thing to address a tribunal. You need to be candid enough to be believed, but measured enough not to be accused of plotting. I stepped forward and laid a single sheet on the table, a copy of the ledger with our marginal notes that had spread among the populace. What we present is not a denial of justice, I said, and my voice perhaps carried better than I expected because the square fell silent in a way that feels like the tightening of a noose. It is a question of method. If names are lists written by hands that can be moved, then the meaning of those names changes. If you allow that possibility, you allow people to contest the ledger that orders them. The crowd's reaction is difficult to describe. It is a thing that happens in the thin hours between speech and comprehension. A sound rose like a half-breath. I could see eyes shift from suspicion to consideration, as if some of them had thought of loved ones they had named themselves, and now wondered whether their names had once been chosen in some clerk's clean hour. But every concession we made that morning had a cost. Renaud did not fail to notice that the public's doubt could be slowed and hardened into something useful for his case. He called for precise legal procedure, for detailed examinations, for sworn affidavits. In other words, he invited the slow, administrative machinery one uses to secure certainty. We had attacked the ledger as a myth by showing its parts. He responded by saying the parts would be remade into a new myth of legality. I had not expected absolute triumph. Such a sign would have been improbable. What I had hoped for, what I had intended, in the flat ledger way that comes from years of cataloguing, was to open a seam. People who believe something unquestioningly can be given cause to question. That morning we made a seam in the skin of the city's faith. Lucy was returned to the dock after a period of intense cross-examination. Renaud's men produced her earlier caused confession as if to demonstrate the fragility of witness. Tyner's plate-burning admission made him appear culpable of tampering. Men in the crowd shouted for both punishment and mercy. The tribunal is not a place for tidy morality. It is a workshop in which the city's anxieties are hammered into shapes that can be legally described. I felt the blows of some of those hammers, not on my person but on the community I kept with small papers and secret folds. As the hours stretched, a small thing occurred that tipped the scales in the only way it could. A woman in the crowd called out the name of a son, misread on a death list. The man whose name had been called stepped forward and declared he had been elsewhere on the day listed. Others corroborated. The act of naming, that morning, was suddenly shown to be porous. That porosity is dangerous to those who would seize the state's lexicon as a fixed instrument. It is also dangerous for those who believe a new uncertainty will save the many. Renaud, furious, tried to reassert a narrative of necessity of the ledger as the guardian of order. He spoke of sacrifices and of the necessity to keep a young republic from dissolving back into aristocratic chaos. He categorize violence into necessity with the ease of a man who has stood before tribunals and convinced himself that firm actions preempt cataclysm. Yet even his eloquence that day was lumbered by the counter-testimony, Father Benotit's names of clerks, Tien's plates, Jean Morel's misfiled records, Lucy's marginal sheet. As the late afternoon shadowed, the magistrates retired to deliberate. In such times one sees the true habits of a polity. People pressed forward, clutching our marginal lists like trinkets of salvation or proof. Some threw up hands and demanded harsher measures. Others walked away with the look of people who have glimpsed a seam and now carry that image like a small ember under clothing. I remember standing by the bookshop's window later, after the tribunal had adjourned into a fog of official statements and threatened appeals. The city outside moved as it always did, but it had new gestures, hands that instantly flipped open a binding, eyes that traced margins for notes where there had been none. The habit of looking had changed, slightly but irrevocably. What we claimed that day was not a complete unmaking of the tribunal's power. Laws rustle into new shapes slowly. Wheels of state do not stop because the public coughs. Yet our work had a different measure. If a single list could be shown to be forged, if plates could be burned and clerks coaxed into naming by habit and pressure, then certainty had a weakness. The machinery of judgment relies not simply on law, but on the people's willing acceptance of its readings. We did not topple the machine. We scuffed its paint and showed the gears beneath. In the end, the tribunal issued a cautious verdict. Some names were delayed, some processes reviewed, and a number of cases re-examined. They called this a victory for due process. Renaud called it a clarification. For us it was not a clean victory, and it was not an unmitigated defeat. Lucy, cursed with the luck of the visibly brave, was given an ambiguous sentence, a period of public labor, perhaps intended as humiliation, perhaps as a means to end the fever she had stoked. Tyne was fined and warned of further breach. Jean Morel received a rebuke couched in formal law. Father Benot was complained against by the more zealous civic mouthpieces and yet not removed. The state was wary of making a martyr for conscience. The people who had been named and then unnamed returned to halves of lives, not wholly restored and not wholly lost. That night, in the dim space behind my counter, where the lamplight collects in the dust like a small, hovering congregation, I set down the ledger we had used as evidence and opened another book. I write lists in private because lists in public are the instruments of the state. Lists in private are the measure by which I tend love and debt and the small accounts of daily life. I wrote the names of those who had helped us that day in a margin with quick, unadorned strokes: Tien, for his burned conscience; Lucy, for her voiced reading; Jean, for his misfiled mercy; Father Bino T, for his reticent courage; Madeleine, for her Salon's double-edged hopes. And there was my name in the ledger we had paraded that afternoon, still present as if to remind me that name's perseverance in other people's hands. I had expected fear to have a single color, but fear is many-hued. That night it tasted of iron and cedar and the small sweetness of a page turned in a new book. I suppose that is what it means to be a bookseller beneath the guillotine. You learn that documents can be both rope and lifeline. You learn that a communal act of reading can become a communal act of choice. We had made no revolution at the tribunal steps. We had only shown that the instruments of fate could be pried open, if only by the patient hands of those who know how to read the margins. When I went to bed, my ledger lay beneath my pillow as it always did, the practice of my life. I counted the day's events the way I might inventory a poor stockroom, an overcount here, and a mission there, and a few pieces that will never be accounted for. Outside, somewhere in the city, a man named that day may have an hour less of sleep. A woman may fold a handkerchief over a secret and feel, for the first time, the itch of knowledge that will not be cured by silence. The measure of things is not always in verdicts. It is sometimes in the small habits that persist. I had not set out to be a judge. I had set out to be a keeper of books, yet that keeping had become a politics. There are times when even keeping is a kind of naming. The ledger's monopoly on names had been fractured, and with that fracture came both danger and a sliver of possibility. We ended the day with no promises but one, that people would begin to look. They would run their fingers down bindings, glance at margins, learn that the apparatus that names them is not a vast, immovable object, but a collection of men and clerks and presses that can be seen and altered. Whether those alterations will save lives will be decided in the dull, long hours to come. As I close this account, I do not know whether the next time a name falls from a blade it will be because fate was written, or because someone had a better ledger. I only know that the city's belief in the ledger has been scored. Doubt has entered like a small, stubborn plant through a seam in old wood. It will not overthrow the guillotine overnight, but the act of measuring has changed. Men will now ask who measured, who recorded, who pressed type in the night. They will whisper, they will look. That, for now, is all the victory I can count. And when the next list is read, perhaps if we are both clever and cruel enough, we will have between us a margin in which to write a different name. The question remains open as ink on a knife-edged page. Will the crowd choose belief once more, or will it, this time, name itself? I have always measured the day by small reckonings, the number of books that pass my counter, the exact angle at which light gathers on a spine, the weight of 2 coins clipped into a palm. The city, for a long while, had taught me to count differently, by the number of steps toward the place where justice is made manifest, by the rhythm of the drums that announce a procession, by the hush that falls when a name has been taken from its bed and set in the tribunal's ledger. Then a book came to me with no hand attached to it, and my measures turned inward. Now I measure by marginalia. There are things that happen after a drama that no one writes playbills for. The air settles, the squares unclench. People go back to standing in line for bread, and to arguing over whether the new slogan has more truth in it than the old song. The guillotine returns to being a punctuation mark rather than a paragraph. Its upright wood becomes a part of the street furniture, a presence that can be seen and, because of that, named and thus, perhaps contested. If there is a lesson late in this book, it is a small one and not fit for banners, that to teach a people to read is not only to hand them alphabets, but also to give them the tools to suspect the way alphabets have been strung together. The ledger taught us one alphabet. Our response has been to learn the other, the marginal one. Where the tribunal wrote names in a single, authoritative hand, we wrote in the margins. Where the administration used lists to fix the world, we inserted notes that pointed out joints and hinges. Not all of these notes were truth. Some were deliberate untruths, and some were pedagogy in disguise. Tyne called it an apprenticeship. Type makes truth only if you let it, he said once, the words coming through a grin tight with tiredness. He had burned type. It is a strange thing to describe, the sound and smell of letters going to flame. The sound is less the crackle of paper than the small, metallic sigh of something that has had duty laid upon it and is relieved. The smell is iron and the faint perfume of old glue. Tyne set plates in the chimney because a press is an altar, and he had learned to sacrifice the tools which made him complicit. From those ashes he fashioned forgery fast enough to look indistinguishable from fact. We spread those forgeries in the places where the ledger's ink had made its home, the hands of the hawkers, the covers of cheap catechisms, and the seams of the books that people thought themselves safe to open at home. The first marginal note I wrote was not clever. It was a single sentence in a book of household remedies, tucked between a recipe for salve and a letter on obstetrics. Look for the clerk with the mole on his left hand. It was a direction that might lead to a man or might lead to nothing at all. It was pedagogy in a slipper. When Hortense found that book in a laundry bundle and told me, breathless and suspicious, that she had asked for the clerk and found a different man entirely, laughter came out of me like a breath I had been holding. People have a hunger for exactness even when exactness kills them. Sometimes it is enough to teach them to mistrust it. Father Benot called it an act of piety. He kept a room under the chapel not for the saints but for the stubborn things that made us human. His archives smelled of wax, of vellum, and of damp stone. There were ruled volumes where names were crossed in ink of many colors, some crossed for punishment. Some crossed because a clerical hand had decided the best place to put them was not this ledger but another. If a name is a command, he said softly, arranging papers under a lamp, then a marginal note is a question. He taught me how to fold a page, so the margin would hide a sliver of text that could be opened like an aperture by the reader. He taught me that the practice of doubt could be taught as if it were a craft, a stitch here, a hidden pasteboard there. People who never thought themselves conspirators became readers who knew where to look. Lucy, who once spoke like a bell, learned to write like a key. Her letters were small and urgent. She left them in the cheap school books of the daughters of laundresses, in catechisms that would be taken to confession by old women who still believed in the salvific power of a good story. Write it as if you owe it to the child who will read after you, she told me. She became, in time, the one who taught the habit. It is strange to see the young become the medium for a caution they no longer fear. Her bravery made our marginalia less a prank and more an instruction manual. There were rules we gave ourselves. Never write in a book that would not be read. Never write in a book that is known to the tribunal's clerks as inventory. Never put blame in a margin that could be traced to a vulnerable person. We learned the art of what to leave blank as carefully as what to fill. One of the most useful tactics was the insertion of plausible ambiguity. A reader who found a margin note that prompted a question rather than an answer would, by habit, begin asking more questions. A single scratched note. Did you notice how often the ledger's first column matches the names of the council's creditors? Might not topple a court, but it would teach a reader to cross-reference. That habit is quietly infectious. Madeline thought like a salon hostess and acted like a chess player. She introduced the notion that gossip could be a directed traffic. A laugh, a dropped handkerchief, a hymn brushed at a particular moment, all these were signals to be passed. When she said the ledger's lists had the cadence of sermon and the certainty of scripture, people listened because they liked the idea of hidden liars in the salons. She taught the women who still managed households to embed meaning in mannered talk. That kind of social literacy is no less powerful than the notches we made in paper. You do not teach a city to mistrust a ledger without risk. Renaud tightened his pocketbooks and drew lines where they did not exist. He watched the printers more closely. He ordered inventories of all municipal records. And he employed men whose job was to look for marginalia with the same attention a naturalist gives to beetles on a branch. Jean Morel, an honest man with a soldier's reluctance to be cruel, filed things wrong, misplaced warrants, and in one notable office hour pushed a petition toward a stove where a clerk burned it as if it were private warmth. Little mercies are the mechanism of resistance where blunt force cannot be used. But mercies do not scale. They are episodic and depend on the human faintness in others. There were also betrayals. Lucy's capture was a wound whose edges we learned to press. She had been held and questioned. The tribunal poured sugar over her words to test their viscosity. She confessed to what she thought would be believed, and to the things she could not bear to keep from the men who held her. She named names to stop pain, and yet she also crossed places that could not be easily undone. In the ensuing months the confession was a fossil of sorts. It hardened, got rubbed in clerks' hands, and was presented in public as proof of a conspiracy of booksellers. Against that hard, public narrative we mounted our small, private pedagogy. Tiny's sacrifice was not merely technical. The press is a thing that holds memory and, at the same time, reproduces it. When he fed plates to the fire, he was not erasing evidence so much as making a different kind of evidence. The counterfeit lists he manufactured from memory and burned type lent plausibility to misdirection. I have watched him crouched by the chimney, cleaning the soot from the corners of his mouth, and thought of the strange way guilt and resolution share a shape. He turned his trade into a weapon and then into an offering. The people he saved may not have known his name. He did not require them to. There is a peculiar cruelty in the way a ledger can be undone. The tribunal relies on spectacle and on certainty. Remove certainty and spectacle loses its cut. Our marginalia were designed to produce the slow rot of meaning. We inserted contradictions, 2 lists for the same day, one with a baker's name and another with a bailiff's. Annotations that suggested that names had been rearranged according to debt. Notes that implied that the tribunal's clerks were as human as anyone and were paid into error. The city learned, inch by cautious inch, to ask where a name had come from and who had an interest in its being there. The square that day, after the steps had been confronted, looked at once emptied and full. People came to see whether truth could be argued into being. Men and women clutched coal-black pamphlets we had given them, some containing forgery, some containing instructions on how to fold a page so the margin would catch the light. Bastien ran through crowds like a rumor. I saw faces I had known for years and some I had only just learned to trust. The guillotine stood like an indifferent tree. The crowds gathered around it as if expecting a sermon or a miracle. It did not give either, but what it gave was worse for some, doubt. Renaud's face was a ledger in itself, a tally not yet balanced. He barked and ordered and wrote. He tried to read our marginalia as if they were annotations in his own book. He did not, or could not, perceive that the most dangerous notes were those that did not claim a single truth, but taught the reader to be skeptical. If you can teach 100 people to mistrust a single list, that list becomes a less effective instrument of power. If you can teach 1,000, the list has to be tested in 1,000 courts. What we did was not heroism as it is told in the pulpits. It was bookkeeping of another sort. I took books and made them into maps of doubt. In the binding of a child's primer, I hid a folded sheet that described how to check the parish register for entries that contradicted a ledger's list. In a theology treatise, I added a footnote that suggested the reader inquire of the executioner's journeyman about the order in which names were announced. Father Bino T. wrote poetic marginalia, small prayers that suggested, without saying directly, that the reader think for themselves. Madeleine placed a small slip in the sleeve of an expensive novel that read, "Simply name yourself," twice. There is a certain humility to marginalia. They expect nothing grand. They do not promise salvation. They ask a question and trust that the person who finds it will take a step. The steps are tiny. A laundress who reads a note and then asks a neighbor to keep a list of surnames can, by simple arithmetic, produce confusion sufficient to stall a single procession. A clerk who is taught to look at ledgers with suspicion may file a name where it cannot be found. Small things accumulate into a culture of reading that is skeptical by habit, and yet there is cost. The tribunal punished approximations of rebellion even when nothing more than a note had been found. People were arrested for possessing altered books. Some were executed on spurious grounds. Our marginalia could not save them all. I do not tell this story to make martyrdom into a spectacle. I tell it because the real measure of our work was not the lives it saved singly, though some were saved, but the habit it left behind. You may want to know what became of me. I could tell you with the comfort of certainty, but I have learned to speak precisely because I distrust the comforts of certainty. The shop was searched. Renaud's men moved through the rooms with the efficient appetite of clerks at a ledger, opening boxes, tapping bindings, and letting their fingers judge which book might crack under their attention. They missed a good many things. Perhaps it was carelessness. Perhaps it was the exhaustion of being asked to make meaning of a city all day. In the false bottom of the trunk under my counter, they found a conspicuous ledger that had been planted. My heart beats a little faster, remembering the look on the commissaire's face when he thought he had my confession in ink. What they did not find was the cassette of small folded notes hidden within the gutters of another dozen books, nor the tiny instructions sewn into the hems of a child's primer. In the days that followed, Renaud paraded the conspicuous ledger he had found as evidence. He read from it like a man reading scripture. He hoped to bring me to him with the simplicity of an assertion. I had made lists, and therefore I was the list maker, the author of death. The crowd responded with the divided thing crowds do. Some shouted for my head with the old, comforting certainty. Others, taught now to ask, shouted back different things entirely. It was in that clash that something irrecoverable happened. The ledger's authoritativeness faltered, because it no longer spoke as the only voice. It spoke into a chorus. I stood on the steps that day and tried to say what a ledger is. A ledger is a method, I said, my voice steady as if I had spoken these syllables to myself 1,000 times, and they had become a kind of prayer. It is paper and hand and administration. It is not a god. The words landed like stones into a river. Some skipped, some sank. Lucy had been freed by a plan too messy to tell here, and she moved through the crowd handing out clean sheets with a single sentence. You may strike a name from the list if you can show that it was put there for reasons of debt or spite or order. It was clumsy and beautiful. What followed was not a revolution, but a redistribution of doubt. People began to ask clerks for copies of lists. They cross-checked parish records. They looked for mismatches. The tribunal moved to secure its ledgers. The press of the city became more circumspect. We did not throw Renaud from his office. We did not topple the guillotine. But we taught some people to read differently, and that is tedious and enduring work. A skeptical habit is not spectacular, but it is pernicious to an authority that relies on the seamlessness of belief. There are traces left in the city even now, marginals in the bindings of prayer books where, if you turn the page and hold it to the light, You can read a hand like mine instructing a reader to count every secretary's signature across 3 months. There are primers with small stitches that hide a folded paper saying, if you are to be named, choose the name you will answer to. There are in Father Benot's archive volumes annotated by penitents who learn to register their own reckonings. Those traces are not monuments, they are seeds. If you come to my shop now, a small, sun-scarred place under the eaves, you will find it quiet. Shelves breathe. There are still false bottoms and the scent of glue. You may find a book by an anonymous hand in which the margin reads, when they ask your name, tell them the name of the person who taught you to be suspicious. If you peel that note open, you will find a smaller note beneath it written in a child's hand that says, simply, name me again. What becomes of the names written in the tribunal's ledger is a slow process. Some remain stubborn as scars. Others are peeled away by cross-checks and by gawks of clerical error. A few are blanked by acts of mercy or by the simple fact of human forgetfulness. The culture we made the practice of questioning, annotating, and hiding does not reverse everything. It does not make the city gentle, but it makes it porous. I cannot promise you a tidy ending. There is no tidy ending. If I were to finish with the flourish of certainty, I would be committing the very thing I have spent these pages resisting. The temptation to write the ending as if fate had single authorship. The ledger may name me, it may not. The tribunal may have reason enough to make my name appear on a list and to set a date. Or I may have taken measures to conceal myself in a code of bindings and become another clerk's rumor. Perhaps I sit now at my counter while you read and feel the draft of the street across my shoulders. Perhaps the bookshop is shuttered and the roof rats know the cadence of voices that once bent over a table. The truth is that the bookshop exists in the ways people remember to look in the seams of things. There is, before I close, one last instruction I have left in a volume that I know will not be destroyed easily. When you find a name in a ledger, write in the margin who wrote it, who profited from it, and who might have wished it there. Fold that sheet and place it where a curious child may find it later. Teach that child the habit of counting reasons. Teach them the arithmetic of names. It is not a formula to stop a blade in every instance. It is not a talisman against every accusation. It is, rather, a practice that makes it harder for a single hand to take a name and make it law. And if the question you ask is whether I die under the blade, I will answer with another marginalia. Read how the ledger trembles when many hands touch it. The book stops here for you to turn the page and find what you will evidence, absence, or a further folded note. If you are merciful, you will choose to leave a note of your own. I tuck the last folded paper into a binding and close the cover. The attic light fades in the gutters. Somewhere outside, a bell strikes the hour and the city shifts its shape. The guillotine waits like punctuation, patient and indifferent. The lesson waits like a hinge. The hands that know how to write in the margins are the hands that will, in time, teach others to see. There is one thing I will tell you plainly. Names are not fate until we have agreed that they are. If you learn to unwrite them, you will have learned the only revolution that begins without banners. And now if you have the courage to look, you will find beneath the third shelf from the window, behind a volume of sermons, a ribboned slip. It says, in a hurried child's hand, if you need a name to save you, write a new one. Beyond that, the story does not yet end. It waits for a hand to open the book and either obey or defy. The margin is patient. The next sentence is yours.